Light's in the way. Let's see. How's that look? Better. Hello, hello. Let's see.
Hi there. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm very, I very much like your works. You're very thorough, and I really enjoy your videos. As a Palestinian, I really appreciate what you're doing on this platform. Um, I wanted to ask a question. Based on your experience of history and like precedents, like for before, what do you think like the future like attainment of like freedom for Palestinians, like what the chances and like generally like based on precedents before, what do you generally think will happen with the whole like Palestinian, struggle for freedom?
That's kind of a big topic in a way. There's in sense of what I think will happen, whether something will work out. I'd say in a lot of cases it has. Any kind of like pushes for freedom and equality and whatnot. There have been tons of struggles like that all around the world, and most of them have worked out right. A lot of the ones that haven't, people have simply given up at a certain point. So as long as Palestinians don't give up, I'd say that on the evidence, it's more likely to succeed in some form than not. But there are people that do get stuck in weird situations. So look at Kurds, for example. Um, the chances of an independent Kurdistan are about nil. Um, but things like that are more unusual, given that it's split. The territory is split between four countries. Might be a little bit more like, say, groups like there's tons of other like large ethnic groups that don't have real self-determination, like Balochis, but they also don't have as consistent a push as Palestinians do. So I don't think there's any real parallel for it failing outright. But it's hard to say. I just say that the
So,
the odds are we have reason to be hopeful and to keep
okay,
fighting.
so the precedence is most likely that people eventually achieve their freedom if they keep
Yeah,
fighting.
yeah. Especially in cases like this where, um, especially in similarly structured cases like this. I frequently bring up the Northern Ireland and the South Africa case because I think they're the closest because of the governing structure of Israel. But um, Israel is also on a smaller scale a settler colonial project like the U.S. or Canada. And in both of those cases, obviously, none of the Amerindian peoples really achieved true self determination, although they've achieved varying degrees of autonomy. I mean, Canada's got, Nunavut, there's a whole bunch of, tribal governments and whatnot, but nothing like real independence. But that also started a lot farther back in time, and the projects are much, much older. So I don't think that they're really good parallels, which is why I tend not to focus on things like that. I think that the Palestine case is definitely a lot more like the 20th century struggles against colonization and ethnocracy that we saw around the world.
You. Do you think that Israel, if pushed to the brink of like, being an ethno state, like if their demographic majority will ever be threatened, will like, I mean, I know that there's this talk about like the Samson option, about using like nuclear weapons to like target enemies or anything. Do you think that it will ever resort to that end?
Against Palestinians?
No, against their enemies, like in the Middle East or like any.
So, I mean, technically, yes. Although I don't think any countries in the area are likely to push them hard enough that they would need to. It's similar to in terms of the strategic logic. Israel's nuclear deterrent works similarly to the Americans. The U.S. during the Cold War was pretty much unique in never actually abandoning the first strike option. We always kept that on the table. Places like the Soviets denied it. We don't know whether people would have done it anyway. I'm just saying, like, in terms of like your actual official policy. Israel's policy is similar. And the things that have been weaseled out of the government over the years suggest that they have always considered it something that they would do if they felt genuinely threatened. But I don't think that anything realistically threatens them. So that's the key there. It's likely to function, again, similarly to the Americans. We have this, but we'll never use it because no one's actually going to push it that far. So it's fucked up in a sense, but there is a strategic logic to atomic weapons. It's one of the reasons that North Korea has them and Iran almost certainly wants them. There is a strategic logic to it in terms of avoiding being attacked, but I don't think they'll actually use it.
If Israel's ever going to lose its like apartheid nature, it's going to have to come within its own society, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, but even there, like, so if they were actually threatened militarily, if for example, the UN turned on them, the US turned on them, we insisted on boots on the ground in order to secure the peace, I don't think they'd pull the trigger. I think that what you need when you want to have weapons like that as a true deterrent, you're kind of playing a sort of chicken with the world. You're basically challenging them. You're saying, you're telling them, I will use these things so that no one ever pushes you. But most people wouldn't actually ever do it. And I don't think that they would. I don't think that I can't conceive of a situation in which they would actually pull that trigger unless somebody literally nuked them. And the chances of anybody doing that are about nil. So it's intended basically as a chest beating kind of exercise, a kind of territorial pissings. And again, you can see the logic behind it, because even though militarily they're more powerful and they have a fairly robust economy, they're a much smaller country than a lot of their neighbors. So they want to make sure no one ever feels confident enough to try and challenge them. It's basically just a territorial pissing. So I don't think, even in the event of some kind of military intervention, I don't think that button gets pushed. I don't see the likelihood of that at all.
Oh, thank you for your answer. Yeah, it was very insightful.
No worries.
I guess I'll yeah.
It turns out that in later parts of my life, my having been so interested in Cold War logics actually gets to be useful in some other weird cases. There's places like this, or like the showdowns in South Asia, where I've actually been able to think back on all the tons of articles I read about nuclear deterrence and how it works. So yeah, it's kind of fun.
I guess I got someone else come up on the live, but thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, no worries. So hello to everybody. So I was a couple minutes late. I had the good thing I like it cold, because I had to leave the door open all day despite the temperatures outside, so I could hear the UPS truck, because they tried to deliver something yesterday when I wasn't home, and I wanted it. I ordered a new computer. And I think this is the first time that I've actually replaced a laptop when my other one actually still works. It's always been like, I wait until it's dead, and then I have to quickly run out and find something that I can possibly run Linux on, which is a pain in the ass. It's like, I couldn't tell you how many times I've gone into like your Best Buy type stores with like a live install on a flash drive, and I plug it in. And I'm like, booting the computer up and trying to run Linux and make sure all the hardware works on it, because you're not supposed to do that. But trying to find something that will just work at all. But this time I actually get to plan it out, pick what I wanted, design it, and actually do an upgrade, which is nice. So this one's starting to show a little wear, but it works. So I'll have it as a spare, which is great. So I don't have space or time to really unpack it completely, but I couldn't resist pulling it out of the box at least. Oh, it's out of the box. It got delivered. I have a new computer. So, sorry, I just had to geek out for a second. Also kind of
That new shiny toy feeling.
Yeah, exactly. And also kind of a first, rather than working with one of the larger companies and then just finding one that works best hardware-wise, because I won't run Windows or Mac. I actually bought from one of the smaller companies that does custom Linux builds. So it's a Linux native laptop. It was designed fully for that, from the hardware up. So I'm looking forward to playing with this. Fun.
The questions are coming in thick and fast already. So can I fire away?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I can take out and play with that while I'm doing this, so I'm going to set it aside. But yeah, sure, whatever you like. Oh, and I can see people are already requesting to come up too. So looks like this is a good time to start. And actually, yeah, if this works for you, I think through the entire spring semester, I think I'll always be home by by or before 3 p.m. So it should work perfectly to kind of keep up as a regular weekly thing. So if that works for people, and then because it's a Friday, and I don't have to get up at 4 a.m. on Saturdays, I can go as long as you guys want. Do like a nice
Perfect. So the first one was actually in reference to something you've already answered, where somebody said, is it possible that you could compare, because you compared it to South Africa, so can you compare it to also Tibet, maybe? Is there a possible comparison there?
There is, but that one's depressing because, okay, so here's the thing about G-side definitions, right? Oh gosh, pardon me. We're definitely in my allergy season, so there's the problem with the definition of G-side is that everyone always focuses on unaliving, and that's the only time everyone really cares. And okay, so great, I love that South Africa filed that complaint at ICJ about this, but people continue to focus on the disproportionate unaliving of civilians. But remember, there's 5 parts of that definition, and making it difficult for people to thrive as a distinct cultural entity is G-side. And that has actually succeeded already in Tibet, in the same way that it's been succeeding in Palestine, because they're making life so difficult. They're squeezing people in. They're constraining their ability to grow naturally, to thrive, to interact with the world. At this point, in Lhasa, Han Chinese migrants outnumber Tibetans. And that's going to continue because now that the railroad is open and it's easier to get to Tibet, because historically very difficult to get up onto the plateau, it's being integrated much more fully into the Chinese economy and social structure. So there are ways to connect the history of both conflicts, and they do start in a similar time in the middle of the 20th century, but doing so is actually kind of depressing because there's no way to free Tibet. It's too late, and the people are they're in serious trouble. They're going to continue to shrink and shrink and shrink, just like tons of the Amerindian populations. Tibet is a lot more like what's happened in the much older settler colonies, because they've proceeded a lot faster with a lot of the policies that were done here. So I don't like to. It's that one is sad. So someone's asking, I don't think it's too late for Palestinians. I don't. I do think it's too late for Tibetans, sadly. And gosh, here, if I can do this without unplugging anything, it's hard to see. So in places where, so a lot of these are still IKEA bookcases, and I've been accumulating them over, decades and decades. So some of these are close to 30 years old. But occasionally they fall apart. When they fall apart, I reuse the pieces of them to make shelves over the tops of windows and crap. I don't know if I can. Here, let me see if I can. I'll unplug it for a second. This is funny because this was on the side of a bookcase originally. Can you see my? So there you go. There's a little free Tibet. So yeah, I've paid attention to that one for a long time too. But yeah. When I tore that broken bookcase apart to put up there, I made sure I could still see that old sticker. But yeah, I do sadly think it's too late there. But I'm still for it. I still think it's fucked up when every culture dies in the world. we've lost so much diversity.
So I'll go to Sarit, but I just wanted to just do some housekeeping. So we've got we've started off quite nicely with 90 people here. So if you guys could share, so far there's only 16. Let's see if we can get to 50 shares, please. And yeah, let's aim for 50,000 likes. So yeah, if you could just tap the screen and
Hmm.
yeah, let's get the live activated.
I do some of those
When you
shares,
come
but I
up,
don't know who's here and who isn't. Let me see if I
oh
can glance
yeah,
down the line. Um, let's see. Maybe if I can see a couple on here I haven't seen yet.
I've already seen
Um,
some regulars in the comments.
let's see. Yeah, I have two. But there's a few I didn't see, but I don't know if they're there or not. I can't tell. I'm just gonna hit a few anyway and just see. Um, and we'll just do one set of that and be done with it. But I think just sharing it. Oh, I should make sure Tamara goes because she sent me a text message earlier. Go, go. Okay, so there's at least one.
Perfect. Yeah, we seem to be getting along quite nicely. Yeah, if you could remember, please, to mute. Just make sure that when you come up, yeah, you can mute and just wait your turn. We're going to go in order of people that have come up. Can we try and see if we can?
Can I ask the question of the group and if you and anybody else who might know?
Sure.
Because I'm not sure how it determines, okay, so I'm looking at the number that's already in here, and this has only been open for a few minutes, right? And um, it's decent already, I'm wondering what governs that because I would have thought since they already have the whole account warning on my thing there, and people say they don't see a lot of my stuff in there for you or whatever. I wonder how the lives get promoted. Is this all just like word of
I
mouth?
have you on an alarm system, so every time you go live it lets me know right away because
Uh,
I absolutely honor you. I think I've told you this before. I've been pro Palestinian for 20 years, but this last series of conflicts I've been called to action. So every day I'm working towards my belief system in my opinion freeing Palestine, calling in, writing Congress, going and speaking at City Hall. So any bit of information you have, I absolutely appreciate. So I wanted to ask you, I'm having a hard time looking at the resistance as not being freedom fighters, but you have a very I respect your mind, and I wanted to see if you would be comfortable kind of breaking that down for me because I'm having a hard time with my pro-Israeli friends.
mhm.
They just don't like that I see it that way. I'm also indigenous and Native American, so my Ohlone ancestors were once considered T-words and savages, and they were just defending themselves, and now they're honored in museums. So I just don't feel, I don't know. Although I think that all acts of violence are an absolute, I condemn all acts of violence on both sides, but I just don't see them as that. So could you help me break down what you think?
I mean, maybe, but I don't know that it will help in your discussion with your friends because I would say the same thing. I think that it's logically inconceivable to list them as anything but a resistance, freedom fighters. The where the T word comes in and where it is actually unavoidable is in the actual application of force, because what the word means at its core is the use or threat of violence to achieve a political objective, which means that technically freedom fighters are T-ists. That's literally the same thing. And people always use that word against it. So the term is used for the people that you don't support, I guess. The side that you're not on. It's always very subjective. There's the only concrete definition for the T word is the use or threat of violence to achieve a political objective. But whether you want to exclusively refer to a group as freedom fighters or exclusively refer to them as T-ists has everything to do with your politics and nothing to do with common sense or logic.
That makes sense. I see that. I see that. And in your opinion, because you're really good at debates and you're amazing on these panels, you are. what, and I'm good at public speaking. I go up there and I speak to the judges and I speak to the mayors. I actually have a meeting coming up with Congress, a director in Congress, and I'm creating the framework for that conversation. And I created a draft resolution, picking pieces of other draft resolutions that have gone through to Congress thus far. What subject do you feel is best to know in and out? Like, if you could pick one subject for me to really just understand and know the whole, like, just the best, what is the best subject in this, like, when speaking to political parties to have Palestinian agenda, the Palestinian resolution on the agenda, what would you suggest if you had to pick one? What could I learn and know in and out, so I can use it to my advantage when bringing up a Palestinian resolution? Because a lot of them are saying no, that they don't get into what is it called, foreign affairs. But the thing is, our government is in the foreign affairs. Our president is in this. They call them allies, and they say that we have so much in common with Israel, and that's why we're allies, and that we have, like, I don't know, they just seem they seem to be integrating Israel and America, in my opinion. So I feel like using the foreign affairs, um, like saying that we're not going to put it on the agenda to discuss it because we don't get involved in foreign affairs, is kind of hypocritical, because we are the foreign affair. Like, we are the affair. Like, we are funding it, our tax dollars. So I think that, shouldn't we have a say in it? And what would you think is the best route to take if it were you? Like, how would you approach it?
Now, again, you're talking about like municipal governments.
Yes, because what I'm finding is, if we focus on small government, if we focus on city, then county, and then come, strike the iron while it's hot and have it affect the state, then we can be more powerful, and we can be like the ripple of change.
Right. I guess the first thing I'll point out there is that cities and counties do have a right to avoid getting into things at all, because realistically, most of them don't get involved in any foreign affairs. Our federal tax dollars and federal government policy really has nothing to do with them at all. So they do have a way out there. The way of countering that is if you can find if they've ever intervened. So look back and see if they did any resolutions against South African apartheid back in the 70s or 80s. If they did that, you can call them out and say, no, you're being pretty selective here. Clearly, my city has had an opinion on foreign policy. So, like, when Bernie was running Burlington, he intervened in public issues and sent letters to foreign leaders and whatnot. Some cities do, some do not. So I think you do have to look into see whether yours ever has. But there's good resources for finding, because all that material is public. The other thing is, if you're going to really try to sway people, I don't know that I could possibly pull it down to one, but I think that there's two areas that are worth countering just based on where most people go, especially in the political sphere when they're talking about this. One of them is in the thing we were just talking about, terror and resistance, right? So one thing you have to do is be able to note where and how Palestinians have been engaged in nonviolent resistance, because they've been doing that consistently all along. There's tons of nonviolent and passive resistance that takes place. So being able to say, look, obviously not all Palestinians are violent. Plenty of them are doing this. So we should still be able to make a statement in their favor. And then two, being able at least to counter the whole terror versus resistance thing. I think this might be useful for anybody. It's I'm a few years old now, because it was made in the wake of the Iraq invasion, because you had the whole September 11th and Iraq war and Afghanistan and all that. But there's a nice 3-part documentary, Arabs and Terrorism, that actually has a lot of really good interviews on all sides here. They literally have heads of the political wings for the PIJ and both H groups, along with a whole bunch of Zionists and a whole bunch of U.S. foreign policy wonks and, former officials and things like that. So you're getting to see the way that they shape their arguments and how they fall apart pretty easily. Because at the end of the day, there is no universal definition for this other than violence that you don't approve of. Because when we approve of it, we don't use the term. I mean, look at the way that Reagan referred to the Contras. The Contras were taking machetes to women and pregnant women and like throwing nuns out of helicopters and blowing up health clinics. But they weren't Teists; they were freedom fighters. It all depends on what side you're on, and if you can articulate that quickly and succinctly, that's where it's based on, then it calls them out because they are taking a political position. When people don't, intervene in this, they literally are accepting, a political position already that identifies.
Liam, how you doing, sir?
I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
But the other one that I throw in quickly, though, is at least because it does come up a lot and increasingly, and I've appreciated that a lot of people have been saying this on social media and using the term apartheid for it, but a lot of people really have no idea what that means either. If you can easily define apartheid and ethnocracy for people, I find that almost no one I talk to really knows what either word means. So it's one of those words like G-side and T-ism and tons of other ones. Okay, first thing we have to do is define the word because you're not using it right. It's one of those. And I think if you can do that for people, it really helps because it gets to be empirically impossible to deny that it's both if you actually know what it means.
On it. I'm on it. That'll be my homework, and I will wrap that into perfect. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna drop down so someone else can come up here and ask you questions because I could pick your brain all day, and that wouldn't be fair. But thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, brother.
Hold the line,
blessed.
Goldie.
Yes.
No problem.
Okay.
Hold on, I'll drop you.
Okay, babe.
Thanks.
Liam, how you doing, sir? I have never met you. I just came across you tonight.
Okay, would you mind holding? Because we go in order, so I'll get to you once it gets to your turn. So there's probably about, what is it, one,
Just wanted to say hi.
3, 4 people in front of you.
Yeah,
Thank
hello.
Sarit, go ahead.
Oh, Erica's here. Sylphium's here. I've seen all kinds of people
steadily growing.
Oh, and Athena's here too. Yeah, all kinds of good people show up at this time of day. Friday afternoons are a good time.
Yeah, it seems like everybody's wide awake at the moment, so which is good. Sarit, are you there? Sarit, can you hear me? Okay, I'm going to go to Chris. I'll circle back to Sarit in a minute. So Chris, go ahead. Oh no, Sarit's there. Hey, can you hear me, Sarit?
Hello. It's a pleasure
Hi, how you
to
doing?
listen to you.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Did you have a question that you wanted to ask?
Yeah, and then he answered it because he was talking about the Samson, and I was so curious, and it's matching what I know as well.
Yeah, it's good. There's a lot of terms that show back up and get passed around once activists start talking about things, media starts talking about things. There's all kinds of things that are circulating around again.
Yeah.
So it's really good to bring things like that up and kind of put them into perspective. So I appreciate things like that when the questions like that come up.
Would you like to ask another question, Sarit, or can I circle back to you?
Yeah, you can come back to me. I'm so curious.
Cool.
There's a comment about the little bio I have in there, right? I say I'm a foul-mouthed, historian. I literally curse up a storm in classrooms. That's what I mean. I don't mean I'm rude. So I'm going to be civil, but I will drop F-bombs on a regular basis. I mean, I warn students in starting the classes, okay, this class is not PG rated. I will talk about sex and violence and I will swear up a storm. I'm a working class kid. Sorry. I'm pretty blunt. But that's what I mean.
Same
I
here.
swear, but I'm not rude.
Yeah. That's lovely.
It's a cute comment.
You're lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chris, hi, how you doing?
Hi. This is like one of the first few times I've been on a live. But anyways, why do you think the U.S. even supports Israel?
What do I think? What?
The U.S. supports Israel.
It's cutting out a little bit. U.S., like United States?
Yes. In your opinion.
Yeah.
Because this is a basic question that most people don't even address.
It is. And the problem is there's quite a few reasons. When a lot of people do bring it up, can you wait a bit? There's a huge echo. Yeah. There's a huge echo coming in. So, the key with the U.S. is that there's quite a few reasons, and that makes it easy for people to avoid what it really is, what they are, and fall in for very simplistic conspiracy theories, because people usually just want one answer. So they'll say, oh, money, it's AIPAC bribes Congress or something. They want to have like one very simple answer. And the world usually doesn't work that way. The world usually requires much more complex answers. The core of it is in American political and religious culture. So a significant part of the American Christian population have been raised to be Zionists. So they hold to a form of Christian Zionism because that's what their churches have taught them. And we also have a significant Jewish population who has also been influenced by Israel since its founding, to also identify with the state. So you've got a vast, vast part of the citizenry that are connected to it. Obviously, many more Christians than there are Jews here, but both populations are voters, which means that people in Congress care. So they have a significant part of their constituency to deal with. If you really want to address why Congress is so in bed with the Israelis, you have to change the way most Americans think about it so that it affects the people who get into Congress. The other parts of it, though, do have some elements of like state policy. So if you're trying to talk about like why is the U.S. government outside of Congress? Because Congress, it's largely because of constituents. That's the single biggest issue. Ooh, a little crown. And that's honestly where AIPAC comes in, because it's not that if people didn't already have a reason to support Israel, they wouldn't take the money, because that's not how lobbying works. People don't take lobbyist money from things that they're not going to vote for. It's not as simple as like walking in with an envelope full of cash and bribing people to take whatever position you want them to take. They have to be able to get away with it politically. They have to already have some sympathy for it. Their constituents have to be okay with it. So the key there for Congress is people, but for State Department, for the executive, it's mostly foreign policy. Some of that comes in from our cultural legacy of being a settler colony ourselves and being an imperialist state. So we do tend to think in terms of white supremacy and capital and raw power relations. There's a lot of like realpolitik that comes in too. So can we use Israel to our advantage in other conflicts? Can we play off of them? Oh, look, Israel is beating its chest and angering Iran. Can we manipulate that so that we can get more money into the defense contractors by saying Iran is a threat? It's a matter of like exploiting things. The executive tends to focus on that, which is why executive policies can vary. At some times, our executive has been extremely critical of Israel and has insisted to do different things differently. I mean, the Suez Crisis ended because we insisted it ended. The mass acring of Palestinians during the Lebanon War in the beginning of the 80s, we intervened on things like that. There's places where we do get in that actually go against the Israeli narrative, and places where we totally support them, because it depends upon what else it affects in terms of foreign policy. So the way to think about this in terms of government, the executive cares about foreign policy and realpolitik and how it can exploit the situation. Congress cares about what they can get away with their constituents. So it's, at the end of the day, it's people, not the government, that are more behind Israel. And opinion polls for 75 years have borne that out. Most Americans have historically supported Israel quite strongly. So that's an issue we have to deal with.
I was hoping to address this more in lines of historical aspect, especially along the line of the discovery of oil in 1910ish, all the way to the full production or near full production of oil into the Middle East right after the World War II in 1950 some odd. It all coincides with resources, right?
Israel, no, not at all. The Israel situation has historically been entirely distinct.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oil and gas.
Can I say something? I'm not saying necessarily the resources in Israel. It has to do with resources in the Middle East, right, the control of the Middle East.
I got that, and that's what I'm saying. It's not. We can manipulate them in terms of our power relations with other people still, yes, but it's not really the key, because we already have other ins with those players, and Israel and supporting Israel actually harms our ability to safely extract resources. They have frequently been a liability to global oil and gas markets, because most of those resources are in countries that historically don't like and don't have relations with the Israelis. So the more we support Israel, the more we harm our chosen role in the region. When Britain and France were losing their power internationally after World War II, we took over all of Britain's bases in the Gulf, and we took over Britain's responsibility to keep the oil and gas flowing out because Europe depends upon it and Japan depends upon it. The U.S. didn't. The U.S. has always had plentiful petrochemicals. If we weren't exporting, we probably would need to import almost nothing, even with our huge economy. But Europe depends upon it, and so does East Asia. So Britain used to control that flow out. We stepped in to do that. And because we did that, that gets us propping up all kinds of terrible governments in the area, doing all kinds of fucked up stuff there. But Israel has always gotten in the way of that mission. It's a balancing act. They're trying to do those things despite the fact that Israel complicates it. So it's kind of like the opposite of where I think you were going with that. So it's definitely not a reason to support Israel. It actively harms our position in the region. Hello, Minerva.
Chris, do you want to add anything on to that question, or can I move on to the next person?
Move on.
All right, thank you, Chris. I believe it was Dark that was next in line. How are you doing, Dark?
I'm good, be blessed. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
So Liam, you mentioned earlier that you believe it is not too late for Palestinian liberation, but you do believe it's too late for Tibetan liberation. What are the differences that exist in between Palestine and Tibet that make it possible for one and not the other?
Global power relations, economics. China is a massive economy, and that gives them a tremendous amount of influence in the world, and this is non-negotiable for them. So, I mean, if we really want, I mean, even core countries can be pushed around. It's just a little harder. So, I don't know, if we parked an aircraft carrier off the coast of Honduras and one off the coast of the Netherlands, Honduras will buckle a lot faster, but the Dutch will still listen. Because at the end of the day, the Dutch aren't going to fuck with us. Israel is still a small country. China is not. So it's more about of that. I mean, realistically, any kind of conflict in the area is unthinkable. If a conflict with China would do so much damage to the global economy, it would cost our oligarchs so much that they will oppose it. So it's really their position, their hardcore nationalism related to that issue, and the fact that no one has any leverage to push them. That's not the case with Israel.
Yeah, so to kind of go off of that in a different, albeit somewhat related direction, do you think that there is a possibility? Do you think that the time has passed, and that for those same reasons, do you think that the time has passed for Taiwanese liberation as well, then?
Well, it depends. Taiwan is a different case because the status quo actually benefits both parties, and they're comfortable leaving it alone. Taiwan is effectively an independent country. It just has very complicated diplomatic relations, but that hasn't stopped it economically. So sure, they don't have ambassadors around the world. They don't get to sit in the UN, but they still get to trade. They still get to fly around. They still get to interact with the world, and no one's going to mess with them. As long as they don't declare independence, China has said it's not going to bother with it because they understand just what that conflict would cause. I mean, they're Taiwan's biggest trading partner. There's a huge volume of trade going back and forth across the straits. They don't want to risk any of that because it would be so harmful for both. If Taiwan pushes it and goes for a formal declaration without something changing dramatically in the Chinese government and official policy, I don't know that they could avoid a conflict because they spent so many decades beating the drum and saying that they would. So it puts them in a double bind. That's why they spend so much time cozying up to different Taiwanese governments to make sure whichever party is in charge is not going to pull that trigger and that they're still going to be able to keep the status quo going. China wants the status quo. And realistically, so do most Taiwanese. I mean, if you look at opinion polls, and certainly most Taiwanese in government. It's only a minority that really wants to change the status quo. Now, if China wasn't the major power it was, Taiwan obviously could instantly be independent. So it's a very different situation, I guess. So I don't know how to answer it directly in terms of a parallel, because it doesn't actually parallel the Tibet situation.
Okay. Thank you for that.
No worries. Oh, yeah. I'm very needy right now. I have a very loud purr here.
I don't know if Athena's there. Hi, Athena. Can you hear us?
I'm here.
Hey,
Hello,
how you
can you hear
doing?
me?
Yes, we can now.
Is it my turn?
Yes, we circled around quite quickly
Okay.
actually today.
You actually,
Yeah.
but it's okay.
Wait, what did he say?
I think he's next, and he
Oh
thought he
yes.
was.
So no, I'm so sorry. You're right. Gosh,
Oh,
I don't know
he was
how I
before?
didn't even see that.
Oh.
Do I just call you two?
Oh yeah. What is that?
2K. You can call me 2K.
2K. Okay, 2K. It's your turn.
Yes, ma'am. So Lehman, this is my first time seeing you. How you doing, man?
Liam.
Liam. Yeah, I like your name. I like it.
It's short for William.
Okay, so it's like a biblical name, right? I would think.
Not really. I mean, it entered the British Isles through Norman French.
Okay.
So it's like
it's a cool name. I like it. It's catchy.
Guardian or something in Norman French, and then it just, yeah.
So I was coming across the For You page, and I heard you were talking about the H group and so on. So I just want to ask you: are you pro-Palestinian, or are you like humanity, or are you just neutral with the thing, or are you just knowledgeable about everything?
Not sure how to answer that.
Okay, I already know the answer.
I might be able to help.
I already know the answer. I already know the answer to that. The way you answer, I already know. So my next question is:
Hold on.
Hold on.
Well, I don't want to waste his time.
Well, no, hold on. You asked the question. Just hold on.
Okay.
Just so that you know.
Sorry.
I'd say that I'm pro-Palestine in the sense that I support all national liberation movements and I oppose all forms of oppression. But I could say I'm pro-human because I oppose all forms of oppression. So both of those are true. They don't really contradict one another for me. So that's where there's a confusion. And I suppose I have to confess to being generally knowledgeable about a few areas. But I'm not sure what to say about that either.
No, I can tell. No, I can tell you're. I can tell you're intelligent. That's for sure. You can sense that. Okay, by your wording. So my next question is: do you think the H group is a resistant group or a T group?
Well, by definition, both.
They're both.
It is by definition a national liberation movement. It is literally a nationalist movement too, which is why we can't put, when people try to disingenuously connect it to global jihadism or something, that it's straight up a lie. It has nothing to do with it. They don't give a shit about anything but the Palestine issue. They're focused on Palestine. It's a national liberation movement that happens to be religious. So it is a resistance movement. It is a liberation movement, but it also uses terror tactics. And that's the thing, because at the end of the day, terror is a tool, not an ideology. Whenever people think that it's an ideology in itself, when people try to do the whole like, oh, they just want to, they hate our freedoms and want to unalive us all, like, what the hell is that? It's just pure irrational nonsense. People use these tactics because it's the only method that they think will work. And there's arguments to be made one way or the other about tactics and strategies, but it's the method that they're choosing to achieve their objective. But the objective is political. So it's always still resistance and liberation, but it does use terror.
Okay. So. Okay, yeah, I'm with you on that. So would you say, hypothetically, if we were occupied in the United States, and as you know, pretty much everybody, or every home, not every home, but most homes in America are armed, multiple weapons, right? Let's just say hypothetically our army failed.
Theoretically, most homes are not, but there's enough weapons to arm every home.
There's enough weapons. There's more weapons in the United States than the police in people's homes.
This is true,
but there's a lot.
It's still in like 15 to 20% of homes.
I would say a lot of them in the South for sure, because the gun laws are easier. Like in Tennessee, you can just go put
There's
your
plenty
ID
here
down.
too. We're all over the place.
Yeah, it just depends. But I'm going to say the South. But here's my point. Do you think we would start militias here if our army failed and we would try to protect our community and our children and women, and we would be called T groups if our army failed?
The occupier would obviously call it T groups.
Exactly.
That's what they do.
That's
it's how they. We already do have militias, but
cartels.
Historically, and I say this with love for all of my fellow Americans. Historically, Americans are kind of pussies about resistance. We have abandoned most of our much more aggressive resistance and turned so much more power over to the state. You go back to the 19th century, my answer would have been an absolute yes, because protesting Americans used to tear up train tracks, burn down factories, unalive their bosses. You don't see that kind of stuff anymore. We instead created a massive police state and the most pervasive policing anywhere in the so-called free world, and the most massive military machine the world has ever seen. And we have given up most of our collective organization. The simple collapse of unions tells you that people don't like working together really well. A lot of our militias are overweight weekend warriors who want to like run around in the woods in camo and think that they're badasses, but they're not going to play Red Dawn if it comes down to it. So it would really depend upon the situation. If it was a particularly oppressive one and it went on for a while, I think that we would turn it around. I think that that there is a germ of that here, and it could be fanned. The flames could be fanned back to life. But right away, no, because I think that our spirit has been crushed in the sense of collective organization, quite systematically across the last century. So I think most militias here, I don't take them very seriously.
Okay, do you know the cartel has unalived 250,000 Americans? And we haven't bombarded Mexico. And cartels are not considered the T group.
Because they haven't. Well, they are. Narco terror is a thing. And they absolutely are classified like that. And people like me who study terror will tell you that they are terror groups. But they have not unalived Americans. It's a tiny, tiny number, and mostly people who are over the border. Drug deaths here are because Americans are choosing to do it, and because our social structure is so incredibly weak that we're not taking care of each other. We're letting people fall into poverty and desperation without proper health care. We criminalize drug addiction so people can't actually get help for it without risking going to jail, so they don't get the treatment that they need. We criminalize tons of issues. We criminalize drug addiction. We criminalize mental illnesses here. That's our fault. People there, they're just being capitalists. They're just selling a product that we want. If we just legalized the shit, regulated it, and you could buy it at Walgreens, people wouldn't be dying. So blaming the cartels for that is nonsensical to me. And the way people talk about interventions and invasions there, that's just American imperialism creeping out. It's blaming somebody else for the problem. And a lot of the reason people turned to farming those drugs in the first place was because we crushed them economically with things like NAFTA, and then CAFTA afterwards, and all these trade agreements, so that we subsidize a lot of our agriculture here, and they simply can't compete. So their farmers would go completely out of business, and they'd starve to death if they didn't start growing coca or something. So
this is not from overdoses. This is from unalived, like by pew-pews or knives and stuff like this. Is 250,000. I mean, you can say not a majority of them, but you can say maybe a few of this 250,000, maybe 20% was overdose. But I'm just my point is why does
I'm going to call bullshit on it without actually looking at the sources for it, because
right
the
here.
number of Americans that would have to be in Latin America, I mean, there's no way that isn't better known.
But how come we're not going to war with Mexico for this?
Would we? Mexico has nothing to do with it.
So that means the H group got nothing to do with Gaza.
No,
because there's parts of Mexico where the cartel majorly rule it. No cops go through there. And if they do, it'll be like the military brigade. You can't just go there. It won't be just like an officer or two. It'll be like 100 of them.
And yet they still do, and we actually do. We have several of our intelligence agencies and our military have been actively involved all across Latin America. You know, in Mexico, in Colombia, across Central America, we have been attacking the cartels and these drug smugglers and whatnot already, wherever these states don't have the power to do it.
Yeah, but we're not.
But that's always like it can't solve the problem because there's a demand. There's a demand here because we keep fucking Americans over.
Is that
It's responding to a legitimate demand.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but isn't that cotton? The what 2K what you're showing? The what's the website name?
Hi.
2K? The source of the website, isn't that cotton.senate.gov? Because if that is the Cotton website, then that's Tom Cotton, and Tom Cotton is a Republican senator, I think, and he is very, very uncredible.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and Tom Cotton spreads a lot of
racist as fuck.
Yeah, Tom Cotton is very, very racist, and he spreads a lot of misinformation about Mexico in order to be tough on immigration and demonize any brown person who is coming in through like the southern border. Like he talks all about like invasions from the south and blah 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 blah. So like Tom Cotton is not a reliable source. He always uses disgusting language to demonize anybody who is brown coming from the south.
And also, can I just ask?
This is another.
Unless I've missed something in this conversation, are the cartels trying to take over America? Are they looking for an independent state?
Or
they good, but they do worse. They put hundreds of people in 18-wheelers and they'll die unalive. I'm sorry. They do worse. They do worse than trying to take over land.
I don't think you understood my point.
We have sex trafficking. We have they have sex trafficking with minors. All kinds of stories.
Okay, hold on 1 second, 2K.
What's happening here, and what people like Cotton do, and what you're doing, is you are blaming victims, and calling them the oppressors. If we actually fixed the immigration system in the U.S., there would be no reason to come across. When we started restricting immigration and put up a massive barrier along there, it had a tremendously negative impact on a lot of people, including what's happening here. So the people you're talking about are victims of American policy. Realistically, there should be no controls. If somebody wants to live here, they should be able to live here. And that's how that worked for most of American history. All of my ancestors just showed up in a ship. They just got here and they walked in. Nobody asked permission. Nobody filed paperwork. Nobody waited 10 years. They just got on a fucking ship and they sailed across. And you know what? They made America great. As soon as we started restricting the stuff and throwing up policing on that, we created the problems that you're talking about.
So we shouldn't have no lines. We shouldn't have no borders. I don't understand that part.
Well, that's a different issue. I don't. In the long run, I don't think so. But that's a whole different question because countries exist and borders need to exist. But borders historically are not policed. They just aren't. Borders have existed for thousands of years, and people have walked across them if they want a new form, if they want a new life on the other side. That's just how it works.
Doesn't that go back to society, and we played into that? Like what you were saying earlier, society is that puts the people in power, and we played into it, just like paying bills and going to work every day and putting our kids to school. So,
like Cotton's, militarized the border, restricted immigration, and created a ton of problems that we now use to exploit to create more problems. So it all comes back to our choices. These issues don't exist in a lot of the world, and the drug issue wouldn't exist at all if we just legalized and regulated the shit. If we didn't have tight controls over migration, then we wouldn't have people being smuggled across and suffocating in trucks. None of these problems would exist. We would instead have a much more rapidly growing economy like we did before we shut the stuff down. and a lot fewer people would be unalived in this country through overdoses and violence, and you could wipe out the gangs. I mean, people fighting in the streets and whatnot, because a lot of times that's driven by money that they can make from drugs. But instead of them having to desperately cling to that to raise money through drugs, to then support themselves through that gang structure because they don't have anything else, instead invest in those communities, rebuild their economy, give them the ability to have good jobs and support a family, so people wouldn't do that. People don't choose to join a violent gang or cartel because it's attractive. They choose it because they have no other option to support themselves or to thrive. This is it's all a matter of victim blaming, and Republicans love to do victim blaming. They cause a problem, and then they point to that problem as an excuse to make even more of them. It's empirically backward, and I don't have a lot of patience for it.
No, I respect your opinion,
2K,
bro. I
hold on,
respect
hold
it.
on one
I
second,
respect
2K.
it, and
Look,
I'm gonna
2K,
go. I'm
2K,
sorry.
hold on.
Yes.
1 second. Bear with me 1 second. I'm really trying to understand.
Yes.
Would you mind muting? Because I don't know why the sound is a little bit off on your side. I'm really trying to understand what
Oh,
it
that
is that
chirp is
you're.
his microphone. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
unfortunately.
a electricity thing.
Yeah. So I'm really trying to understand what concern you're trying to address. So I'm going to take a guess and say that your concern is border control. Yes? No?
No. Well, it came to that. It went to that conversation when I was scrolling, and I thought he was pro-Israeli when I was scrolling down, and he was talking about the age group and stuff like that. I wasn't there, and that's why I wanted to ask him. But now I
Okay.
understand where his head is.
Okay.
Uh,
Just for clarity,
yeah,
this isn't a debate live.
yes.
Okay.
Did I do anything wrong?
No. I just wanted to make sure that you understood that this isn't a debate live.
Yes, ma'am.
The purpose of this is a scholarly live. Most people come up and they ask a question, and it turns into a discussion and so on, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna assume you got your answer, so I'm gonna move on.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Perfect, thank you. There's a few people waiting, so I'm just gonna cycle as we go.
Thank you, Lehman.
Thank you.
They should vote you in for president, bro, because you're great.
Thank you. I couldn't make it as a politician because I don't like bullshit. I like, just let's cut all the horseshit out. Everyone's lying to you. All these politicians are lying to you. Let's get to what the actual facts say and then follow that. I think that policy should follow the evidence, not the other way around.
Really integrated. I'm doing the same thing that the natives are doing.
Hey, Bobby, I getting a bit of feedback. Thanks. Athena, your
Yeah.
turn. Thanks for that.
Yeah, sorry I interrupted before. I just wanted to check the source because I checked the source. That's why I interrupted. But thank you very much, Blessed. Hi, Blessed.
No,
And hi.
you're good. I'm glad you caught that.
Yeah. I have a question. I think it has to do with the phrase "from the river to the sea." I am afraid that I might have lost my best friend over this phrase. In Germany, it has been criminalized, and "from the river to the sea" as a phrase has been put in the same category as the Yahtzee symbol. They put it in the same category as it's referred to as anti-Semitic hate speech, basically. And my best friend, my closest friend for the longest years since we were in school together, who is a Black woman. She is also Jewish. She is also very hypercritical, of course, of the Israeli government. So she's not a Zionist or pro-Israel. But because of how German media has depicted this phrase, she thinks it's anti-Semitic. And I've been trying to explain this to her, but it has caused basically a rift between us. And I've been trying to research the origins of the phrase, who used it first, how was it used, why it could be problematic, and all those different things. And I just came up here to ask you, could you please tell us more about that phrase, how it came to? I know that it's in the Likud Charter. I know that it has been used by different Palestinian liberation movements, even liberation movements that don't necessarily want to get rid of Jewish people who live there. But I know it has also been used by certain groups of people who might want to get rid of everybody. So, can you please tell me what the origins are, who used them, and why it could be perceived to be so anti-Semitic, and why it's not anti-Semitic if it's not anti-Semitic?
Well, it can't be anti-Semitic because it's referring to politics and not race. So the key there, whenever people bring up anti-Semitism, is you gotta ask them, okay, where is the racism in this issue? Are they talking about somehow hurting Jews who live in California, right? Are they talking about discriminatory policies that target them on the basis of race, like they couldn't get jobs or something like that? I mean, because that's a whole different thing. But it can overlap a little bit into at least the kind of political projects, state building projects that could ultimately undermine an identity, and that's the closest you could get to it. Because, this is one of the reasons why I do focus a lot on, trying to dust off and improve various one-state solutions, because at the end of the day, division gets so problematic in the way that both peoples have historically looked at the entire land as theirs. It makes sense finding some way to deal with that. Because for example, if we take some of the proposals from the 50s, 60s, and 70s from the Palestinian side about from the river to the sea, because they used it then. It was actually used earlier in some Zionist discussions too, because they were thinking about obviously to Jordan as well. Although some groups have aimed even further than that. But they're both using it pretty early on. I'm not sure we could easily lock it down who said it first, because it's so obvious and catchy. But the idea here is, if you claim absolute sovereignty for a particular ethnic group from the river to the sea, then it doesn't allow for the identity of the other people to exist from the river to the sea, because it ultimately goes back to the way that we define nation states. This is again why nationalism itself is the problem, because a nation state, our current political model, is a country, a state that serves the interests of a particular ethnic group. And if that particular ethnic group is either Palestinians or Jews, in this case, then you end up with a bit of a problem, because you delegitimize the other. So theoretically, any use of it on the Zionist side is racist too, in the same way that they're saying that it's anti-Semitic here in a Palestinian use. Because what it's doing is it's delegitimizing the other identity. And many Palestinians historically did do that. They did say, well, anybody who came in after a certain point, anybody who came in after 48, whatever, they all have to go, or things like that. They did want to change it. They did want to make it a state for them and not for the other, not recognizing the existence of a distinct identity there. Like, you can stay if you want to be Palestinian, but otherwise no. Instead of coming up with some kind of hybrid of the two. The way your friend is using it's the same basic way. They're thinking of it in absolutist terms. If one person claims it like that, and claims it in the sense of a nation state, then the other identity is invalidated. So it's technically true, no matter who uses it, that you are invalidating an identity if it's used in that context. What's tricky about this phrase is it can be used in a ton of different ways too. It doesn't necessarily mean that. For example, even a state that's only in the 22% left in the territories is still from the river to the sea. So some people think of it that way, and some people think in terms of, well, I can be liberated without actually denying your identity, and that would still be from the river to the sea, because there would be a new type of state that could embrace both identities. One of the reasons that I personally don't use the phrase is that it can be read that way. It's one of the ones that, it can be coded in different ways. It can take on different meanings. So you can say something and somebody can hear a completely different thing. And I think the most common ways to read it is in the ethno-national sense. That my national identity should be the one that controls the entire physical territory. So I don't like it when Zionists do it. And, I won't use it in a pro-Palestinian context the same way, but I understand it. And for me, I can read, when people say it, I don't take offense to it. I wait to see what their other positions are, because I can hear it's like, oh, well, maybe we can still say it can embrace all peoples, and it just wants a new state from the river to the sea in that sense. And it's good in that way.
Mhm.
So I don't judge it. I have no problem with it. And most people, when they say it, they're great. They just mean free from occupation. They just mean free to have dignity. They just mean they want independence and rights for themselves. It doesn't mean it's an attack on other people. So, but no, you literally cannot make it anti-Semitic, but you can make it nationalistic. And nationalism is kind of racist in a way, because it does make an exclusive claim. So it can be read that way.
Okay,
Can I?
so it's not. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Bless.
No, I was going to say, can I offer a thought on it? I would suggest that it is more of a rally cry for liberation than anything else, particularly given that that is, I think, the most common use of it.
Mhm.
I think that a lot of people that are protesting, a lot of people that support Palestinians through the solidarity movement, are specifically using it for the purposes of, it is that rally cry of very top level liberation. I think where things get difficult is, yes, there is going to be nationalistic elements, but I think that it has been adopted for the purposes of being catchy, for it being seen as that freedom of movement for Palestinians to be able to choose any part of Palestine, which has historically been closed to them. That's why
Yeah,
I struggle with.
yeah, no,
Yeah,
totally, totally get it. As far as the reasons for it being used and adopted, it's a great slogan. It's a great chant. It sounds great. It works, and hell, it works in several languages too. It works well. It's effective. But and again, most people are using it only in the sense of national liberation. But when you talk about national liberation, it does tend to suggest there will be a new type of thing here in this full area. And if, for example, somebody says that new entity should be Palestine, but Jews can live here, and we had Jews living here before, and I hear this almost every day. Oh, we had Jews living here before this, and Jews can live here again, but they'll live in Palestine. What that does is it challenges somebody's personal identity because of the way nation states work and nationalisms work. So Jews who live there don't think of themselves just as Jews. They think of themselves as Israeli. So it undermines that. So it's going to be heard, and if people in their own identity, for their own heads, if they conflate, their Jewishness and their Israeliness, in terms of their sense of self, then I can see why they take it that way. So it's not a matter of questioning why people use it. I understand why people use it, and I love that they use it in a sense. I appreciate it. I get it. There's a lot of great, pro IRA slogans we used to chant. I get that, but it does do the same thing that a lot of our pro IRA stuff did to the English. They hear it in a way that the Northern Irish would hear it in a way that's different than necessarily intended, in a much more violent way, because of the conflicting sense of personal identity, what it means to be yourself. And anytime you question who somebody is and whether somebody belongs somewhere, so
Yeah.
you want to say why
But
I don't
would
use it.
you?
I have no problem with anybody else using it. I think it's a personal choice. I can only say to a question like this, I understand why it can be alienating as well.
I think. Yes, Bless. I think you had
No. So
something.
just one point on that though. I think for me, why I struggle with the objection is that I feel the objection is nationalistic. I think the objection itself is nationalistic rather
is.
than the cry.
Well, it is, But that's the point. In having that, you're hearing a nationalist slogan on the other side because that's why they do it. It's because it's how they hear it, and that's all I'm talking about. It's
Oh no,
how
not
it's going to be
necessarily.
perceived.
Yeah, no, no, not that it's being heard as a nationalistic thing, and from the Palestinian side, it's that it threatens the idea of totality for people who have nationalistic tendencies on the Israeli side.
Well, yeah, because it challenges the exact opposite narrative that they have from the river to the sea. So again,
Yeah.
it's when you use a term like that, because it describes a physical totality, it plays into the people's mental totalities, the sense of identity and how that identity relates to a territory. So if they have that view of the territory and they hear you say that, then they're going to assume it's exactly the same. And any nuance that you might have meant in it gets lost. This is why I say a lot of Palestinians, when they say it, they don't mean it in exactly the same way. It can mean that, and I know Palestinians who do say it that way, but there's a lot who don't, and there's a ton of nuance in it. But they're going to hear it in a way that fits their own, the Israelis will hear it in a way that fits their own nationalist conditioning. And I think that also affects places in Germany where there's such a reflexive pro-Israel line, and in the U.S. too. When people hear it in the U.S., they hear it in a way that conflicts with our understanding of Israeli nationalism. So it basically, like, it's saying, like, it flips it around and says, oh, you're challenging our having all of it. That means you want all of it, and there's no place for us. And there you go. So yeah, it project. Yeah, it is a psychological issue, because at the end of the day, I'm just talking about how people are hearing it based on their own sense of self, rather than
I think,
rhetoric itself or what it
yeah.
means to say it.
So I think the issue here is that she is not Israeli. She is an Afro-German woman of Ghanaian descent, and is Ghanaian Jewish. So she's not Israeli. She's not a Zionist either, but it's just, as you mentioned, the way that the German dominant society is choosing to depict this whole situation and the active ethnic cleansing of Palestine is genuinely, like, disgusting. It makes one feel ill. Like, it makes me feel ashamed to even be German. There have been protests here where there have been Germans who have tore up their passports for that particular reason, because it really, really makes one feel ashamed to even be a German, right? A German citizen, because by virtue of me being a German, I am also contributing to this type of rhetoric, because the dominant society is choosing to be Islamophobic, to be Arab phobic, to be anti-Palestine, in the name of supposedly supporting Jewish people, when in fact they're not actually supporting Jewish people, because even the Jewish people, the Jewish Germans who have actively demonstrated against the genocide, are also being arrested. They're also being harassed. Like, there's footage of them even being harassed by the police, right? So I think it's just what they're making it seem to be in just general media and the general political discourse is that this phrase means eradicate all Jewish people and ethnically cleanse all Jewish people from that land. That's what they're depicting this phrase as, which is why it has been equated to the Yahtzee symbol, and now has been labeled an anti-Semitic hate symbol, basically. But thank you very much for answering that question.
On that part, again, we do need to push back about that, because it's explicitly not anti-Semitic. It can't do that, and we do need to find a good way to push back against that, despite the complexity and the nuance in the issue. It gets to a point that I've kind of made before in some of these, but I'll touch on briefly here. But I want to connect this a little bit more to Germany, if you don't mind.
Because, and I would love to ask a question after you're done, which is completely different, but yeah.
One of the issues that I like to point people to in why there is such a strong, like, pro-Israel faction in many places that have a history themselves of nationalism and racism is that it gets them out of actually dealing with their own history of anti-Semitism. They don't really have to deal with that culture of it. They don't have to deal with their real history in a sense. They don't have to really change things. So with Germany, they're like, okay, yeah, Yahtzee's bad. We'll teach a whole year in high school about how Yahtzee bad, but they don't really help people get past the racism and nationalism that underlies the Yahtzee philosophy. I mean, when was it that they finally turned around and said that you didn't have to have German blood to be a true citizen? Wasn't that like in the early 90s? It was not that far back. I mean, like all the
I don't know.
Gastarbeiter that arrived in the 60s and 70s, they literally had no path to
But
citizenship.
even until today, even if you're born on German soil, you're not allowed to get German citizenship unless like you have a parent or something who's a German, or if you get naturalized. Yeah. So it's very strict till today as well.
A lot of countries don't have birthright citizenship, so that is slightly different. But they literally defined it in law as German blood, which is like, that's the Yahtzee language right there, you know? You had to have German blood to be a German. And that stayed, I think, until the early 90s. I don't remember the year exactly that it dropped out, but I remember, just running into tons of things arguing against this in the 70s and 80s and like, what the fuck is going on here? Because they were having to take in so many immigrants that didn't kind of fit that classification, and their kids were being born, and then their kids were being born, and no one had access to citizenship. You know, you'd have multiple generations stuck in this Gastarbeiter hellhole. And that, at the end of the day, it shows just how deeply rooted the racist element was and the nationalistic element was that actually drove the Yahtzee thing. Because that's what they questioned the Jews about. Jews had lived there for a millennium, and they were like, you're not really German. We decided to define German in a way that leaves you out because you don't have German blood, right? And that's the same fucking arguments at the end of the day. By the way that they treated the Turkish Gastarbeiters and the Afghan Germans and everybody else who poured in afterwards, all the people from the colonies like the Namibian, Afro-Germans, everybody else that poured in, the way they treated a lot of those people reflects exactly the same dynamic that turned them against Jews and Roma. Anybody that didn't fit that definition. So we still, the fact that you run into so much of that crap today, it shows the degree to which it was never actually examined and dealt with, like the core of the problem. And I think that's why people will hear that phrase in a very different way, because it filters through their own racism and nationalism. That's how they would think of it. It's very similar in that way to the way the Israelis do it. And it's something I can relate to because Americans are racist as fuck in the same way a lot of Germans are. We've never really dealt with our own history of racism and nationalism. We've just dealt with specific manifestations of it. Oh, maybe we're kind of sorry for doing that one thing. But we never deal with the core problem, like what is actually driving it, like the culture behind it, the social structures that build up the racism around there. And because we don't have those conversations and we don't deal with that problem, it makes it almost impossible for a lot of Americans not to hear that phrase in exactly the same way. People hear it here, and I've heard it over and over again. Oh, that means G-side. Like, no, what the fuck are you talking about? How? But that's the only way they can process it.
And like to the people in the comments saying shame, or guilt, is what's driving this. I don't necessarily think that, because when like the dominant society treats like Jewish Germans like shit, like respectfully, like if you pay attention to how Jewish Germans are treated in everyday society and how their issues are not taken seriously, the only time Jewish Germans are brought up is one, when it's Holocaust Remembrance Day or anything that has to do with the Shoah, or number two, when they're trying to be Islamophobic. If they're trying to be Islamophobic or justify their Arab phobia, they automatically weaponize Jewish people, but then they hate crime both Jewish communities and Muslims and Arabs as well. So I and also when like it's white politicians or white German politicians or police officers who are active Yazidis who are actually being anti-Semitic, they are not held accountable, they are not punished, they are not addressed, right? So it's only like it's trying to just demonize or justify the demonization of Muslims. or Arabs, but it's not necessarily because they actually care about Jewish Germans. I just wanted to clarify that it doesn't necessarily have to do with guilt or shame. It's just kind of like, oh, washing your hands off and saying we're doing something at least for doing that. It's all kind of the same way when they invited Eastern European Jewish people in the 90s as Kontingentflüchtling, or like telling them Germany is better now, you can come here as a refugee and it's all better. So that's why they had immigration as well. So that's not the case, but it's really abysmal. I think it's genuinely abysmal, even though the individual citizens are kind of fighting against the institutions and governments, but there is an active silencing happening of anybody who even utters out, like, you don't even necessarily have to be pro-Palestine. Even simply saying you want a ceasefire or being against the genocide is being demonized. Like, people are getting fired for that. So I just wanted to mention that. But the second question that I had, thank you.
Hold on, before you.
I do want to just amplify again for the chat. Again, that's what I was trying to say at the beginning. I completely agree. It's not shame. It's exactly the opposite of shame. It's a way of avoiding the shame, a way of projecting it outward. The reason that the Germans are so in lockstep politically, that they're perfectly happy to arm the regime, that they'll only abstain, they'll never vote against it, is because they use that as a crutch, as a proxy for actually dealing with their own racism.
Mm-hmm.
If they really had some shame for what they'd done, they would have examined the reasons that they did it in the first place. But instead, they try to do it to other people still, which they're doing actively now. So, yeah. No.
Liam, is it possible that you can bring up CJ? He should be in the request. I can't see him because he's in a private account. But I'll bring the rest up. But if you could just bring CJ.
Okay. I don't see one. I see 6 requests. Wow.
Yeah, no, there's quite a few. I'll bring people up slowly, but
yeah, there's no CJ in this.
Oh, okay. He seems to have dropped out. All right, thank you. It's just when people are on a private account, I can't see them. Go ahead.
Yeah. The second question I have is with regards to the ICJ, because South Africa did decide to bring the accusation of genocide and war crimes to the ICC, and Israel is being represented by Dershowitz, I think, if I'm not mistaken, which is very fascinating that you choose that particular person who represented Epstein as well. But anyways, very telling. But I was reading somewhere that Israel was able to appoint a judge in the ICJ. And my question is, how is it possible that an individual country that is going to trial for war crimes is able to appoint a judge? I think there are like 6 judges or 12 judges, if I'm not mistaken, in the ICJ.
There's quite a few, but I don't remember the number.
Yeah. So how is it possible for a single country to be able to appoint a judge? And I'm not a journalist. I work in academia, though. So that's why. But anyways, continue. I would love that. I hear that answer.
They can't. They don't get to do it. They selected somebody, and then the people who do have that ability put it through. I mean, the president of the ICJ is an American. I mean, it still is ultimately part of the UN. The reason they had to do it here and not the ICC is that all UN members are connected to the ICJ, but the ICC is a separate treaty. So every time people have brought charges up there, they've just said, I don't care, and ignored it. Same as the US does. But anybody has to answer the ICJ, which is nice about it going there. And it does present a possibility of things being heard. There will be a discussion. They'll have to defend some ideas in public, and that can be very useful. But it's not going to lead to any actual physical consequences, because anything that they decided, still, the people running the court are ultimately still mostly on their side, and it would still just be remanded to the Security Council, so the U.S. could always veto anything. So nothing would come of it that way. But in terms of the public affairs aspect of it, in terms of actually having to deal with these issues in public, that's good. So I really hope that they put together a great team and can present the case effectively in that venue. But but it's not. Don't think of it as a real trial. It's really not. It's the same kind of like UN kangaroo court. I mean, and ultimately, the major powers pull all the strings on it.
And what could be the consequence if Israel is found guilty of war crimes in the ICJ? Because wasn't the man who orchestrated the Srebrenica massacre, wasn't he also sent to The Hague, if I'm not mistaken, and he was found guilty, but he was arrested? What would be the
Some things have been
consequence?
prosecuted there, but
What would be the consequence if Israel is found guilty?
nothing, because it has to go to the Security Council. So
And America has the vetoing power. I read that there was a specific resolution, I think, or an article that could be used to bypass the veto power of America if it gets too much, if it's used. Is there anything of that case, of that magnitude?
I mean, I don't think that they really can. Again, it goes back to the way the UN was structured. If there was a way around that, none of the major powers would have signed on. At the time the UN was created in 1945, the US, the Soviets, the French, the Brits, there's no way anyone would have agreed to do it. Britain and France were major colonial empires. I mean, people tried repeatedly to bring to the UN things like France's dirty war in Algeria. Oh, you're napalming villages. This is terrible. You're using widespread. I don't know. Can I say that? Torture. I don't know if I can say that or not. But they were doing tons of documented cases of it. They tried to bring this stuff up, but of course the UN is irrelevant there because France has a veto. That was by design. Those four countries would not have joined. It wouldn't have been created if they didn't have a way out of it. So it's ultimately, we're constrained by the rules being rigged in the first place.
Do you see a possibility of dual citizenship, citizens who are currently serving? Because France is currently having this discussion, because I think it has one of the most soldiers in the IDF currently serving. And the discussion was around when they go back to France, if there's a possibility of prosecuting them and arresting them for war crimes, right? Because I think about 4,000 French soldiers are currently in Gaza. So do you think there is a possibility that the soldiers with dual citizenships would be able to get sued when they go back to their countries? And to the person who asked me about war crimes, yes, Israel is committing multiple war crimes and has been committing war crimes since 1947. But yes, do you think there's a possibility of prosecuting those dual citizenship holders when they go back to their countries?
Yeah, it's a good one. And it makes sense that France would have the most there because France has by far the largest Jewish population in Europe. The key here is, how do you prove that in a court of law? Because for any criminal action, and war crimes are technically treated in criminal court, you have to prove that the individual on trial committed them, like that they knowingly were engaged in something. So they'd have to have information on the ground related to those specific soldiers. If they can gather good enough data that ties it to the specific people, yes, they can legally be prosecuted in France. I think what's more likely is that a civil case could be brought, because in a civil case, the bar is a little lower, and their participation in the broader architecture of occupation and the conflict and everything else could be used. But in a criminal case, the bar is a lot higher to prove something like that. So I don't know that convictions are terribly likely, but if good information can be gathered and people can actually, God, if Palestinians had the facial recognition technology the Israelis had, and they could actually see the soldiers and identify them directly, then absolutely, I'd say that prosecutions could be opened up in several countries.
Thank you. Those are my only questions. By the way, you can mod this account instead, because I'm locked out of the other account still. Because a bunch of Zionists tried to dox me, but they ended up doxing a Miriam from France, who I do not know who Miriam from France is.
Oh God.
Miriam, but they then me, so I can't get into my other account. So I'm probably going to be using this account. But thank you for, I have so many questions all the time. So thank you for my countless questions and answering all of them.
Thank you for all your help too. I love that people are modding. Honestly, if we I don't want to lose this account because all of my social media has the same handle. It's nice and simple that way. People can find me as a public figure. But if you got a bunch of like trolls that show up in these things and start mass reporting shit, then anything can get shut down. And I don't want to do that. So people being able to watch the chats and watch for disingenuous people, I appreciate all of that.
I have faith in all 300 people that are here today, that they're all going to be well
Oh,
behaved.
look at that.
Yeah.
Hello, 300 people.
I just want to add to the discussion you were just having with Athena on this point. I mean, for me, I feel like it's more about not encouraging, petitioning our governments to make sure that they let it be known that you're not allowed to serve in another country's army. Am I right in thinking? I mean, because as far as I'm concerned, that would be treason.
Well, it depends on the laws of the country. Some countries do fully allow multiple citizenship, some fully deny it, and the US falls into this category, we allow it by ignoring it. I mean, I know people with 3 passports. But technically, to be an American, you're not supposed to have another one there. We just don't enforce that at all, and really realistically never have. And that precedent would make it very difficult to prosecute in the US, even though technically, strictly speaking in the law, you can't do it. So no, it would very much depend upon the law in the specific country, whether it could be treated somewhere. I don't think in any case it could be treated as treason in any country unless it was a war against your own country.
Isn't it?
But it could be grounds actually for for any kind of prosecution in different ways based on the actions, and it could actually, in some cases, because some countries have an easier time doing this, in some cases it could be cause for grounds for canceling your citizenship.
Yes.
Laws vary a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
From country to country on how that can work.
Doesn't it fall into the anti-Semitic trope of Jewish people having dual loyalty, though? Because that is a trope that has persisted this whole time, which a lot of Jewish communities were anti-Zionism as well, because they felt like it would push the whole dual loyalty. And doesn't this then push that trope as well? I'm so sorry, Bless. That just came in my mind.
No. That's an interesting question, but
no, it is. One of the reasons I try to raise that when I hear things that do touch on that kind of rhetoric, just because a lot of people are very sensitive to that, and it is a historically big problem. The big difference here is that the dual loyalty trope is about the Jewish ethnic group within a country that they're loyal to, and Israel is a different country, not Jews per se. It's the way we conflate Jew and Israeli in popular use that gives it that sense. So if if I can say, okay, I accept the ethnic designation Jewish and I'm a happy Californian and an American citizen, then no one should be able to tell me I'm not an American. That would be the dual loyalty trope. But if I'm going to serve in, like, I don't know, the Australian military while I'm an American citizen, you can very much say I have a dual loyalty to 2 countries. And that's the thing. We don't treat Israel as a country like all other countries. And at the end of the day, it gets back to one of the earlier questions there. I'm blanking under Goldie, I think it was, about the kind of arguments you can sort of make about this. There's a real question of, as soon as people do that, as soon as people connect Jews and then Israeli citizenship, what they have done is explicitly acknowledge that Israel is an ethnocracy, and that Jews around the world are intimately connected to it. And that's one of the most harmful things that Israel has done to world Jewry, is make that conflation. That's the only reason that old anti-Semitic conspiracy can come up here, because it isn't important. It happens all the frickin' time. So it happens to like German Jews still. There's questions like that, but support for a country is technically a different issue. And the core of that was we have to decouple this identity. So, yeah, it's a good point though.
thank you. Morgan, How you doing? Thanks for being patient.
Oh boy, oh boy. Come on.
How are you?
Coffee, talk. You have any
Oh,
more
no,
questions?
you're next in line, Morgan.
Oh, how are you, Liam? How are you doing?
Hello, good.
B plus, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm okay. The reason I came here, I saw that guy who was here before, 2K.
Oh, yeah.
I was with him last night in another life. I was with him like for 3 hours, at least 3 hours. Liam, I hope that he didn't get you to say that, but he trying to compare the freedom fighter with the cartel.
Yeah, he was trying to. Yeah,
Yes,
I
yes.
don't go for that shit.
How can you do that?
Well, the how is easy because Republicans in the U.S. make that case constantly. The fact that it's not empirical doesn't really matter because most of our beliefs are shaped by our tribal loyalties, who we connect to, what we follow, what we listen to, and not really on evidence. So what they're hearing all the time is exactly that kind of discourse. So it makes sense. The trick is, how do you help people out of that? How do you break them out of that? Does it make sense only if you're already trapped in that particular discursive framework? But on the evidence, no, clearly it's absurd. but
I
they
can't
hear it a lot.
believe it. I mean, these people is bad people. Drugs is their business. Getting rich, unaliving people. That's their business. Those people in the Gaza Strip, all they're looking for is freedom and dignity. How can you compare the two? How can you do that? Come over here, spread your agenda, spread your lies. From last night when I was with him, I know he's getting paid for. I know.
Well,
And
I don't like to make assumptions like that. And realistically, as long as somebody is respectful in these kind of discussions, there is the possibility that you're dropping some seeds that they can follow out. That you're kind of like leaving a trail, and because people can change their own minds in any discussion or debate or however you want to look at anything like this. People generally don't change through that, but if they hear something and it makes sense and it challenges something that they already believed, it gives them a tool that they can use if they have that interest to go back and re-examine the core belief they had that made the earlier idea acceptable. And so I'm as long as it's respectable and they're not going to cause a problem, I'm always happy to let people engage that way to see, because some people really, really do change along the way.
the funny thing is the cartel is looking for their freedom. Is the cartel looking to free their country? Is the cartel looking to get out of the 17 years death camp? Is that what it is? What's the difference? Look at the difference. I mean, these guys out of his mind come over here, come with this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but what they're hearing though is the discourse of violence because of the tactics, the physical violence, and the fact that they are unknown brown people. They don't know who these are. They don't know their issues. They don't know what's going on there. It's just somebody has been telling them, be scared of these brown people who are violent. And then it all just gets squished together in the same place in their heads. So the way to deal with that is to help people make those distinctions, help people understand what are the causes, what's driving particular movements, what makes people do what they do, and separate it from the tactics. But in the spaces where people come from with those ideas. Like, again, so if this guy's a fan of like Tom Cotton, he's hearing that conflation all the time because it focuses on the violence and on the fact that they're not Americans. And that's all you really need to make that initial connection for people.
Yeah, he's trying to say, do we have a right to invade Mexico? Look at this. You see where he's coming from?
Yeah, no, I do. I'll shut that shit down. Yeah, it's nonsensical. But the truth there is, for me, from my perspective at least, is if as long as they're being respectful, I will try to shut it down as respectfully as I can and try to help them see where it is empirically false. But yeah, from my perspective and yours, it would never make sense to make the connection there.
Right.
It's absurd. But we we come from a different space. We come from a different like tribe, so to speak. We hear different things around us all the time. And if all you hear is that, I've run into tons of people in my life that grew up surrounded by nothing but the most horrifically prejudiced, provincial, racist bullshit, but they lived in a very homogenous area. Like, this is my small town. Every single person here is of European ancestry. We don't know anybody else. So as soon as you take them out of that, it's shocking to them. And as soon as you can actually get them to confront ordinary human beings who are nothing like the terrible stereotypes, oftentimes people can come out of that. It just depends upon what you're surrounded by to begin with. It can really affect the way you think.
The other thing, last night when I was with him, he was saying that how come we made embargo on Cuba? And I said to him, okay, we did make embargo on Cuba, but we did not make a siege. We did not make an open air prison. We did not make a death camp. I mean, when you embargo, you don't buy nothing from me. I don't buy nothing from you. But you're free to travel. You're free to make trade. You're free to go wherever you want. But in Gaza, that's a big difference, my friend. That's a death camp right there. You know what I'm saying? You didn't even allow potato chips to go in there. And he's gone. We pay for their water, we pay for the electric. I said, why you lie? Why you lie like this? We know you didn't pay nothing. You're cutting, Liam. You cutting. I can't hear you. You cutting.
I'm what?
Oh, you're right. Now you're good. Now you're good. I couldn't hear you before.
Oh, I was whispering to the cat because I'm tickling her. I'm literally tickling her.
Go ahead.
Cuba and Gaza are very different situations, but the embargo is actually much worse than that. I mean, we do actually interfere with a lot of their commerce with other countries. It can affect banking. Businesses that work there, it's harder for them to work with us. There's all kinds of things that it complicates them, and it's massively, massively unjust. So free Cuba too, but yeah, it's clearly worlds apart in terms of how horrific it is to ordinary people there.
Yeah, but you cannot compare embargo to siege.
Correct. Yeah.
You cannot compare embargo to blockade.
Interestingly enough, we have militarily occupied parts of Cuba. That government since '59 has been telling us to get the hell out of a territory that we seized initially when we take the territory away from Spain. We carved out a small piece and said, you're going to lease us this area and we're going to keep a base here. And we basically put that government in power, so they were fine with that. They have opposed that since '59 and want us off their sovereign territory, and we refuse to leave. So by definition, in international law, that's a military occupation. So I think more Americans should be aware of that, the fact that we are militarily occupying Cuba. It's not like it's not as simple as it often is described. But yeah, again, it's not at all comparable as an issue. It is a vastly different situation.
Still no comparison, though.
Yeah, exactly. Comparison is completely disingenuous.
Yes.
Yeah.
The last point I want to make.
People just don't know what the hell they're talking about, and the best thing you can do with that is to help them talk through it. Help them see where there's a problem with that. If people are like, "Oh, okay, well, I've never heard that before. Well, would you like some sources? I can pull some sources up for you, and then see what they do with it." With many people, they won't be able to really deal with it. A lot of us have a hard time challenging ourselves. A lot of us have a hard time challenging our ideas because maybe our entire social circle agrees with the other position. So then you're having to challenge your own identity and relation in your social circle. So it can be very, very difficult for people to break out of this, but it happens. So no matter how bad the arguments are, when somebody comes up like this, if they are respectful and don't come across like a troll, I am generally willing to try and engage and see where it's going to go. And as soon as it looks bad, then we can drop it. But he seemed respectful, at least in the interaction, and that's fine with me. Hi.
Yeah. The last point I want to say is I heard you talking about from the river to the sea.
Yep.
I don't know why everybody's taking this as offensive. Now, let me put it to you this way, as simple as this. From the river to the sea, everyone will be free. Everybody who lives on the land will be free. Whether you're Muslim, Christian, Jew, Israeli, Palestinian, will be free. What's wrong with that?
I've never heard it said that way. That's a honestly, that's an just saying everyone might be an interesting way to approach that,
Yes,
because it does obviously
yes.
include Palestinians. Palestine will be free if everyone is free to be themselves there. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't tell people they should do something like that, but it doesn't. I don't think it would cause the same problem. I think that it would be harder for those nationalists and racists to hear it in the wrong way if you said it that way. So that's interesting, at least.
Honestly, Liam, if you have a problem with this, then you do have a problem. I can guarantee you. There is
Yeah.
nothing wrong with this word whatsoever. Everybody on the land will be free. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, exactly.
Nothing.
And realistically,
That's
that's
it.
all we're talking about. We want
Yeah.
freedom for people. We want dignity for freedom. We want civil rights for people. No one should be in administrative detention. No one should have bypass roads coming through, cutting them off. No one should have walls surrounding them. Yeah, everyone should be free.
Right?
So yeah, the people who have a problem with that, and just as a general point to people, I don't think it's really profitable for people to argue against nationalists. If somebody has already committed themselves to an ethno-nationalism, you're not going to reach them. Maybe somebody in their close social circle, close family, if you spend a lot of time with them over many years, it's possible to help people that way. But in these kind of interactions, it really doesn't work that way. Focus, I think, on the people who can be swayed, who've heard these things, but they're not like super committed to it. When you're that sucked up into a nationalist narrative that you do not want anybody different from you to have rights. I mean, at the end of the day, like the people who defended Jim Crow, fuck them. I mean, there's no way to save that. If you don't think other people deserve dignity and rights, there's no way to have a profitable conversation there. Those people simply have to be opposed. But a lot of people fall somewhere in between where they hear all that, it makes sense, but they don't know. They've never been exposed to anything different. And those are the people I like trying to help.
Thank you, Liam. Thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me. Be blessed. I see you soon later. Maybe in another
Later.
life, you know me. I keep going from one life to another. I'm gonna I'm gonna leave. Maybe somebody will take my spot. So I know a lot of people is waiting. So nice
Yes.
talking to you. Nice talking to you guys, and I see you
Thanks,
soon. Thank
Morgan.
you. Thank
Lovely
you.
Catch
talking
you
to you.
later.
Thank you.
I saw a couple of comments. People are saying like the cat is the host. She kind of is. He's just chilling here. He's just chilling.
Hey, Bobby. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm
Be
good,
blessed.
thank you.
Yeah, how
Did you
you
have a
doing,
question for
Professor?
Liam?
Hey, how you doing? Be blessed. Thank you.
I'm
How you
successfully
doing,
taking the
Professor?
cat.
You okay? It's Bobby. We spoke before with, I don't know if you remember me. How's it going?
Hey, good.
Yeah, good. Good. So, yeah, I also wanted to ask you what you think. Do you think there will be a case study on this? Like, I see Israelis as something. It's not something that we've seen before, is it?
What is
On a mass scale where, because they've been indoctored from a young age, so it's the whole people have been brainwashed to believe something that's not relatively true, and a lot
what do you mean
more.
by case? Do you mean is there hope that we can change people's minds?
I don't know if you can. That's what I've been thinking. It only can happen from within. Like,
Yeah.
can
Well,
we change the people's minds?
no. People change their own minds. At the end of the day, you can't
It's
change anyone's mind,
no.
but you can make it easier. for them to
Maybe drop
change.
a
We
seed
can
or something that may grow, but I don't think it's. We had this conversation earlier with someone else that was asking it if you humanize them, but they've humanized us. How?
Bobby, do you mean that the case of, I guess, people being so indoctrinated to this level is something unique to Israel?
Yeah, are unique to the world, or is it similar to anything that we've seen?
I don't think it's especially unique in the way that people think about this and their attachment to it. Um, but it is complex because there's a really subtle interaction between a long-standing ethno-religious group all around the world and an existing nation state. And we don't really have something directly paralleling that because realistically, the Jewish diaspora is itself a very distinctive case in world history. It's very difficult to hold to some element of identity so long removed from your origins and through so many other cultural transformations and adoption of tons of foreign ideas and languages. It's very hard to maintain an identity like that. So it's a very complex problem, but it does parallel a lot of other similar issues. And when we talk about the indoctrination, when we talk about the way people view it, ultimately we're looking at the same modern forces that spread nationalist ideas and racist ideas in the first place. And as long as we put it in those terms, it gives you ways to work against it. It gives you a way to help people out of it, without actually, having to run head into the things that do make it complex or different. I think the same basic techniques work. It's just more complicated because of how a lot of people think of it. So it does take a little patience, and it does take using the right kind of language. So it's hard. But I do think that that's the case, and I know a lot of people who've changed their positions on this over time. So it does happen.
Okay.
Has there been I mean, can you give us some examples of cases in the past where people have been indoctrinated at a national level and it's been successfully reversed?
Well, gosh, I mean, look for countries that might not exist anymore, or different ways of different ways of conceiving of countries. The way that Afrikaners were raised in South Africa before the 1990s is clearly different from what they're going to get in their education systems now. It's difficult. There's still a lot of people there that are racist as hell, but it's changing. It's on its way out. Look at the way that racism has declined to some degree in the US. There's still a shitload of it here. There's still tons of places in the deep south that you just don't want to go. But in a lot of those areas, people are encountering different people, they encounter different narratives, and they don't have the same degree of hatreds and the phobias that their grandparents did. It is different. It's a slow process in terms of changing those kind of identities, but over time, you do see it. That's one of the tricks, I guess, for me, because I tend to take the longue durée in looking at. I tend to see things over long spans, but we want something a little bit easier, to look at that doesn't involve looking at things over the course of a century, because it's much more human to think that way. So it gets difficult to point to. But those are just two in more, in more modern times where you've seen some significant shifts in public opinion. The way that people live in large parts of the South today is different. Granted, again, a lot of racism there, just like there is in the rest of this country. But it has changed. And I don't think we can deny that. It's just a slow process.
Would a form of truth and reconciliation process kind of aid in expediting that? And if so, like, is that something that the general public kick off, or bearing in mind, the situation in Palestine at the moment, is it possible to kick that off now, in other words, as a
I
way
think
to kind of push the situation along?
Yeah, no, I think they're different issues. I think for the most part, ordinary people don't pay attention to that stuff. What commissions come up? Who reads that shit? Who thinks about that? Who's going to build their sense of identity out of that? Our identities form organically at a local level through our families, through our immediate social circles, through the places that we go, through our friendships. That's where the change has to happen. So it has to happen at a cultural level. And it can. Changes like that really do happen at a cultural level. Just look at, okay, so I'll give you one that's in Europe, right? A lot of younger people in Europe do have a much weaker sense of nationalism. They do identify in some ways with the European project and with wanting to be able to, hey, maybe if I can like quickly hop on the train and go, down to Italy or something, or maybe I could take a job in Spain because I speak Spanish and I could just live there and that's fine, and it wouldn't matter. Instead of thinking of countries as like very hard, like locked in borders and everyone only cares about their own, there's a more expansive sense. It's still not truly like, anti-national in any way. There's no United States of Europe kind of push. That's still just as rare a worldview in Europe as it was when Monet and Schumann were first talking about this shit. But there's a notable shift over the last 4 generations in Europe in terms of attitudes toward other Europeans. And I think that's an interesting sign of the same kind of process, but it builds up organically. It builds up because of your contacts, because we can now interact digitally with people all over the place. We can travel much more easily. It's pretty easy to hop on the train and be in another country for the weekend. So people see each other more, and it humanizes them. Pardon me. It changes their social circles in a sense. It broadens them. So I think that's the key for things like this, is the change on a personal and organic and social level. I don't think reconciliation committees have that effect because we're ultimately dealing with a cultural shift for people when we talk about these hatreds. Because while they're driven by social and political processes, they serve the interests of people in power. The way that they work, why they're so powerful, is they get written into our identities. They become a cultural issue. And cultures change slowly. Identities change slowly. And they don't change just because somebody said that this is bad and then they revealed the crimes. No one's going to care about that at the end of the day. It doesn't touch you in the same way. It has to be real. So yeah, cultures have always changed slowly.
Bobby, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, I was going to say, because I'm trying to foster to get them to, because they have to wake up and see that their reality has been a lie in a sense. And we had this debate earlier, is they've got to leave Palestine. Like I've been saying for the last I don't know, couple of weeks maybe. If you want to Israelis, that is, Zionists, if you want peace and you live in there, go pick up your sledgehammer with your community and bring the walls down. That show me action to believe you want peace. Until then, you saying peace is and living there is it doesn't make sense because you're complicit in it.
But we all tend to feel helpless in our societies, and that's a feature of modern nation states. They teach us to feel helpless so that we can't challenge it. It's the government's responsibility to put up walls or take them down. It's not our responsibility. Where people used to take much more direct responsibility for their communities and stand up and do things, we've been taught that it's not our place. So it gets harder. And that learned helplessness is one of the reasons that it's much more challenging to question our basic beliefs and identities in so many other areas. How hard is it to help? Okay, so just in terms of the evidence, the case you can make around it, if you want even a functioning market economy, like a thriving commerce market economy, capitalism is still a terrible way to do it. You can have freer trade without it. It is a horrible economic system that does not actually help anybody out of poverty. But it's very difficult to tell people that because they are raised hearing the word used in a particular way in their society as a whole, and their entire social circle uses it. And there's no easy way to get people to face, like, here, study all this stuff, study all this stuff. No one's going to do that. It has to involve like a challenge on a much wider level within whole social circles that really contradicts everything the world has been telling you for a while. And that's what you're dealing with when we deal with like nationalism, for example, or questioning the state. These are things that are taken for granted because from birth, everyone around you has been talking about it in a particular way. And the things that we hear growing up, the things that we learn earlier in life, they're very hard to unpack. Look, I mean, gosh, even okay, so again, no offense to anybody's beliefs, but religions work in a very similar way. Many people are very tolerant of other religions now, which is great. I love that. But the same people often still think mine is the only real truth and everyone else is just wrong. Because it's true, because we grew up with it or it touched us in a particular way in our identities. And it's very difficult to get past that. Once you hear it, once it's become normal for you, then everything else by definition has to be abnormal or wrong. And how do you get over that? If you can understand how difficult it is to get somebody to change their religion or their national identity or to question the economic and political system, you can see why it's hard for people to challenge how Zionism has been constructed, because that's all they hear. That's normal. And you're telling them that the world is flat. It's hard to do.
No. Yeah. It is. It's going to be a generation, I reckon. No,
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
I'm not
not.
hoping a few. That's the thing. But if the things don't change on the ground, then it's not going to get any better.
Right.
That's
It's
the thing.
if you think about, okay, so I want to take us back to a sense of hope too, because this comes up a lot as well. Like, because I don't want people to think just because things take a long time or these ideas are very difficult to challenge that it's not possible. It really depends on how you do it. If you're working within social circles, if you're working within the people around you, if you're building in your community, this is why I love talking about mutual aid societies, why I love talking about unions, why, for example, I even talk about direct action. If you can get all the people in a particular community to start changing their views, if they can come together and have their meetings face to face in a community and learn that things are different, then those same people can go out with a sledgehammer to the wall, because they will have changed. But the change has to happen on a very interpersonal level. It has to happen with people directly next to them. We can bring these issues up in things like TikTok, but this isn't going to change people's minds. But people in their social circle hearing things here and then introducing it into their conversations, that can start to change things. So our social interactions, humans have been progressively isolated from one another deliberately by modern nation states in ways that contradict millennia of human history. This is not how we've usually lived. If we get back to spending more time closer to other people in a sense, if we build a sense of a chosen tribe and these are my people and I'm going to help my people and I'm going to talk to my peeps and I'm going to share these ideas and we talk about them, then we can change as a group. So that I think is a way out for us. But getting back to like the earlier point, like truth and reconciliation committees are like very abstract. That's something else. That's some big committee talking somewhere. That's not us in a room, in a coffee shop having a conversation. The latter actually will change people's views over time. The big stuff, it doesn't have the same effect.
Yeah. And there was a question someone wanted to ask, and it's I was thinking that what do you think is going to happen to the people of Gaza in the next few months if this carries on the way it's been going?
I really don't like going there.
I know, I don't.
A lot really is going to hinge on how Egypt responds to the current push and whether something changes on the northern border. If they end up shifting gears and deciding to intervene in Lebanon instead, then they will scale back the operations in Gaza and it'll just go back to being an outdoor prison. But if they do manage to seize control of the Rafah crossing and completely encircle it themselves, which will involve taking a little bit of territory from the Strip because they'll have to have a security cordon in there, and then going back to direct control, then the way people live is going to get much, much harder. And it'll be difficult to reconstruct too. But the idea of a much more direct occupation of actually having constant boots on the ground inside the Strip is wildly unpopular inside Israel. So if this keeps going in the direction the current government is talking about without getting redirected to the north, then I think ultimately it comes down to Israelis saying enough of this shit and trying to get themselves back to the status quo. And I think that's possible. I don't think ultimately that Netanyahu can get away with what they're talking about doing, because there will be significant pushback against it. But it's really hard to predict like what'll come out of it. But none of this is going to look good. It's going to be very hard for people for a long time. Yeah, this is going to take a lot of years to rebuild.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought of something a second ago. Okay, it gets back to another question there, and also, conveniently enough, takes me back to Athena on Germany here. Okay, so think about the Nuremberg trials, right? And like the material accumulated in here, like the actual interviews, the people they talked to, the shit that people said during the process of the Nuremberg trials. Did that change minds? 10 years after the war, in 1955, opinion polls in Germany showed exactly the same 1/3 of the population still supporting Hitler. It made no difference at all. Revealing all of the crimes, revealing the death camps, revealing how evil this nationalism was, that didn't change anything. What can change things is people talking to each other over time. So like the big stuff, it's important to do. It's good to do because we need the evidence, especially for people like me. I need the evidence so I can work on this stuff. Like we need to learn these things, but it's not how societies as a whole really change their attitudes. So truth and reconciliation committees are great, but they don't serve the same purpose. Getting back to that other question here, and I think the German example is.
Yeah.
What is the book?
This is just the Nuremberg interviews. This is a collection of there was an American psychiatrist involved in this that actually spoke to tons of people there, and this gathered up all that. There's a bunch of things I've got that collect material from that. This is the closest one I could reach, but it's specifically like it's an American psychiatrist talking to a bunch of like fucked up Yahtzees. And the point is just like all the things we learned from a highly publicized trial, it didn't change people. So they're good, but for a different purpose. Yeah. Anyway, the Nuremberg interviews is this book. Golden.
I'll put the book in the chat in a second, but I'd like to see if I can offer a thought on this. Just having discussions kind of over the last, gosh, I can't believe I'm about to say nearly 90 days, or has it already been 90 days? I don't know. Yeah, it's insane.
Time
I
flies.
see a shift happening week on week, whether that's as a result of people having offline discussions and they're seeing a pattern in certain things, or they're arriving at a point where they have a new understanding. It feels like as if the conversation is moving in new levels each week that I'm having discussions with people who are pro-Palestinian or pro-Israeli and so on. Now, one of the things that I've noticed this week is that there is two talking points that we're hearing. One, it seems like the overarching discussion is, well, why don't you as pro-Palestinians tell H group to put their pew-pews down? So putting it on us to be able to change the narrative as almost a plea, but it's actually often set as a challenge. The other thing that we're hearing is this aspect of almost like pro-Israelis feeling a little bit defeated and concerned for their public image.
Yeah.
And I think that is an interesting development, because because of so much awareness, because of the amount of time people are seeing and what's going on, like with their own eyes, often almost unfiltered, it's getting people to realize, maybe I didn't know what was going on. Maybe I only heard one side of the story, and they're able to deconstruct things a bit better now than they could have done before. So I wonder if that is also goes to what Bobby was saying about getting people to wake up, is that, or if there is this kind of I want to say this, but without, and be sensitive to people as well. But if there feels like as if there is a heightened awareness of the fact that Israelis do exist, and Israelis live in a state where they do have some of that privilege, and because they have some of that privilege of being able to exist whilst Palestinians don't, or exist in safety while Palestinians don't, then is there a duty on them to challenge their government, and how can we encourage that? And if that means that we are, there is this, like, everybody's out there with their placard and making them aware, actually, we not only don't support what Israel's doing, we are actually asking you to do something. So we're asking you to also be aware and be able to challenge what's going on. And that, I think, has been a very interesting change that I've been seeing, that knee-jerk, no, Israel, what's it called, Israel high kind of response isn't always coming at you. There is a pause now, which I find quite interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. And I think some of that will be building up because of these organic conversations. I think a lot of people who do want to support Israel are having to confront some of these issues and have to talk about them. And that does open up certain possibilities. There is something really important about things like agitprop or teach-ins and things like this, getting information out there, because the more information that's out there and available, the more chance there is that somebody will pick it up, hear something, and then introduce it into the conversations in their social circle. And if it starts to give them a little bit of pause, and I think certainly there's been a lot of the reason that they tend to focus, and this gets back to some other earlier questions there, when people try to immediately take it to anti-Semitism, the reason that they do that is there's several aspects to it, but one of them really is as a way of avoiding having to really deal with this stuff, having to really think about what's going on, and it gives you a kind of like a good knee-jerk out from it. But the more we make it difficult to make that case, the better. But at the same time, that's only works as long as people on our side aren't falling for or using explicitly anti-Semitic language, which, and I know I've ruffled some feathers on this in the last couple of months, but I'm trying to get people to at least drop certain ways of talking about things, because it plays into their hands and it makes it harder to get people to change. You want them to be open to this information. And if you give people a way to respond defensively, they don't get to turn those eyes inward. But I think that a lot of people have been doing a really good job of that. A lot of people have actually helped to avoid that. They have focused on positive stuff. They have tried to clarify points in very respectful manners. And so a lot of these discussions that happen in forums like this really do help. So in the long run, yeah, I think people will be taking things from this into their own social circles and having those conversations. But nothing like this changes very fast. But I think it is having an effect. So it's, again, one of the reasons I'm willing to contribute whatever I can to it. I mean, if I thought this was completely hopeless and it was just it's just masturbatory, we're just wasting time in a giant circle jerk with our own feelings, what would be the point, really? The point is to like help to change the narrative, help to change the conversations in productive ways that can really change things and actually help the Palestinians. So I definitely believe that change is happening and can happen.
I would love to mention something that happened on TikTok here. I don't know if some of the community might be happy with me asking you this, but I'm just going to tell you what happened. There's a pro-Israeli, pro-Zionist that comes on here. He turned around and said he's been paid by the Israeli government to spread this propaganda. So he done a live, like you see him talking, saying this, I want my money. And so everyone recorded it, obviously. So some Palestinians come up to him and said, we'll give you some money for the information. So I don't know why, like for 10 years worth of information or something. So now they've got screenshots of these messages. Like, I don't understand where we've got him recorded saying this. Like, they pay me to spread this propaganda. And I'm trying to get my head around it. I'm trying to think what their motive was in the end, because they've just got screenshots of someone saying, just a random guy saying he'll give them money for information. But we've got them sitting there saying, I get paid to spread this propaganda. Like, I'm a bit confused in what did they gain from it.
Who's the they in the
these some pro-Israelis online here on TikTok that do lives and attack us and agree to the genocide. And so this guy who works with him, that's what's meant to pay the money. He said he'll go into Gaza, get the 2.2, cook them, 30 minutes one side, 30 minutes on the other side. He likes them well done, and he'll go to the West Bank to finish the stuff off. His name's Joe NYC, if anyone knows him. Like, disgusting. It really is. And I don't know what they gained from it. I just wanted to ask you. Sorry if anyone disagrees with me asking the professor, but I'd love to, because I can't get my head around it.
Can I offer some thought?
Yeah.
honestly, please, because I'm still struggling to figure out exactly where to.
Add on. I
No,
want
it's
to give
okay.
another example of that before you
Yeah, sure.
I wanted to give another example of that because I know that one of them who did say that they were getting paid also has connections to the Likud party.
Yeah,
he
him.
has
That's what I'm
photos of
talking about.
himself. Okay. And then
Him, exactly him.
a third person who's also like that. Like, the ones who supposedly are getting paid are the ones who are also the most unhinged. He literally said something along the lines of like putting Palestinians in like a meat grinder and making hot dog out of them or something like that. Like, they're the ones who are the most unhinged in these conversations. But I'd love to hear your thoughts, Blessed.
I would find them probably the least likely actually to being paid, because as unhinged as that government is, it still has to go through a bureaucracy to approve things like that, and that's genuinely harmful to their perspective, to their image in the world. And they do care to some degree. They do have a history of paying people to spread messages. A lot of countries do that. I mean, the US does it, the Russians do it, the Chinese do it. A lot of people do this. You know, there's nothing particularly unusual about sowing information out there. But paying somebody to go out there and talk about meat grinders, I don't think that serves anybody's interest, really. I think that's a person who gets a high on edginess. I've run into a lot of genuinely horrifying human beings in some internet groups because I have a long-running project studying the far right and neo-fascist, hard right libertarian type movements, like little really fringe groups. And within some of these groups, there are some people that hold the perspectives less strongly, but express themselves in massively over the top ways because they get a high off of provoking people. So it's a particular emotional issue for some people. I think that there, some of the pro-Israeli voices that you hear out there are people doing the same thing. It's just edgelord trolling bullshit, because they do get something out of that on a emotional level. I mean, it's kind of makes them awful in a way, but I mean, it does. They do exist.
Are you
So I would think that it's a different issue between like the paid propagandists and the people saying that kind of like really sick shit.
Kyle, you wanted to add something to it? Kyle?
Yeah, I was just kidding, asking the professor, are you suggesting that the right wingers troll? That's unheard of. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they get
yeah,
mad.
some do. Yeah, I mean, but even a lot of people who do kind of like trolling bullshit, they really do still believe the ideas. They're really into that kind of stuff. There are some people though that there's an extreme in it, and what they're getting off on is just how bad this sounds, just how much they're trying to trigger you. So yeah, some of that extreme stuff there. This is just like one of a bazillion cases where it falls into that kind of like, meme wars, internet kind of shit where you just want to, push people over the edge. I mean, I don't know that people like that are really worth your time, honestly, either.
So I just want to remind people that organizations like Cambridge Analytica exist, and it's clear that there are, ways and means for people to try and make sure that they utilize the tools that we use every day. We spend a lot of time and energy on social media, whether it's, here on Twitter, whether it is, Instagram, Facebook, all of those things. So from a tool perspective, there are people who are on this app and see it as a communication channel. Now, I'm going to put forward two possible theories. So there are agencies that you have, or people who create quote unquote agencies, formal and informal, who try and find individuals that have high levels of engagement on TikTok, which then get gifted and then earn money, and then they take a commission out of that. Early on, you'll find that these agencies identify people who have that high level of engagement. We're coming up to an election year. There's going to be a lot of talk around politics. So you're going to find that those kinds of people are going to be interesting for these quote unquote agency type people, or people will take it upon themselves and say, oh, we're going to be an agency and these are the things that we're going to focus on. And whatever money we earn from TikTok, then the agency will take its commission and so on, and that's got big money. So it makes sense then that you can rage farm, that you create these lives, or you create content that is just on the edge, where you're on the edge of you not getting banned, but at the same time just enough to keep riling people up so that they continue to engage. So that's one possible theory, and it's very possible that NYC is part of that. The other is that people actually are getting paid to be able to do this. Now, to be paid to do it doesn't necessarily mean it is straight out of the government's coffers. There are, think tanks. There are, organizations that have their own agenda, whether it comes to just preserving an image and so on. And those organizations often have deep pockets. So they're willing to say, okay, we'll hire some freelancers in order to be able to do this. And if they come in and stir things up, then brilliant, because it means that even though it's not a direct contribution to our bottom line, it does have some aspect of relation, and therefore we're willing to put it towards that. We're willing to put a big marketing budget, and you'll be surprised, these organizations do have big marketing budgets. So it is very possible that the individual we're talking about was supposed to be paid. Sounds to me, however, that there are a lot of people who have a lot of energy but don't seem to know a thing or two about how to write a contract, because the first thing you do is you make sure somebody's on an NDA. So if the person's on an NDA, he should have never spoken. You just pull him into court. And if you didn't put him in an NDA, then it just shows how shoddy your operation is. So yeah, I don't know if any of that helps, but I
Okay,
thought it was
I'm
quite
gonna
funny that
drop.
he spoke.
Oh, sorry. I just want to say I'm gonna drop. I'm not gonna like hog on the space so that the space can be left for somebody new. I bet there are many people in the requests. But
Yeah,
Liam,
it's getting that way today.
as per usual, Liam, I genuinely appreciate you as just an individual, as a human being, but also for all the emotional and educational labor you do. So thank you very much for hosting these lives. Blessed, I've missed you as well. Thank you very much. Well, not thank you, but like, thank you for
Good
moderating.
to see you here again.
And Bobby, Achi, like,
I love you.
I love
Yeah,
you too,
don't.
Bobby.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just we'll
yeah.
talk later.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll talk later. You literally
cool.
have like 200 accounts, and I follow every
I
new
do.
Bobby account every second day. But
Unfortunately,
I love you, Bobby Achi. So
take
I'm gonna
care.
go, everybody. Bye. Have
See
a
you
nice
soon.
evening. Yeah.
Bye
Good
bye.
night. Have a nice day. Bye.
Take
It's
care.
good to see all
No,
the regulars coming through.
If anyone's interested, I mean, there's a bunch of others like this on it. But if anyone's interested in things kind of like, like the trolling type shit,
now you
this is
might be. You know what?
this is a journalist
Um,
going into those groups and trying to like see what people are really like. This is more like just a general like a history of the way that these extreme views circulate in these communities. They create you know essentially a kind of like horrific agitprop, and it spreads around if it's catchy enough. And then this, I mean, I still love the title of this book. It's freaking hilarious. But the way some of these communities work is pretty kind of crazy. But
Good God, I've not heard the word normies in such a long time.
yeah,
Oof.
yeah. Yeah, I have spent way too much time in places that I don't like being, but again, I've been collecting. I mean, I have to have tens of thousands of screenshots of the most horrific shit by this point. I couldn't even tell you how much there is at this point. But it's, for me, what I was trying to study is the political psychology behind the rhetoric. More like, how do certain things catch on with people? Why does it become a part of their identity and so important for them? How do you pass that stuff around? Like, what's driving people to do that is just fascinating to me. So, yeah. Anyway, but I think there's a mix in this issue here between people who actually are paid by NGOs and states and whatnot to spread, propaganda, and people who do it on their own because they get a high out of it. Oh, the first book was Culture Warriors. It's Talia Levin. She's like this little tiny Jewish lady, and she created like all these fake profiles of like tall blonde Aryan women, and went into these far right groups to kind of like gonna get them hitting on her in order to get like them to say the most horrific shit because they're trying to like get with somebody that they think is on their side. So anyway, that one's a more personal account. Meme Wars is a much more scholarly view of the whole process. But anyway, there's other things like that here too. Anyway, so back to our regular. Oh, actually, I'm gonna get a drink too.
I was just going to ask, did you get a chance to get a drink?
Well, yeah, I think my cacao is about dead, so I should probably throw something into here. So if this is a good time, I'll do that.
Yeah, no, good time to do it. Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Ruby. Excuse me, man.
Yeah, so thanks for everybody for being patient. We will try and make sure that we get through to everybody, and also the people who are requesting. It's not being ignored, it's just letting people up, as they request. If I can ask you all, if you're not already following Liam, because I know this is not his regular time slot, that you please hit the follow. And I haven't forgotten about the ICJ question. I will come back to that, I promise. If you are following, then if you can hit the yellow heart, please, just because it means that it continues to keep the live as active, and you as people who are active and haven't fallen asleep like I've done a couple of times over the last few days. So yeah, if you could do that, please. And yeah, feel free to share it with anybody who you think would be interested in the live. But yeah, it's good to see some of you guys. Good to see people like Bobby, who I see a lot. Some regulars that obviously we have, like Stephen, but also new faces. Bobby, this is the first time you've been on Liam's live, right?
Yes, but I've had a three-way conversation with Liam a couple of weeks ago.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
on his live.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's this Friday lives are always really useful because I think for a lot of people it allows them to ask questions that sometimes we hear so often, and then it's like, oh, actually, that's not historically correct, and this is the historic, fact of the situation. So it's always good to have this opportunity to clear things up and uh, you know go beyond the slam dunks that you sometimes hear on debates and stuff in order to have historical context. But
Mm,
yes, he is a historian of ideas, absolutely.
yeah, that is. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
How long has Liam been doing these? What do we call these? Just a
So
lot.
he specifically calls them office hours with the mad professor. Some of them
Okay.
do end up on YouTube as well. So it's always worth checking them out to see kind of some of the older editions of these because he does upload them. Often when they first started, it was just a question and answer and discussions that veer off from those question and answer. Sometimes we do have a very focused discussion. So there's one that's coming up, I want to say next week, with regards to South Asia. So looking at Kashmir, Pakistan, India, and what's happening there, and if the correlations or the similarities between that and Palestine and Israel, which I think is an interesting way of being able to view this. But yeah, office hours with the mad professor.
Interesting. And how long you guys been doing this, roughly?
Oof, I want to say probably now, maybe the full 80 days. I want to say not every day, but
About
it's
3
been every
months.
Friday. Yes.
Okay. I came across Liam like a week or two ago. I just followed this one guy. He said something. I'm sure everybody's experienced this. You're scrolling through your FYP and just some idiot saying something about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So I happened to come across this one guy who says something intelligent. So go to his page and he says, "Hey, having a live tonight, blah, blah, blah." Okay, I'll go check it out. And it was a very good conversation. His name was Chip. That's really all I
Yes,
know
yes,
about.
yes,
He's
yes,
a bright guy.
yes.
And he and Liam had like a Q&A. So I think I've seen now, I guess this is probably the fourth, maybe fourth and the fourth live I've seen of Liam. But this is my third participation. Do I get a participation trophy at this point, or?
Well, yeah, you do. It just means that I'll recognize you every time you come through.
Oh,
So you'll get a genuine hello of like, hey, how you doing?
all right,
How's
that's
life
all I
going?
want.
Yeah, and I think I was sad to have missed the live with Chip, but I hear good
Yeah, it was
things.
pretty good. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that's how I found out about Liam, and yeah, just uh, what I like about this particular content creator compared with others is that a lot of content creators talk about substantive issues, but I don't know, being able to with this panel, this setup, it's nice we can talk about issues I think a little bit more nuanced and get to the bottom, the truth of like the foundations of some of these issues. And just to be able to discuss them in an intellectual capacity is so it's like a breath of fresh air. It's not just the normative. I like a little bit more nuanced conversations. So that's why I'm always drawn in here. So
Oh, well, good. Always good to see regular people keep coming back because I think it just shows that there is still a lot of value. But yeah, we're always pleased that Liam is able to do these lives, and as
right.
long as he's going to do them, then I think there will be an audience because, yeah.
I'm sure this is going to have an effect on the collective dialogue among, it's got to have a ripple effect, not just Liam, the whole, if we just look at TikTok alone and the place and effect of TikTok and just the controversy and the division that it is creating, yes, but also the awareness that it's spreading. I mentioned this to him last night. I think it's a shitty time we're living in, but it's also a really interesting time too. If you kind of take a step back, look at it from outside the box. It's really,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I'm gonna go to, I think Aisha was next. Bobby, I'm gonna drop you down. Do request again if
That's fine.
you want to come back up.
Thanks for having me up.
No problem. Thanks,
Really
Bobby.
appreciate it.
All right.
See you later, Liam. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Aisha, are you still there with us? Hey, thanks for being patient.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, can you hear us? Your line seems to be
Yes, I can
skipping.
hear. Wait, you can hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I've actually got 3 questions, but I would like to make a disclaimer because I find on TikTok if you say something, people jump at you.
No, we'll try and be as patient as the question will allow us, but I might have to limit you to. All right, let's see how you get on with the first one, and then we'll go from there because there's a long queue today.
Okay, my disclaimer, because I'm confused about this topic. I'm not asking for people to be racist to Jews, but I have been struggling with this question. So my question is, what is the difference between what is it called? White supremacy and Jewish supremacy, like Jewish supremacy. Because from what I've heard, people say that you can't be racist towards white people because there's a system that's been set up to benefit them, but you can be racist towards Jews, even though there's also a system that's been set up to benefit them too through religion. Both of them were set up through religion. And my issue is because a lot of Palestinians say that they can't distinguish the difference between their oppressor but slaves also in in America, they never distinguished their oppressor from the religion that was used to oppress them. So when Jews say that it seems like you can, as a Jew, there is concession given to you to say but a white person, there is no concession. You know what I'm saying? What is the difference? Is Zionism less oppressive than white supremacy? What's the difference?
I'm not sure. We'll try. There's a couple of things that occur to me here, and we can see where that goes and try to clarify what you're actually after here. One thing I'll say right off the bat is it's not actually very productive to think of Judaism as a religion in this kind of context, because historically it was never thought of as a religion. We talk about it more as a religion only in a modern sense when we're talking about religions as a whole. But Jews are Jews regardless of what they believe. And that's always been the case. So it is distinct in that sense. There's in the Israeli context, Jewish supremacy functions exactly the same way white supremacy does, because in that context, everything has been set up structurally to advantage them as a ethnic group. They have a distinct advantage over other people. So it works exactly the same way as white supremacy does in the US, or ethnic German supremacy would work in a German context. I mean, it's functionally identical. So there's no real difference there. Where it gets weird is that Jewish supremacy really only makes sense in an Israeli context, which is why some of the settler population, the religious Zionist population, have been able to advance some of the most horrific ideas and theories that make no fucking sense in the wider history of Judaism, but only make sense there because of those structural factors. But that kind of ideal, like Jewish supremacy, means literally nothing in California. Jews are just people, and hell, in the U.S. context, Jews are literally considered legally white. So there's no distinction there in the U.S. It's so here Jews benefit from white supremacy, although they didn't used to. That actually is a point I had to correct somebody on. I think just I don't know yesterday or the day before. I think it was in somebody else's live yesterday, because the foundation of the ADL is a little problematic. The way that the organization works today often advances explicitly far-right, ethno-nationalist, and really racist fucking ideals. But when it was founded in 1913, Jews weren't white and were subject to a massive amount of discrimination, and the person they got in to try and defend was literally lynched. He was broken out and murdered, and most scholars actually think he was innocent of the charges because Jews were treated in racist ways in the same way that, Roma and, African Americans were treated as not white, as a distinct alien other presence. That's 1913, though. Things have changed for Jews in the U.S., so now Jews generally benefit from white supremacy in a way that they wouldn't have 100 years ago. But the Israeli context is completely different, and I think that might be where we need to get back for your question, because there it is functionally identical to white supremacy in terms of a structural advantage.
Wow. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, because that's why I was confused. The whole you can be anti-Semitic, but you can't be white, but you can't be white, and I mean you can't be racist to white people, but you can be anti-Semitic. That's the only issue I had. I was confused why.
Yeah, that one, there's a subtle shift on this, and honestly, I sometimes find some of that liberal discourse problematic rhetorically, even though I get where they're coming from, because anybody can be prejudiced. And there are plenty of people who, within their social context, can be prejudiced toward people of European origin. It's not terribly common. It does exist. And technically, racism as a word only refers to prejudice along those ethnic lines. So technically, you could be racist towards quote-unquote white people. Where it's problematic as a term is that there's a massive systemic power imbalance, so the kind of prejudice somebody might hold there is literally irrelevant. Like, who the fuck cares what you think, because it isn't actually changing the world around you. It's not shifting the laws to your advantage. So it's, when people are critiquing that in that way, they're talking about the structural, they're talking about systemic racism and structural racism, not, strictly speaking, prejudice. So it's one of those places, and English is crazy like this, individual words can have different meanings in very different contexts. So racism can mean two very different things depending on what you're actually talking about. And that's where it gets complicated there when we talk about, racism against white people. It's rare, but it does exist, But that's just because humans can be dicks to each other. But it's generally irrelevant because it has no effect on anybody.
So
my second... Yeah,
before we move on to this, if you don't mind, Aisha, there was a question in the comments where somebody said, so if they converted to Judaism, would that make them a Jew or not?
Well,
and in that case, how do they fit into the discussion we were just having about racial identity and superiority and supremacy and all of that?
In many ways, identities are chosen. So if somebody moves to the United States, they can become an American. And oftentimes, immigrants are some of the most patriotic people you ever meet because they identify very fully with where they are. I love being an American. I'm going to slap an American flag on my car, blah, blah, blah. You're thinking, I'm an American. It works the same way, in that way. Somebody can choose to join that Jewish tribe and convert. And in that sense, they are considered Jews. The only distinction there is that, like every other human on the planet, every other group of humans, some Jews are dicks about that sort of thing. So many Haredi groups only acknowledge conversions done by them. So if it's done by a recognized Orthodox authority, they'll call you a Jew. Otherwise, they won't. But that's not even true for all of the ultra-Orthodox. Some of them have that kind of view. It can be contentious in the community. But strictly speaking, in Jewish law, in halakha, a convert is no longer a convert once the process is done. They are a Jew, and they're a Jew for the rest of their life, no matter what they do. It adds you to that community. And in terms of the individual identity way, it works the same way you can join any other, tribe or identity in the world. People do shift their identities and take on new identities. It works the same way that way. What are you talking about, this dog?
How about my second question is, how come I don't find that they identify themselves as Hebrew? Like what, it seems like it's just reduced to a language. Because when I talk to a lot of Jews, they say that they come from the son of Jacob, Judah. So when did a Jew become ethnicity? Like if they became an ethnicity through Judah, what is the other ethnicity of the other 11 sons? Like what happened to the Hebrew ethnicity?
They're okay. So don't go back to the sons thing, because the whole 12 tribes is largely mythical. There were originally breakdowns of different closely related populations, and in hindsight, that's kind of how they're understood and how it ends up in the book. Because humans, having some similarities and differences, do tend to associate with a particular tribal identity, and the entire Canaanite cultural context is extremely complex. Just thinking of like the archaeology and history of it. All of these people, like the ancestors of Palestinians and Lebanese, are the same people who are the ancestors of the Jews. It's a single large complex of Canaanite cultures, evolving slight variations in the language, because that's what happens is somebody moves 10 miles down the road, your language starts to diverge. And over time, different identities develop. What we end up with in the Bible is a very specific narrative written for a specific state at a particular time when it becomes canonized, and it reflects their political positions and how they had to understand it. So there are many elements of the biblical narrative that are historical and many elements that are explicitly nationalist mythology because it fit the particular context of the time. And that's literally true for all scriptures. I don't know why people look at some of these fundamentally differently from, say, like, I don't know, the Norse sagas. There are historical elements in those, and there's also a lot of myth. That's kind of how this works. The identity that develops around Jews and Judaism and whether it becomes an ethnicity, the exact when of that is hard, but it's really at the point where it has fully distinguished itself from its surroundings. And that takes a long time because, there's a little puppy. Is that like a dachshund or something? Oh, no. What is that? Like a
Corgi.
Corgi. That was I was like, what's the very small, like, Sheltie or something? Like not a collie. It's like a collie with a corgi. Like really tiny collies, I guess for me. Yeah, corgis. They're cute. Queen Elizabeth had those, didn't she?
She does, yeah.
That was. I wonder who inherited those. But anyway, where was I? Okay, so when it becomes an ethnic identity, the key here is over time you're beginning to diverge from your neighbors. So you're abandoning we don't eat pork anymore, but they still do. Like you're starting to diverge a bit culturally. Once you have a distinct cultural identity, you can talk about it as an ethnic group. Where it becomes recognizably the Jewish ethnicity is really only in the post-exilic period, so about 2,500 years ago or so, after the Persian contact, because that's where the text really comes together. It's where the biblical narrative starts finally, okay, we're going to take all these elements here, we're going to lock this in, because there's an editing process where you're taking together different elements from earlier texts. And you can really see this if you really know the language well, where the pieces come from. But they assemble a narrative that fits, and they use it to structure a sense of self and their relationship to Judah. So that process goes back about 2,500 years. But there's a lot before that as it slowly builds up and accretes. But there's been a consistent Jewish identity since that point. Yeah, it's not just the language. It's not like Hebrews. Although, interestingly enough, I like that you mentioned that, not calling them Hebrews. I wish more people did. Some people do. Like I've got a number of books, even in the modern period, talking about Hebrew nationalism and things like that, trying to find other ways of conceiving of this. But a lot of early Zionists were trying to create new Hebrews, because for them, the word Jew was associated with all of the prejudice against the religious customs because of the Christian anti-Judaism. Right? So they didn't like the idea of calling themselves Jews because it made people think of that fight with Christians over identity, and all the pogroms and everything that came from that. So people were consciously arguing to try and create a Hebrew sensibility that lost in the long run. And I think this probably wraps up where you were going with the question. The main reason that we don't use Hebrew in this sense ethnically is because the Israeli state, when it formed, wanted to connect itself to all the world's Jews and get people in the diaspora to identify themselves with that nationalist project. So by saying it is a Jewish state for Jews, then you can get people who live in Canada to think that it's somehow a part of your life as well, even though you may never go there. That was a very conscious decision that the Zionist movement made, when they're talking about this in the 30s and 40s and trying to figure out what are they going to call their country, what are they going to call their project, and all this is very much up in the air. They didn't start this knowing what they were going to call the country. They didn't start this knowing what they were going to call themselves. They ended on that for some very specific reasons. Sorry, that was a long-winded answer.
Because I try to ask. Yeah, I get it, because I tried to ask a few Zionists on their lives, and then they were saying a Jew is a Jew, don't ask questions, and blocked me. So I never got that answer.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, what makes somebody a Jew is actually fairly complicated in some ways, because there is argument within the community over it, but at the end of the day, there's a very simple process for conversion to it, and people are Jews because they're born to a Jewish mother or they converted, one or the other, and that's that. And it is an ethnic identity that has held itself together despite being scattered around the world and, partly assimilating in tons of different places. There's a handful of things that set you apart in terms of the way you structure your lifestyle, the way you think about things that make you Jewish still. But connecting that to Israel was a very deliberate decision by the Zionists. So it did become more about Jews and the Jewish ethnic identity than it became about their new Hebrew model, which was discussed much more widely in early Zionist literature, where they were consciously rejecting what Europeans called Jews. We don't want to be those Jews. And actually, you can look at the way some people responded to the Yazis. They're like, oh, those people are going to get what they deserve because they didn't become good nationalists like me. They're not new Hebrews. They're those old Jews. So there were plenty of people in the Zionist movement who for a while used the word Jew in a pejorative sense. But that has long since ceased to be the case, largely because of what Israel wanted to do, making that connection between them. So,
thank you. That makes total sense. My last question.
I'm glad it makes sense, because I do ramble a bit, but I'm glad I can make sense for some people.
Because I've never gotten an answer for that. It's always block, block, block. So I'm glad I came across you. And my last question is, because I try and speak about the Palestinian situations towards my friends, but I find that the ones that are less receptive are white friends. They don't seem to care, and I'm not sure why, because it seems like a majority thing, but a minority will talk about it. Is it like, because when I bring up the topic, they say, because one of my ex-friends, we were talking about Palestine, she was saying that she wasn't convinced that there's a genocide, even though she's seen evidence of it. She's saying it isn't real. So when I asked her why, she told me because of her Jewish friend told her so, and her Jewish friend said, we locked these psychopaths up in Gaza, and they should be grateful we didn't unalive them. And I didn't know how to respond to that. And I was telling her, your friend is a Zionist. That's pretty, like, she's being racist in what she's saying. And she's saying that's not racism. What you're saying is racist towards her by calling her a racist. And then when I try to bring up Palestine much more to my friends, they'd be like, they'll tell me you're being obsessive with this topic. It doesn't matter why you're being obsessive. And then they would talk about issues that had no connection. They'd tell me like, did you know that white people were oppressed during the Arab slave trade much more than black people were ever oppressed in slavery?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard all of those arguments, and I've had arguments with people like that. What you're dealing with is somebody who has grown up privileged by white supremacy and has adopted a lot of its perspectives. And it's often difficult for people to see beyond that. it's really just a matter of being trapped inside particular discursive frameworks. You grow up surrounded by certain ideas, you're exposed to certain ideas, and what they do is they sketch out the boundaries of the knowable, what makes sense, what I can understand as real and true to me. And in that case, it is shaped by those historic power relations that advantaged a particular group. So they have a hard time seeing beyond that. There are plenty of people who manage to unfuck themselves from that, but it's difficult to do. And if you look at the support for, like they take the U.S. example, for the kind of racist nationalist politics, look at the far, far, far more white men support the Republican Party than not. Most white men agree with the kind of shit that Trump says because that's their social circle and that's what they've been exposed to and that's what they've benefited by. And it's very difficult to think beyond that. You have to really be exposed to a completely different way of thinking and take it in a way that can help you to change yourself. Realistically, whiteness is a trap that has fucked white people. It's bullshit. It's literally a lie that was invented to control poor people. And it has done a fantastic job of maintaining the control of the oligarchy ever since. But in a sense, these racist assholes are victims of the ideas that they're regurgitating, but it's very difficult to get beyond that. And once they're trapped in there, they end up victimizing other people and harming other people in order to maintain that privilege because it's tied to their sense of identity and ego. So all the things you're hitting there, though, those are all things that circulate in white supremacist circles, like Irish slavery, for example, too. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of things that go around there that all help them to counter the resistance narratives that other people have presented to the idea that they have taken in, that white supremacist narrative. And the hard thing that you need to help them do, right? And this is very tricky, but what people have to do is abandon the concept of whiteness. They have to stop thinking of themselves as benefiting from this in some ways, as being a part of their identity, because it's literally invented. It was made up. I mean, you look back at, you go back to like 17th century Virginia colony, and a whole bunch of the early African slaves and the white indentures, they worked together because they both realized they were getting their clock cleaned by all the power elites, that they were never going to get ahead. They were not going to get the land. Only the rich people would. And they worked together and rebelled against the system. In the aftermath, a whole bunch of racist laws showed up and they started trying to separate people. And that has proceeded ever since. Every time you see solidarity building up among groups like that, look back at the late 19th century, there was a really big like left populist movement in the U.S., like the People's Party, and the progressive movement that was trying to get a whole bunch of like poor black and poor white people to work together to change shit. And that late 19th century movement was such a threat that that's where the Jim Crow laws came in. That's why they started building Confederate monuments. Look at when they built them. They didn't build the Confederate monuments in the 1870s right away. They started building them in the 1890s. Because they were countering a black-white working class solidarity movement, and they wanted to make white people feel different. Because that feeling advantages the ruling class. If that makes sense. But all I'm trying to say is, like, we get sucked into this and it's very difficult to get out. And it's been going, it's many centuries old by this point. So they hear all this stuff in their social circles, and it's difficult for them to think beyond that. I wouldn't spend time trying to convince anybody that has fallen for a lot of white supremacist narratives to care about Palestinians, because it's kind of outside of their discursive frame. You have to start much more basically and help them to deprogram their knee-jerk racism in their own society first, and then you can see the humanity of other people, I think.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Aisha. Before we move too far away from the previous question that Aisha asked, there's a question from the chat that says, are Christians and Muslims also considered ethno-religions because of, for example, Italian Catholics, Egyptian Coptics, Bosniak Muslims? Would that be considered a ethno-religion?
Some are. Some sects in Islam and some sects in Christianity develop an ethnic identity tied to it. So say Assyrian Christians, Chaldean Christians, Armenian Christians, where the Armenian Apostolic Church becomes a significant part of their actual identity. So in some cases, yes, but explicitly, Islam and Christianity are universalistic faiths that deny the separation between peoples. Their religion's intended for all of humanity. It's in their very earliest founding documents, the idea that everyone is welcome to join this religion, everyone should join this religion is for the world, and all these distinctions between nations are bullshit. They both explicitly took anti-racist, anti-nationalist views in their scriptures. But that hasn't stopped people from turning them into ethnic identities. You can see that to some degree in the concept of whiteness in the US, particularly with people who fell in with groups like the Klan, because the Klan was an explicitly Christian organization advancing a white supremacist theology. And that gave them an ethnic sense of self, of whiteness that was tied to their Christianity that was very difficult to break down. So for them, the Christianity matters. But all Christians wouldn't be part of their ethnic identity. So you can't ally with some Black Baptist church. That wouldn't work for them. You see, so it's not the religions. Christianity is not an ethnic religion, nor is Islam. Both of them are explicitly universalistic faiths, where things like Judaism and Zoroastrianism are explicitly tribal faiths for a particular group of people. But individual groups can form a national identity that includes that religion. Copts have done that to some degree, not as much, but yeah, like Assyrians have for sure. There's a lot of groups that have done that. Hi.
Thank you. I'm going to pass to Soul Speak. Soul Speak, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. It's your turn with the question.
Okay, awesome. So, Liam, I actually have two questions. One, not to go all the way back to the beginning of the live, but we were talking about the slogan, from the river to the sea. And a part of me sometimes when I think of it as someone who is an Arab American, I'm also half Palestinian and half Lebanese. When I hear it and then I see the politics behind it, I understand why there is pushback. And you explaining why there is pushback also makes sense. But a part of me wonders, why does there always have to be an anti to a pro? Why, for example, the Black Lives Matter movement, that made a lot of sense. But then when you hear pushback, well, no, all lives matter, or blue lives matter, it's like, well, but those have always mattered. But maybe we've forgotten about Black lives. So maybe that's why we're bringing that to the forefront, because there's an imbalance. So when someone hears something like From the River to the Sea and thinks it's about annihilating a people, to me, that speaks more to the person hearing it that way than the person saying it.
Yeah, and it does. We completely agree there. This is why I will never criticize somebody for using the phrase, because I understand why it's said, and I don't think that people should always have to bend to and accommodate the fragile feels of people who are offended by it. But I will point out that why they are offended by it and how it ties to their identity, and that if we're trying to change views, it can still backfire a bit on us. But I totally get why people do it. I totally get why it's powerful and why it's significant. It's because you're entirely right. It says everything about the worldview of the person who's hearing it and their own nationalism and racism, their own desire for an ethno-state, and they're projecting it onto the other person. It does lay out a territory, so it falls into that trap in a sense. Oh, you mentioned a whole territory, cool. Then if you think like me, like an ethnic nationalist, then you must want to remove me from it. And they can't hear it any other way, because that's who they are. But it's not the people saying it usually. Some, not most. But yeah, you're right. It says everything about the person hearing it. So, I mean, I'm trying to take a more nuanced position where I'm saying it's totally fine to say it. It's liberatory to say it. There's a way that it's righteous to chant that. But there is a specific reason that people hear it as anti-Semitic, and if we want to get around those people, we have to at least be aware of that and understand it, so we can find ways to counter it in arguments, when people bring that up and say, "Hey, this is anti-Semitic," because it's not. But how do you counter that? Because nuh-uh isn't going to do it.
Right, exactly. And then, not to generalize, but if you look at the world and you look at white supremacy and how it started from you, a historian of ideas, I wonder sometimes, how has it not happened that, there's like black or brown supremacy? Like, were those ideas not native to, the global south? Or not native, but like innate in the global south? Like, why? I understand they felt superior because they were made to feel superior by white supremacy, but is it because white supremacy happened first, but it could have been black or brown supremacy and we would have been in the same problem, just reversed?
Who knows? That kind of counterfactual is a little difficult without trying to like define it a bit better. But there's two key parts to this that I think we need to bring up. So I apologize in advance. This again has to be a somewhat nuanced answer. On the one hand, that actually does exist. So, for example, I've got several books over here on Hindu nationalism. There are other movements out there that are essentially supremacist, right? And hell, there's even like tiny black supremacist movements in the U.S. But the distinction here and what makes them more relevant is power relations. This is why Hindu nationalism stands out in some ways, because with the BJP, they actually do gain power and they do oppress people using that in the same basic way that white supremacist discourses discriminate against people. But if a group does not have that massive structural advantage, the power over another people, then it makes no sense to develop an identity like that. Nothing pushes you in that direction. More likely, you're going to create what we call like a resistance identity, something that you look at what they're doing and you try to fashion yourself in a way, well, we're not like that. We're these different people. It pushes you in very different directions. So the short answer to it is it's the structural conditions that make white supremacy so dominant in the world. But tons of other groups can be, Chinese people can be deeply racist. Japanese people can be deeply racist. But Chinese people didn't conquer the world. When the Japanese did conquer other people, they were seriously fucking racist to them. It's the way that power connects itself to personal identities. And this is one of the reasons I'm constantly critical of nationalism as an ideology, because if you create a political identity for people that ties them to a state, it opens up the door to abuses that would not normally exist. When people's state identities had nothing to do with an ethnic group and the country didn't exist to advantage your ethnic group, they weren't as destructive to people. They didn't attack minorities. But when we started shifting in that direction, everything went to hell. And everyone is influenced by that now because of the way that the Imperial Project played out. So the Japanese, when they literally adopted the racist discourses from contact with Europeans. That's a part of modernity. Okay, cool. So modernity for them was like a package deal. So national is just something we do. Okay, cool. Next thing you know, super fucking racist in structural ways. So again, it does exist, but it's only relevant when there's power relations, because that's how it creates our identities and causes the problems, if that helps.
Yeah, that makes sense. Then you're the cool one. You're the one who's on trend.
You're part of the in-group. You're in the tribe. Right. If the state is built around your tribe, if this country is for your people, right? This is a country for people like me, right? Then you feel empowered by it, and you're going to go along with the worst shit that it wants to talk about doing, whether that's discriminating against minorities inside your country or fighting countries outside of it with people who are different from you. Mm-hmm. So it ties in. Somebody just asked a second ago, I can say quickly, like if this is recorded, there's only been one or two where there's cut a little bit out of it. It's sometimes TikTok doesn't let me get the entire thing downloaded, but most of the time it works. It's just these files get to be humongous because we ramble on for hours, so I'm downloading a 20 gig file. But they always go up to YouTube. So the first 17 of these office hours are already on YouTube. The first two look really shitty because I'm still figuring out how the fuck TikTok works. But they all get archived on YouTube, so you can always find them afterwards.
Oh, Soul Speak, I don't know if you're speaking, but if you are, it's a bit low. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
No, yeah, it was
Okay,
silent.
perfect. Well, obviously, I have so many more questions, but I'm not going to hog my space on here. I was so happy to be able to come up, and I not only do I watch all of your lives, Liam, but I sleep to them sometimes. I'm on the Eastern side, and your voice sometimes, even when I'm awake, I'm so conditioned to just relax and fall asleep to it. So it's been kind of like ASMR for me sometimes. So I do go on to YouTube so I can actually get the information. I so appreciate your time and your knowledge, and be blessed. You also have a very soothing voice too, and I appreciate the amount of control with a lot of grace that you manage these lives for Liam. I think there was a gentleman around New Year's Eve that was suggesting you cut him into little short bits, which I understand why he's saying that. You will reach more people, and I can DM you and see if I can help you with that. But I do enjoy the Liam extra long YouTube videos as well. So
yeah, there's places where people ask a really interesting question and we get a really good conversation going. Like, cool, yeah. If you could pull out like a 9-minute version of this, take this conversation out and put it out there for people to find, great. But if it's in the middle of an 8-hour video, no one's going to see it. But the amount of time it would take to, I'm not going to listen back through this stuff. I've never listened to myself, so I simply couldn't give the number of hours it would take to do that.
yeah, I hear you. But just by virtue of,
then great. Maybe we can put together an editing team and people can find good spots. And if you guys can extract good pieces, then I can write a little text to go with it and upload the video.
absolutely, I think that would be great.
Do it.
I mean, and don't get me wrong, like I think the lives are amazing too. There was one live that you were on that I was watching on YouTube, so it was after the fact, and it looked like you guys were about to tone it down. And then I think Be Blessed was saying, yeah, we're gonna stop here. And I was thinking, but there's so much more time. I wonder how they ended up ending it. And the most interesting part happened towards the end. So I thoroughly enjoyed them. So thank you so much for your time and energy. And, both of you, I think this is really an amazing space.
I really
Thank you, Soul Speak, and thank you for the kind words.
And I'm still laughing inside about the voice thing. Is and I think it's relatively common. A lot of us, I think, don't care much for the sound of our own voice. And I know it. A lot of people in my family have these rich baritones or bass voices. And mine's a little bit more nasal. And I'm always like, oh man, why didn't I get one of those cool voices? It'd be great for like doing audiobooks or something. And instead I got this. But the fact that it sounds good to you is cool. Like, okay, I appreciate that.
The cadence at which you speak is very calming. I mean, you have to admit that. I know our voices sound different to us than they do to other people, but there's no shocks in your voice. And it's just really, really soothing. So thank you, everybody. Have a good night. Be blessed. Feel free to take me down, and I look forward to continuing to listen.
No problem. Thanks again. Kyle, it's over to you.
Oh, wonderful. All right. So I was speaking with Be Blessed while you were getting your coffee or hot chocolate, whatever it was. And I was asking her, what are we calling these lives? And she, I forget the term, but this is office hours, right? Yeah, okay. Well,
the goal was to make it like, I don't know, feel a bit like I do office hours with students. It's just an open video. Like they can connect into it, they can ask questions, and where does the conversation go?
Right. So last night I joined your live. I thought it was your live, and it was that other gentleman's. So like an ass, I didn't realize you weren't the host. So I felt I don't know. Unwise for not recognizing the format and the audience of that live. So now that we've established this is office hours, you told me, hey, we'll discuss that come to my office hours or whatever. So I was like, how do I do that? What's that? How do I go about signing up for the office hours? So, but do you recall what we were discussing last night, or need a little refresher? Where we
Yeah,
left off, you and I know, dude. How long were we talking for? 8 hours?
no, honestly, it's just a memory thing. Like,
Oh,
I can talk about books that I read 20 years ago, but I have no idea what I
right.
was talking about 5 minutes ago. I
Yeah.
don't, I never remember what I say. Once I say it, it's gone.
Yeah. Well,
So,
in a
no.
nutshell, I don't even remember exactly everything we were talking about, but we were kind of going towards the nature of the state, any state, its existence, and then specifically with regards to Israel and Palestine, and ultimately finding a solution, a utilitarian solution to the problem. What's the best possible outcome for the most people? And we were addressing that. And go ahead.
Yeah, it's difficult because you bring in there's so many other factors that come into this, including the evolving attitudes of the people on the ground, the structural factors, what can they get away with, and then there's all the how do you go about it. If I was like, I don't know, God for a day and could reorganize the world, then I would have created a single state with a composite cosmopolitan identity where people could be Palestinian or Israeli, Jewish, Muslim, Christian, atheist, I don't care, but you're all sort of like willing to live in the same area because you love the same land and you're attached to the same olive trees and whatever, and it'll just work out. But the fact that the ethnic identities that have developed for Zionists and Palestinians were both developed in explicit opposition to the other. The Israeli identity was developed specifically with the idea of erasing Palestinians and creating their Jewish homeland. And Palestinian identity developed specifically as a reaction to Zionism, so it had a kind of like anti-Zionist, like Jewish nationalist element to it. And they're both aiming for their own kind of self-determination. Lots of people fall somewhere in between where they want some kind of compromise. How that works out is very difficult because it really gets to the way that people see themselves and the way they want to understand the land. I would like it if we could have essentially one land with multiple identities on it. So like, people could feel whatever they want. Like, okay, cool. You can feel you're a Jew and this is your ancient homeland. You can live there. Fine. Nobody cares. Call it whatever you want. You have your own flag, your own name, do whatever you want. But it's also Palestine. And it also has this flag and this name. And these people also get to live here and have exactly the same opposing identity. But they can coexist. That would be my ideal. And I think something like that in the long run is possible. But it involves a lot of changing here in the way people see themselves, because the identities as they were constructed in the late 19th and early 20th century were both explicitly exclusionary. So
I would agree with that.
Education has traditionally talked about, this is Palestine, it's only Palestine, you just moved here, it has to be Palestine. And Zionists have talked about it. This is ancient Israel. This is our homeland. It's only Israel, and there's no Palestinians. And when that's the core, when that's the founding tenet of the ideology, it's going to take a lot of work to slowly evolve it into something more cosmopolitan. But the cosmopolitan vision is mine, and there are several distinct methods, like ways you can structure that. But the goal ultimately is a place where people can have their own identities and live side by side.
The process, you said structure. Are you referring to the process, the methodology of going about creating that state, or something else?
I'm not sure. Again, I tend not to remember what I say from moment to moment. But I'm probably talking about like how the state will be structured, like in terms of the legal framework for it, what you call it, how it works out. Because, for example, you could have a parallel states model where there's two governments that both claim sovereignty over the same land, so there's a complex intermingling of two distinct citizenships, or you could have a confederationalist model where you can basically live on either side here and they're kind of like allied in a sense. They're like two married countries, kind of like if okay, so look at like Flanders and Wallonia in Belgium are one country, but they're two distinct regions with distinct identities, and people can go back and forth between them, but they do have a distinct identity. So you could try to divide the land up, but create a single unitary framework that links both together. Or it could be a single unitary state that has two names and two flags. But that's like three completely different structural models to achieve the same basic objective that I have.
And your objective, I'm going to assume, would be on par with mine. That we're going to try to achieve the most amount of good for the most amount of people. It's not definitely 100%. No one's going to, everyone's not going to be happy.
Yeah,
but
yeah, I heard the word utilitarian earlier. So yeah, I get what you're coming from. Yeah, exactly. Like how can you maximize the advantage? And for me, things like this, like any solution that doesn't take into account the vast diversity among those populations is going to leave out a lot of people and cause actual physical problems. Like, for example, if you were to forcibly uproot a lot of the religious Zionists, there is a civil war. It will be bloody. And in the aftermath of something like that, you're likely to get either a literal or cultural G-side out of it. That identity will be crushed. But if that identity could instead evolve to say, this is my holy land and I live here, but there are also other people. And realistically, if you can tell them, if you look back at the ancient world, at the time that Judah and Yisrael existed, it already was diverse because there were different people on that fucking land. It was never a monolithic society, ever, at any point. And that's what they're trying to create. So if you can get them to evolve their sense of self to understand that diversity is fine, that it doesn't challenge their right to live there, and that other peoples can live there just like in the biblical periods, then we could find a way to share this. Somebody's named the Canaanite in the chat. I love that. So like, yeah, why don't you just call it Canaan again? Because that was an intensely diverse territory. It had a lot of different faiths and cultures and languages speaking in exactly the same area. Yeah, I don't see why we can't get back to that, but it does involve deconstructing identity and changing it, and that's complicated.
Yeah, they're not going to do that willingly. That's going to have to be mandated. I mean, let's be pragmatic about it.
Yeah, mandated.
What are the methods?
Because you would then be talking about
forcing. I'm suggesting forcing both Palestinian and Israelis to accept one another.
Yeah.
And then there's different methods of doing that.
I'll agree there. Because at this point, I think that the current structural factors benefit the far right. The longer this goes on, the more right-wing Israel becomes. It used to have very significant cosmopolitan and communist elements in it that wanted to accept Palestinians, and they're essentially gone. Like, because the circumstances are consistently doing this. They're advantaging the right-wing narrative because the way they can play off of it. So I don't think that they can do this evolution on their own. But forcing them to get along and to create some kind of confederation, the hard work comes after that. Because the hard work will take generations to change the identities. Telling people, y'all both have to live here. Like just teaching naughty children, like, y'all gotta live here. Y'all gotta find a way to make this work, and lock the two kids in the room until they sort their shit out. Yeah. The sort the shit out, that's the hard part. And that will take a long time. And there's ways to help encourage that, to facilitate it. But that's a much bigger issue than finally getting the support internationally to force a solution.
Yeah, I think there would
outside at this point.
I think there would have to be a very how do I phrase this? A very concerted effort to willfully, perhaps on a global scale, to basically make Israel. I mean, if this is going to work, they just have to. They have to stop the retribution killings, both parties, because antithetically to each other, it's just they're pushing each other further and further apart, and this is not sustainable because ultimately there's really one of only two ways this can end. The G side and or displacement to a new territory for the Palestinians, and then the other option is what we're just discussing. How do you accomplish that? I think that what we're going to have to do, and but when I say we, I mean the U.S., but also Western powers. Uh, we may have to do what we did in Panama, and you never want to use a military option to force an outcome, especially with like we've been doing forever. Yeah, but I
well.
right. I
Yeah,
mean,
it gets very complicated, and if something like that were to be done, I think the only way to do it is a combination of military and diplomacy that is explicitly um, uh, multilateral. There would have to be a lot of countries involved. The U.S. couldn't just force this.
no, there definitely have to be a
But
coalition.
there is a way. It's at least conceivable of doing something like that. But it would have to also include a diplomatic element so that it doesn't turn into an invasion and war.
Right.
That's going to be horrifically destructive in such a tiny country. I think the dynamic here too, like the one that I mentioned, that Israel is getting consistently more right wing over time.
Yeah.
There's a similar shift on the Palestinian side, but I tend to be wary of the bringing up the whole both sides stuff too, because there's massive power imbalances. But
it's disproportional. We can all recognize that.
It's massively disproportionate. So we all can understand that. So please don't think I'm trying to say
absolutely not.
Well, if only if the H group puts down their guns, then so can blah blah. It's not that simple. But there has been a shift, and a lot of views expressed, and I can show you documents from Palestinians written in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. A lot of earlier perspectives are much more secular and cosmopolitan, much more lefty, like why can't we all get along and fight capitalism? But it's become more of a cultural issue. I mean, look at the way that the H group has declared the entire region an Islamic Waqf. That's an attempt to culturalize the issue and get people to fight for religious reasons. Most Palestinians still don't agree with things like that. Most Palestinians are secular people, regardless of their religion. They don't want that kind of state. But there are people that have been drifting farther and farther to extremes because the conflict has gone on for so long. And the longer it goes on, the more it advantages those groups and disadvantages the cosmopolitan lefty type, in the same way that it's happened in Israel. So on both sides of this fight, I don't think they can pull out of this. It's like you're caught in a steep nosedive. This plane's going down. Like you're caught.
We hit that boiling point.
Yeah, but it's going to have to be rescued by somebody else in some way. There's tons of ways that can play out, but it will require external forces to pull them out of this.
Hey, my question was actually right into this point. So, and I can't stay that much longer. So, Kyle, if you can,
go for it, dude.
if I can
I'll
just
shut
say,
up. Go. Yeah.
no,
You were next anyway,
right?
Stephen.
But if Kyle has more after this, by all means.
That's all right. Go ahead, man. I understand. Time's logistically. I'm not in any rush. I'm hanging out as long as I'm welcome.
Right. So, I mean, this has been
bear
in my
with me
head.
1 second, Stephen. Liam, I'm going to circle back. I've just got to deal with something. I'll be back. But I think you've got fairly responsible people here anyway. So I'm sure the discussion will be going quite well.
I think several people who are moderators, right? So
yes, yeah, no, there's lots of moderators in the
exactly.
chat.
I can't see all the names and keep track of who else here, but I think quite a few were here earlier.
But I'll be back.
And I'm here too. This is my other account. So
perfect. Because I was like, hold on, did I send this to the wrong person?
No. This is my other account. So
Liam,
is this one modded?
Perfect.
This one's not modded, so I don't think I can let people up and things like that. But if you mod this account, I can support. I won't. I'm not as great as Be Blessed, but I'll do my best.
You know exactly what you're doing. You're good. You're good.
The managed guest is how you bring people up or down, right? So I think I'll do that. Okay, so I think that's all of it.
Oh yes, and Nat is also very good. So if you want an extra mod, but Erica, it's Stephen, then Mish, then French, in terms of order.
Sounds great. And Liam, what is your time for this live? What is your time check for this evening?
I think my My general view of these is probably going to be, I don't care. It's fine. When you guys get bored of me and we're all tired, we'll go to sleep. But I don't have a time for Fridays because I especially I'm thinking in terms of when we get back to the full blown semester because I'm just in interterm right now. But when I'm back to all my classes, Fridays when I get home, I just want to unwind. And this is honestly quite relaxing for me. And it kind of like takes me out of all the commuting stress of the week. And then I can just sleep in a little bit on Saturday, get up, and then get back to my other work. So I can give you a time. I think starting around, my 3 p.m., somewhere close to there is probably good from going forward. But I don't have a time that'll run out. If I'm falling asleep, I'll tell you.
Okay. Yep. That sounds great. We'll just I'll do some check-ins.
Yeah, exactly. You can always just, and when if like anybody if all the people who are moderating are too tired and they want to call it, like I think Be Blessed called one last week or something, like that's fine. Like if we want to run these things down, great. Just let me know. I'll go to sleep.
Okay, sounds great. And I'm kind of juggling kiddos over here, so I do miss some things. So there's good mods here. And now I have my notepad, so if people want to send questions. So I think she said, sorry, I have my notes now. French was next, right?
No,
Or
actually, I
Stephen was
was
next?
going to go and then, yeah.
Stephen and French. Okay, thank you.
Well,
Go ahead, Stephen.
no, thank you. And so keeping with the conversation, and this has been in my head actually from when I jumped on or just before I was able to get in, when we were talking about, you know, uh, it had gotten a bit pessimistic about how to create the changes that we, and making the situation better. And, we've talked a lot. So, and I've been on these quite a bit, Liam, with you. So I'm going to probably regurgitate a lot of what you've said because it has obviously helped me form my perspective. So that being said, I think there's, we can look at social media and TikTok and the fact that there is a lot of momentum for change in the world is because we've basically been able to bypass mainstream media and get to people's minds on some level. And lots of discourse back and forth. And then, of course, I do agree with you because you've said many times, okay, guys, this is great. You've done this, but history tells us that now you have to take it back home to community and, start to build, the foundations of people, locally starting to come together with the same vision and purpose. So yes, absolutely, what we can do, starting with the small social level and then moving into the very local political level. And I still think there's a place for TikTok within that because there are people within the group that are developing things that they can do globally, connections that they can still utilize. So there's still room for social media and all this to come together along with those other initiatives on a local level to create change in the individual countries. Now we know, I believe, and I hope history holds out that this is that for a populist movement to take hold, you've got to be able, on some level, to threaten the institutions that have, institutions, people, nations are motivated by what's in their best interests at that time. So you have to, set up a situation where you change what is in the best interests of the people in power to where they have to compromise and not just give lip service and move towards something, and a movement in the right direction. And I think even in TikTok, so even in TikTok, where people now are talking about, very much, and we've had this discussion. You've been very clear on APAC. This is we have to, get, that they have to be dealt with. And you've said many times that, well, yes, they're a successful lobbying group, and there are others. There's the Christian Zionists, and there's the MIC as well. That where the government actually sees that this is in their best interest, and that's why they are effective, and the lobbying is effective. But I think that there's also a change, let's say in the American mind, where yes, we need to our government has become corrupt by all of this lobbying, and that we need to facilitate change on that level. And every other government in every other country on a local level, the people need to do the same thing. Not so much left and right, but more up and down. And if we can continue this pressure globally, then maybe there's a way to have many countries, be focused in the same direction on this particular situation. And I think that other changes that are going on, and I just want to get a couple more points out and I'll back away, and you can tell me where I've missed something or I'm incorrect. But I've sent you some messages on this, but there's two gentlemen that come across my For You page, which is Scott Ritter and Douglas McGregor, and they are American, high-ranking ex-American service people. And they really do speak of America being in a different place. The United States, for instance, and how they can project power, what we can afford. We don't have the army we did. We can't do what we did in 1991. And there seems to be, a more of a pullback on what is the reality of our ability to put pressure, power, to assert power throughout the world. So if Americans are being educated to this, and the only reason obviously I'm American, and I just still feel that the U.S. has so much influence, and specifically in this situation, that, well, at least that's my direct, where I would deal with Americans to deal with our issues, and then everybody else can deal with theirs. But at that point, the ability to truly have the world globally say, okay, this is enough. And it's going to be much harder to get through to the Israelis, but you even made a point that boots on the ground in Gaza would really be a problem for the Israelis. So on some of the people, that there's conflict in that. So I just think keep fighting the good fight and stay organized and keep us communicating. But through all this, perhaps in the short term, we can at least, stop the aggression and the G side. And obviously the big question, picture after that is, okay, now what do we do? Is what is the big thing. And to be determined, but perhaps at that point it can be where the world gets together, really puts pressure, get the be able to really put some sanctions and hit the Israelis economically to get the Israeli folks. This is where the hammer comes in, the people, to start questioning, maybe look at, like, why are they doing this? Why is everybody against us? Maybe, and that'll help. But in the meantime, focus funds and money into rebuilding and at least making life livable, and trying to put some brakes on saying that, just letting the Israeli government do whatever they want and continuously lie about it, because those days are over, because there is opportunity through social media and other ways to get information out. I'm sorry it took so long, but I don't know. That's all I really have to say. I'll drop down and listen now.
Well, it's nice that I think there's something valuable about trying to focus on two goals simultaneously, because we do need to stop the current violence. We have to find some way to put pressure in the right areas so that it actually stops. Because right now, that state has an incentive to keep this rolling. They don't have enough internal opposition to stop it, and it benefits them to keep it going, not only inside the Strip, but also on the border with Lebanon and beyond. We have to stop this somehow. But I'll tell you, from personal experience as well as the historical lens, that keeping people organized and spreading the information and changing is difficult. So I want to try and, as much as I can, encourage people who are getting involved in this issue, who care about it, to stay involved. Because really changing a society is a much bigger issue. And there's been plenty of times where it seemed like more people are learning about this, more people understand it. Think about the Occupy Wall Street movement that showed up around the same time as the Arab uprisings and whatnot. There's like there's an interesting kind of global turn against neoliberalism and all this crap. And we're like, hey, let's talk about this stuff. Let's get people to care about it. And people were filling the streets and they were spreading, what finance capitalism had actually done to the world and how horrific this shit is. And people were like, oh yeah. And it's like, oh yeah, I'm waking up to this. And people seemed really excited for a while. And then it went poof and had no lasting effect. Nothing actually changed. Or you take me back to like the anti-WTO movement, which was also targeted against neoliberalism. Tons of people were involved. You look at back the battle in Seattle in 1999, there were people there from trade unions, from working class movements, anti-fascists. It was like a huge coalition. It was like a big tent. And we all understood in talking to each other just how the ruling class was fucking us all. Like it seemed like there's the potential for real change here because it was such a diverse coalition of people. But literally nothing happened. It collapsed because the organization behind it at the local level really couldn't fill that gap and carry it forward into a broader social and cultural change. So it felt really good and really positive, and I saw so many people involved, and I was like, oh man, there's so many people who finally care how much neoliberalism is fucking us, and they're finally realizing that, Thatcher and Reagan were a problem, and all this shit is going to hurt us all. And then nothing happened. And I think if we look at the Israel-Palestine conflict as more than just a resistance to occupation and more an opportunity to challenge some of the indoctrination around identity and nationalism and racism, we can start to deconstruct narratives globally and really get change. We can really start organizing to improve our world. I have a lot of faith in human beings, but I've seen over and over the way that we have failed to organize effectively to make those changes. There's tons of places where it happens, but a whole lot of places where it hasn't. And I want this to be another opportunity where we pick it up and we carry it forward so that we're not just concerned only when there's bombings, and we're concerned all the time with the structural conditions. And beyond that, what causes them, what makes people feel that way and do these things. If we can't understand why people do this shit and then deconstruct that, there's always going to be another case like this. It'll never stop. So I feel, I think we need to keep a 2-track focus on this. Like, work on the current issue so it stops so that people aren't unalived, but stay focused and stay active and find a way to improve our organization.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where I was getting at. So thanks for helping me form it in my head, and the fact that that's the problem, and it almost goes back to October 8th when I first got involved with all this and started to get and look into it and challenge my own perspective and that I was seeing. And people said, okay, well, why did this happen? Which got me looking into, okay, what caused October 7th, and same type of thing, what is, it's a symptom, not the disease, so to speak. And there's many issues, but I think the big difference between now is we do have social media. There's even new social media being developed by others that might be even less constricting than this, perhaps. And and we also have, people, how they get their news. I mean, there was somebody who said something about, hey, baby boomers, they're just in the US, they're watching CNN, reading the New York Times, the old standard stuff, where that is not the case with the new generation. They are electronic. And so there's more, it's easier now to spread different perspectives. And I'll call it truth just for fun. But yeah, that's really it, guys. I don't want to take up everybody's time. And thank you, Doc, as ever. And I'm going to drop out now, give somebody else a chance.
I appreciate that. And I think one of the ways we can do this is, since it is much easier to get ideas out there, get perspectives out there, that's great. But there's a danger also of simply spreading misinformation. And a lot of that happens. I've seen a number of comments going by just in the last few minutes where there are statements made that are technically wrong, but they make sense and they feel right, so people are going to keep saying them. That just, as long as we're having open conversations and we have the ability to discuss things and to share resources and talk about it, we can gradually expand it to where we are talking more in terms of a general truth and not just a personal truth, you know? So I'm fine with you using the word there, you know? Let's spread some truth, but let's make sure that we really can get to what is real, you know?
Yeah, and that's something that we're not taught here in the States, which is critical thinking. And, again, that's one of our problems that we have to take care of and all the rest. And, because that's not what the, as George Carlin would say, are, the owners want, and
I so miss George still.
yeah. So, I guess I'm showing my age there a little bit, but he's still relevant completely.
Yes.
So go watch 30-year-old stuff, and you'll say, wait a minute, where is he alive today? Yeah, and
the frustration is I see a lot of these things going on decade after decade, and it's the same shit. And you go back and you start looking at the histories, and you see people have been complaining about the same broken shit, sometimes for centuries, and we're still trying to figure it out. It's like we're still trying to convince men not to be dicks to women. Like it's still just, it's normal, It's so hard to get real change. It takes time and effort. So as long as we can keep working together, collaborate, share resources, keep improving the way that we think about things. And you're right. Honestly, it's not just the Americans. It's never in the interest of state educational systems to teach critical reasoning. It's just not. People generally don't get any exposure to that until they start into university, because the purpose of university is to create like the more original thinkers who are going to like run shit or whatever. So you can't just go along with whatever you're supposed to do. You have to be able to push a bit. But most people, there's no incentive for the state to teach them to challenge things around them, and that's what we have to be able to do. So it's difficult. No, it's. I mean, anybody can spread a terrible idea anywhere. The literal purpose, to somebody in the chat here, the literal purpose of university is to break indoctrination. Early education is intended to be indoctrination. That's its point. If you indoctrinate somebody, going out through the different degrees or whatever to like run the company, then that doesn't do you any good, because they can't actually respond to new challenges, to think for themselves. It's not job training. It's not like, here's a specific set of skills. It's not, here's a few ideas that we want you to think. It's trying to teach you how to respond well to your environment and be able to learn from this point on. And realistically, all of those basic lessons could be taught in fucking elementary school, but they're not. I have to teach some basic critical reasoning skills that people should have learned when they were 8 years old if they actually had exposure to a good education that challenged them to think about their world around them and to respond better to it. We do a terrible job of that, honestly, but it's by design. So
yeah,
we have to do that for ourselves. So that's why these things are useful too. It gives us an opportunity to learn together.
All right. Well, thank you very much, everybody. Have a good night, and I will drop and let somebody up.
Thank you. And yeah, I just want to point out there seems to be a little bit of a heritage disagreement down in the comments. Some people asking if you could clarify with that. And then French. And it's good to see you, French. Happy New Year again.
Somebody summarize what the question is?
Thank y'all.
I didn't follow it. So
Oh, there's just a bit of a heritage disagreement going on in the chat. I don't know if you wanted to elaborate on any of that.
Well, I'd be happy to, but I don't know what it is. I don't know what the heritage disagreement is. Could somebody summarize the problem that they're having? Or find
Hold
like
on. Let's go to French and then we can clarify.
Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
I'm fine. I'm just sitting here.
Okay, so it's about Palestinian indigeneity. Because that's what it's Dexter said.
Yeah, I'd missed some of it. I'm juggling kiddos over here, so I apologize. I'm not as great as Be Blessed, and I definitely don't have her voice.
Oh, and okay, so yeah, then the reverse. Okay, so the simple fact is they're all indigenous in terms of their heritage on the land. If you want to take it into a biological term, we've sequenced DNA from 4,000 and 5,000 year old Canaanite skeletons, and it's the same fucking people. Lebanese, Palestinians, and Israelis all share the same markers. They all have a common origin in those Canaanite cultures that emerged in the Levant, created Semitic languages, and then diverged over time and created different cultures. The Palestinians weren't Arabized in the sense of adopting Arab culture. I had somebody talk to me about that, was it just yesterday or something, I think? Somebody like going on and on about how the Palestinians adopted, culture from Arabia. And it's bullshit. Their food is indigenous. The form of the language is indigenous because the Levantine form of Arabic has a significant Aramaic substrate to it. It developed independently from that influence. Like, okay, we got to take classical Arabic from Quran. How are we going to learn the language? It's sort of like the way the Vulgar Latin spread and became all these different Romance languages. So it's their own. So even as they take some ideas from Arabs, they make them their own. Their culture is indigenous. Their history is indigenous. Their heritage is indigenous. And yeah, people have always mixed and merged. A lot of the Jews that spread around, they intermarried with other peoples. They took in different ideas, but they always retained elements that go back to that. They always retained parts of their own national myth, parts of their own national story that tie them to that original Canaanite legacy. There's literally elements in the fucking Bible about Canaanite polytheism. I mean, it goes back thousands of years, and it stayed with them. And even as people in Palestine became Christian and Hellenists, and then later became Muslims, they always retained elements of those earlier elements. So a lot of like just the daily way you organize your life and interact with people and the kinds of greetings that will make sense, things that are just very basic to a people, they've been there for a long fucking time, despite tons of surface changes. So yeah, people are arguing about indigeneity. It's a waste of fucking time because they're all indigenous on some level. But yes, Israel is also a settler colony, but it doesn't mean that the people didn't originate in that land. Both things are true at the same time. And so when Palestinians try to delegitimize the Jewish history on the land, they're doing something racist and ethno-nationalist, which we shouldn't do. And when Israelis try to use their claim to say no one else belongs here, they migrated in, they're settlers, they're outside Arabs, they weren't here before, they're doing something racist and ethno-nationalist because the Palestinians are literally descendants of Jews and other Canaanite peoples who already lived there. They're literally siblings. So yeah, when people are arguing about this, they're falling for the same kind of like, how does the ruling class divide us and get us to hate each other? It's just falling into nationalist traps. It's a waste of fucking time. The biology is against it. The history is against it. Everything is against it. We have to find a way to live together because they're the same fucking people. Ancestry tests are not illegal in Israel. The mail-in ones from companies like Ancestry.com are. People regularly get DNA tests in Israel, but it's regulated. So that instead of just getting something out of the mail or something, that's a common bit of misinformation.
All right.
It's
Thank
literally
you for that.
I can show you places. I can show you clinics that do it. Like it's literally done all the time. But you can't just do it on your own. You can't just order. Like I ordered a kit off of Amazon. You can't do that in Israel. There's a process to do it. And no, it isn't skewing results for people there because outside scientists have continually tested Jewish populations who are both Israeli and in the diaspora. So even ignore, again, respond to people in the comments here, ignore everything that the Israeli state does. Ignore everything about the DNA test there and trust the fact that there are university projects from Europe, the US, from around the world that have actually taken DNA from Jews who are Israelis and non-Israelis and sequenced it and connected it to those Canaanite remains. You can't there's no way for them to fake it scientifically because other people have independently done exactly the same work. So it just, again, breaks down that way. Hi. Look at this kitty. She's a little kitty.
Sorry, muting that comment. Okay, French and then Kyle.
Hey, how's everybody doing tonight? Good. Hey, I was just thinking. I've been thinking about this. So I was undecided as an undergrad, and I double majored in both political science and art history. So I have like I have a firm defense of art history as a great education of critical thinking. What you were talking about earlier, despite Obama throwing art history majors under the bus while he was president. But anyway, as part of my sort of studies as an undergraduate, I sort of studied, especially I speak Thai and Laotian fluently, and spent a lot of time in the region doing research, political entities and stuff, and especially in Thailand, it just sort of, studying the Cambodian genocide pretty extensively and other things like that. G-side, I apologize. What is the, do you, I know, right? Do you have any, sort of psychological studies that you've ever read that talk about sort of victims of G-side ultimately becoming perpetrators of G-side themselves? I mean, it seems to me that it kind of is a pattern that almost replicates, the typical stereotype of the schoolyard bully, that he himself was a victim of bullying, right? And it seems to me that this sort of repeats itself, and I would argue that it's happening obviously in the current conflict, but it's happened to lesser extents with the Rohingya Muslims and different things like that. That they themselves committed, that Muslims from Rakhine State committed some atrocious things during and prior to the Second World War, and now are victims of Burmese, G-side and things like that. Is there any sort of correlation that you've ever read about victims of G-side that are then turned around and given some sense of power, or given a lot of power, and then they go and attack another minority group, or they are more likely to engage in genocidal kind of activities?
Yeah, I think the easiest thing to do there is look through histories of nationalism and nationalist projects. Because there's a lot of places where peoples have been harmed by, say, colonialism and imperialism, and developed anti-colonial nationalisms that then end up attacking other people once the shoe is on the other foot, once they have power. So, in the once you start importing ideas like that and connecting them specifically to power, it does tend to lend in that direction. I mean, almost immediately with Iraqi independence, there were massacres of Assyrians in the north. I mean, and you started seeing more conflicts breaking out with the Kurds because they developed a nationalism in response to the imperialism, and that nationalism excluded portions of their own population. So that's the kind of thing you can see. It's where you're tying to into power relations. Any group that's been oppressed or abused in different ways, if they gain power, that alone wouldn't change things. If they gain power and have also adopted a nationalist perspective, that's where things get fucked up. So
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't think about it from that perspective, and it makes a whole lot of sense when you look at the current situation. How the current state of Israel treats Ethiopian Jews, for example, or treated the Arab Jews originally in the 30s and 40s. Obviously, that's a really interesting connection. Nationalism. You get together as a group and create a sense of identity through that shared oppression. Obviously,
yeah, and so even though you're recognizing other people as ethnically Jewish and as belonging there. They don't share elements of the identity you formed through that oppression. So Ashkenazim suffering constant pogroms and anti-Judaic and anti-Semitic discrimination in Europe developed a distinct sense of self that also they can apply to other people in a negative sense because, well, we're still European and we have this nationalist identity and those people don't have the views like us. They don't live like us. They're inferior. They're backward. So, of course, yeah, they were racist as hell to Arab Jews and completely unjustifiably. But it's part of their identity formation. So to see where the violence comes from, it's really, we're kind of like, I'm facing all this stuff, but the cameras, like if we're looking, because most of this wall is like, nationalism and fascism. It's all like this, all of this shit over here is about that process of identity formation and how it has very dark outcomes everywhere. So it's not just being oppressed. An oppressed people doesn't have to turn into an oppressor if they are freed and they gain power. But if they freed themselves or are freed in the process of developing their own distinct nationalist movement that also has that othering process to it, then they are very likely to carry out the same kind of atrocities.
I was just thinking, obviously, sort of the Korean example, that they have been the victims of various numbers of genocide, but including in the modern era, and yet they don't seem to have necessarily turned around and done it to another outgroup, but that also might just be because they're sort of isolated to their own location and they have their own conflict going on, obviously, as well. Because they've had a long history of trying to create national identity, obviously, beyond just the end of imperialism.
I mean, Korean is fascinating in that it survived in that area, despite adopting tons of outside cultural elements. They have a language. Their language is a language isolate. It's not like anything around them. They've maintained a very distinct a cultural identity, but it's relatively homogenous on the peninsula. There are Koreans outside. There's Koreans in China across the border. Like their cultural identity spans a larger, and they've historically had different political issues. So you go back to like the fight among the Three Kingdom period, shit like that. There's political fights, but they don't have a massively distinct cultural identity that can other groups that are internally to them. And they've never had the power to oppress people outside of them as an imperialist. So it doesn't work as well as a case here, right? They've suffered oppression greatly, and they've developed a distinct national identity there, but it doesn't have potential victims of that identity. Where like I saw Rwanda go by in the chat, exactly the way that people were divided amongst themselves to make it easier to rule them created two distinct ethnic identities that then turned on each other. It has to have some kind of split already inside, or one that's being created. And there wasn't as much of one like that for Koreans.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it is fascinating how they, I mean, side note, how they were able to maintain that sort of individuality. I mean, they're the only East Asian nation there with an alphabet as opposed to, it's pretty unreal, actually, considering the imperial efforts of various Chinese, Mon, Khmer, Japanese, Vietnamese kingdoms.
Yeah, exactly. No, it is quite remarkable. It's always kind of cool when people manage to hold on to some distinctiveness. The danger is if you use that to then attack other people. That's where the problems come in. But having that distinct element is it's fascinating, and I really respect they have adopted a ton of outside ideas. I mean they became like super Confucian for a while. They adopted tons of ideas from China, but some things didn't go away, and it gave them a basis for a distinct identity that then unified the peninsula in a sense. And I think that's kind of neat. The only thing that's kind of sad, honestly, is like a lot of where Japan did manage to retain more of its unique shamanic traditions, they've been in sharp decline in Korea for a long, long time. So like the changes in religious culture is still kind of like, well, we're losing something. Most religions in human history have gone away. I always find that kind of sad, like, because there's so much beauty in all these different mythic traditions and ways of seeing the world. And once they're gone, it's very difficult to reconstruct them. Humanity as a whole has lost something interesting.
Totally. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And that's why despite my problems with religion, I choose to still go to my Episcopal church because I think that it's a fun thing to be part of the ritualism that's been in existence for however many centuries. I think that's a fascinating thing, even if I don't believe at all in the concepts behind the ritualism.
Someone just mentioned Crusader Kings. Part of it is my computer is too old. I never really adapted to CK3. I still play a heavily modified form of Crusader Kings 2 when I have time. I modded the hell out of it to take it further back in history so I can play with like more ancient cultures and religions.
Is this better than Civilization, Sid Meier's? Because obviously that's my genre.
They're just preferences. I tend to fall into certain ones and I'll play it for a while. I'm not a huge gamer. I don't like the process of having to learn all of what makes one of them work, especially since I like the ones where you can modify them, and once you know how to like use the scripts and change things, it's hard to change. I'm not naturally a big gamer, so I don't know it. I played a little bit of Civilization, honestly, decades ago. I haven't seen any more recent versions of it.
Well, I'm telling you, if you got into some live stream gaming on Twitch, you would get a lot more followers.
Yeah, honestly, the way that I play that, no one would enjoy playing. No one would enjoy watching that because I'm more interested in seeing how, like, I don't know, can you get an ancient pagan religion to recover and actually compete against one of these powerful universalistic faiths? Will it work? Can this survive? Can this culture actually liberate itself from the Roman Empire and become so? It's all those like weird like obscure shit in it that fascinates me. Not like battles, conquest, and all the rest of it. So
I'm sure that we all love learning about you, Liam, and we appreciate you. French, was there any more
Take
follow up
off.
with that, or can we?
Good. Thank y'all. It was good to join y'all. I love y'all as usual, and take care and decolonize.
Hey, Frenchie,
So
before
much
you
love
go.
to you.
So
I just wanted to. I read this book years back. It might be useful for your research or interest, whatever reason brought you here. It's a book called Black Masters: A Free Family of Color in the Old South, and it follows this guy Ellison. He was born in like 1870, and it just follows his family, how he bought himself out of slavery, and then became a slave master. It's a really interesting anomaly of the times. It's written by Michael Johnson and
yeah, I
James
pulled it
Wool.
up. It looks really interesting.
Check that out, man. Yeah.
Cool.
So it's a little microcosm. It's not on a macro scale you might be looking for, but it gives you,
No.
they view
Well, I
themselves
think that a lot of these things
as
happen
better.
at an individual level with leaders of national movements, right? So it's the
Right.
psychology. I think there's also the psychology of individual actors within G-Side that's fascinating too. So thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Really good biography. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank y'all. Well, love y'all. Good night. I'll drop off, but I'll stay on the line, but I'll drop down.
So much care. And yeah, actually, if you just want to lead right in, Kyle, I think you're next. It goes Kyle, and then Mish, and then Freedom.
All right.
What if I grab a snack?
Go for it.
Yeah, please.
Do it.
This might be a really good time to say, please, please, please like the live, share it out. You can even, like in the bottom corner, you can copy link. It does the same thing for the algo as sending it, but also bring in all the good people. So thank you. Last time we had a really big break, then we got flagged for being, I hope Liam found that over 18 button this time because we're going over recipes. So let's see.
Erica, can I pick your brain for a second?
I can for a second.
Just
Sure. I
one
have some
second,
kiddos.
no more, no less. Be blessed, I think, mentioned something like a week or two with regards to, I don't know if he's calling it an office hours or it's something else. But it was supposed to be on Southeast Asia specifically, in India. Can you speak to that?
Yeah,
What that's going to be about in general?
I think that my understanding, because B Bless mentioned it tonight, and to my understanding, we don't have a solid date for that yet, but
Okay.
it is in the works and getting panels. That's my current understanding right now. But yeah, as soon as I know, I will definitely will let everyone know because I will be here for sure.
Okay. Yeah. I think Be Blessed mentioned how it's going to be something with regards to being in correlation to Israel and Gaza. Does that sound familiar?
I mean, I'm sure it will come up in
Okay. Well,
conversation. So.
that would lead me to believe that it would probably be in regards to colonialism, I would think, right? The topic. So I was wondering then, I'll have to ask Liam this if he has any book recommendations.
I'm sure he has a few.
Help prep us, for that lecture.
Yeah, let's like chat, let's get some likes. It's not going up very. If we can just do like a solid few minutes while he's gone, just like tap it and get it up. It really helps to protect it, especially if we're talking about these subjects. So
It's
appreciate it.
asking me to speak up. My thing, there's a speech.
Hold on, Freedom. Freedom. I mean, we can chat for just a second, but I think when Liam comes back, it's going to be
Kyle.
Kyle and then Mish and then your question. We're
Yeah,
just kind
I know.
of in a intermission. Okay.
Anyway, a good listen if you can. You guys can look it up on YouTube. It's called Benjamin Friedman's speech at the Willard Hotel in 1961. It's a good listen.
That's great. Thanks for the recommendation. We like books. And yeah, French, I did get one, but it only works on the Android. So if you can
It's a
use some of
the
those
YouTube.
auto, I was responding to French in the comments about liking the live. I'm going to be careful about how I say it, but there's some auto versions to do that. If you have Android, it's pretty easy to do, and that would really help the live too. And no, hi, I'm supporting here, so you can leave if you don't like it. Yeah, it would be a great time to share. So that's anyone that's just going to tell me to be quiet. I didn't, Liam knows this about me, but I got my graduate degree in religious studies. I didn't know it at the time, but I was dealing with some of my religious trauma, being born into a third generation extreme cults. So I grew up where women were not allowed to pray in the room if men were present in the room and things like that. And then spent a lot of my life studying religion and getting a master's in the history of religion, heavily focused on Eastern and Buddhism. So that's going to be an immediate block if people say for me to be quiet. I will be quiet for Professor. But modding and being here is gonna get you blocked. So welcome back, and Kyle.
I'm gonna grab some water.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, mine was Christianity, very extreme. But then I lived over in Asia for a while, and then studied mostly in Buddhism and mostly in Tibetan Buddhism is what is very heavily in my graduate degree is heavily weighted in Tibetan Buddhism.
I had to talk the dog into coming back, and like me, she likes the cold, and there's snow in the back, so she's out just standing in the snow and hanging out. It's all good, you know. Come on, go back in. People are waiting.
Well, next time I mod, I'll try to be on camera too. I wasn't planning on jumping up today, so I know that helps sometimes, but we'll plan it for. And Kyle, if you want to go ahead with your question.
Well, we kind of went into it with Stephen regarding nationalism, and I don't really want to belabor that topic. It's just so primal, but it's effective. And I just was, I was wondering if there would be a way, and this would be a question to anybody, but I don't know if Liam might have some insight on it. Is there a way to dismantle that? I guess it's like Zionist, that Zionist indoctrination that's so overwhelmingly, prevalent within Israeli society. How can we tear that down and destroy it and piss on the ashes? It's all going back to my how do we solve this scenario? Because I think at its root, right, at least with regards to the Israelis. It's just that nationalist fervor and that desire to rid anybody that's not a Jewish Israeli from their lands.
The way you do it is the same way you have to dismantle any other identity like that. So, I mean, there's arguments for the kind of liberal cosmopolitan tradition in that way, and there's arguments for a kind of more leftist class-based way. There's different approaches to this, but the idea really has to start with getting people to stop identifying with a particular group in a supremacist way. Where you're from, what you are yourself, things like that don't have to affect other people. We don't all have to be exactly the same to think that we are all still citizens of the world and we have more in common than not and can talk to each other and celebrate our differences. But helping people to embrace a more cosmopolitan view is ultimately the answer. And this is why I like noting that there's so much in common ultimately among all the people that do live in that area. There's a long history of diversity on that land anyway. So the people don't all have to be Muslim or Jewish or whatever, in order to have a claim to being there, because it's always been a crossroads. It's always been a diverse land. But people have to let go of the sense that my people are cooler than other people and I only give a shit about the people who are like me. Because that's the root of all nationalist sentiments. And the problem here in dismantling it is that nationalism is explicitly used by states to control people. to hey, what? You were already outside.
Well, it's used to justify the existence of the state and promote its.
Well, it is that of a particular type of state, because states have existed for thousands of years without nationalism.
Yeah, that's true.
It was used to break much larger identity formations. So think about the way that people used to identify with a transnational Christendom. Doesn't matter if you speak a form of German and I speak a form of French. We are both Christians, and therefore let's go fight the Muslims in the Crusades. You had an identity that transcended the local politics. And to break that, they started focusing in on how do I get people to love my tiny little area, my one state. And well, if I say that my state is for a particular group of people only, and it privileges them, and it creates a sense, it ties into a kind of an ego sense, then your sense of self becomes tied to a political project. Historically, that's not been the case for humans. We've had our local tribal identities. We've been part of different political projects, but what the political structure had nothing to do with how we thought of ourselves. That's a very recent development in human history.
Right, 1800s, right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
nationalism specifically on a large scale.
Specifically, the nationalism in that form, it's born in the late 18th century and spreads across the 19th. The beginnings of that process, take you back into things like the wars of religion in Europe, and the need to break those the things that were getting people to massacre each other. Like all Calvinists must be unalived, that kind of stuff. Yeah. You had to get past that in order to stop a lot of the violence at that moment. So it started a process that ultimately gave birth to nationalism. But yeah, late 18th century is the beginning of it. I tend to put it in the French Revolution because while there are earlier things touching elements of it, it's the first place where we see all of the basic elements of the modern nation concept.
All right, thank you for that. Yeah, these two groups are so antithetical, and just they're, especially Israel, they're just devoted nationalism. I mean, it's it's pushing them even further to the right, and they're using it as a justification for their existence. And it's just, I keep going back to the same point. It's just not conducive for, a sustainable existence. Like, it's going to collapse in on itself. It will happen. And just, a couple weeks ago, someone in your, could have been you, somebody else mentioned just the ecosystem there too. It's not going to be sustainable in the long run. It's just unrealistic. The
ecology was
we can tear this. I'm sorry.
The ecology, yeah. Like physically, it's not sustainable in the long run.
Right.
But also, the way it's organized politically, it's not sustainable. I mean, literally, right. The Israeli right are committing suicide for the country because pursuing this direction will collapse South Africa style or worse.
Right.
So it'll either be a collapse like happened in South Africa, or it'll end in like civil war and bloodshed. And yeah, it can't. It can't.
Do you think Israelis see that? Do you like?
No.
Well, is there a consensus among minority groups? Maybe
there are people who've been saying it all along, but as a whole, no, it's not well understood. Does anyone know? Is there a button that I can press that mutes myself? Because I'm worried, like if I'm crunching something, I don't know how loud that is. I want to be able to but I can't find a button that does it.
So I click on my picture. See if you can click on your name.
Yeah, I have a little microphone. I looked at my name and my picture, and there's nothing that says mute.
There is. I know that it's hidden for the host, and I couldn't tell you exactly where. Give me another couple weeks, and I'll be able to tell you where it's hidden for the host side. But I know it didn't used to be there, and it is there now. So maybe someone else can go.
Yeah, if anybody knows, if anybody in the chat knows, I pressed the little three dots part. I bounced all over the place. I can't find any place where there's a mute button.
Oh, Peace Not War said the mic at the bottom right. For you. And Kyle, and then I think it's Niche.
What's that, Erica?
Oh, I just said if there's any like further follow-up with that before moving to the next question with Mish or
No, no, we're good. I think if you kick me, that does something better for
oh,
your
that's
algorithm or
right.
something.
That's
So
right. I am
Muted
waiting.
line.
Okay.
I'll
Yep.
I'll happily yield my time.
You're still muted line.
Okay.
We're not hearing
Have a
you.
great night.
Can't hear you. Yeah,
And then
We can't hear you.
you're muted, bud.
Yep. You're muted. You're muted. You found it.
no, it doesn't work.
I
Yes,
just
Okay,
muted
working
you.
now.
can you hear this?
Yes.
We can hear you
Okay,
now, but you just muted yourself.
I found a tool, but it doesn't work. If I
It
found
did
a
work.
spot
You
where it
were
adds a
muted.
bar along the bottom where you can slide a thing back and forth to mute yourself, but when I hit it to unmute, apparently you still couldn't hear me.
You muted for a moment. Yep,
Yeah,
we
but
found it.
but I had to completely close the tool. It'd be nice if you actually had, because for a while I had a little button on here and I could go back and forth, but apparently either setting I was still muted, so that sucks.
Yeah.
So it's a few more steps to get to it.
TikTok
Would
is
have been
TikTok
nice
is
if it was
something that we
quality.
struggle through for sure.
Oh well.
All right, Niche,
If I
welcome,
point too much,
welcome
let me know.
up. Do you have a question? I think I don't mind the crunch. I see some people in the chat not minding it, so we just appreciate your time. And yeah, please like the live and go ahead, Niche. It's your turn.
Oh, okay, yeah. So sort of going off of what you and Kyle were just saying on how this system is sort of unsustainable, and I view the way society is right now as sort of like the majority of the people, we are at the feet of this sort of colossal empire that it's heavily veiled, and we never really got a true scope of, you know, the entirety of this empire. Like, I guess the powers beyond us that essentially go into censoring a lot of what it is that we can and can't say, sort of like the cancellation of the BDS movement in certain working classes in Texas, for example, as well as other initiatives that they've been carrying out to counteract any or to quell, I guess, dissidents across the globe, in mainly in like Western countries. I kind of view it as like this modernized version of slavery. I personally don't believe slavery ever ended, and I just feel like um, I'm not sure if they are like doing it in this like, we don't care if you notice how much we're censoring, how much we're doing these atrocities from all across. It's just been blatant from since the 60s. I guess the way they kind of propped up the cartel trade, like you guys were talking about earlier in South America, as well as I guess, one African warlord or another, and one proxy war or another in Arabia, where they're fueling these chaotic conflicts with. It's always with people with very strong cultural identities who stand together. That's the way I see it, right? So they're always creating these issues between very strong cultural groups, like for instance in Africa, which was the first one to go in the late 1800s with the scramble, right? And then they did it with South America and then Arabia, because I guess what I've seen is historically slavery, the moment you take a slave away from their cultural identity, their price doubles, triples, and quadruples. The further they get away from their original cultural identity, they immediately become worth more. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So historically, that's how it worked, and I
Easier to
feel like.
manipulate. This is why so much effort was put into destroying all of the cultural legacy that a lot of Africans brought to the Americas. You know, the languages were crushed. The religious traditions were crushed. A lot of early American slaves were Muslims, but it died out. They removed it because, yeah, it is easier to control people when they don't have a distinct identity of their own to work together. And that was a very, very conscious project. So you're right there. It's part of our tribal wiring. There's a lot of flexibility in how it works and how we can choose the groups, and it shifts around. It's not as simple as a lot of people. Some people try to boil it all down to like kinship bias. We can only be like the people who look just like us or are born in our family. That's bullshit. But human beings are herd animals. We're social animals. We work in groups. And as a group, we are hardwired to form a common identity because it was a survival strategy. It co-evolved with us. How can we support each other? Oh, there's a lion coming. One of us has to turn and face it and will be unalived, but everyone else will survive. How do you get someone willing to do that? You have to give them a sense that everybody in there, they're my peeps, and somebody has to do this. Now, that's not nationalism. Nationalism is I'm a stickler on language here. It's a very distinct project that we can only take back to the late 18th century. But there is a sense of identity formation. Nations are different from cultures and ethnicities. A nation is forming a distinct political identity around something, and it can become nationalism when it's tied to a distinct state project. So there's a lot of grades in this. It gets very, very subtle and nuanced in language. So I'm sorry if I'm confusing. I'm perfectly happy to go over things a bunch of times, but the language is distinct. But there is a tribal sense. There is a sense in which we form common identities with other people, and we share features with them. We have a common set of myth. We have a common set of language, things that connect us. Yeah, herd. Some people don't like thinking that humans are herd animals, but we are. Tons of like these, I don't know, dipshit right-wingers are out there like, I'm an alpha male, ooh, predator, I'm like a wolf. Bullshit. You're a fucking cow. Humans aren't wolves, and alphas don't even exist. Humans aren't predators. This is a natural predator. Cats are naturally solitary creatures. They can exist in small groups, but it's always difficult, and it's based upon dominance and subordination. So they will constantly tussle with each other because they're testing and pushing each other. So when she is here, Socrates cannot be here. He just knows he can't. There's no way he'll challenge it because they've already sorted that shit out over the course of years. They're natural predators. They have the physiology to do it. Our physiology, our digestive system, is that of essentially an herbivore. We're culturally adapted to meat consumption, but we grew up as a mostly herbivorous herd population working together collaboratively, collectively, supporting each other. So while competition we can do, collaboration, cooperation are a significant part of our evolutionary legacy, and a much bigger one than the competitive part. The ways that we work together, and there's a ton of fascinating dynamics around this, we can always form identities. The key to why nationalism is hard to unpick, like how do you dismantle it, is that when you tie our natural instincts to form a common collective with people, to form a group, to create our own little tribe or herd, and you tie that to a political project that has power, then it can shape the narrative through, say, education systems or conscription into military. When you're drafted into things and you're tied specifically to a state, and that state bleeds into your identity, it makes it a lot harder to challenge because we can talk about it, but they're still literally able to brainwash you. There's still tons of stuff pouring out that hit us. So it's an uphill battle, but we can definitely do it. But I think if people don't at least appreciate that humans do need some kind of meaning, and that we tend to find that meaning in groups of people. And I saw somebody say, like a solitary person, yeah, I live alone on top of a mountain. I don't mean that all of us love being around all people. We're not all extroverts. I am a massive introvert. But a human left entirely alone invariably goes insane. This is why it infuriates me that my country uses solitary confinement, because it's a crime against humanity. It's literally fucking your head. No one who goes into solitary does not come out without serious mental health issues. So we do need interaction. We do need a sense of identity. There's something that we still build out of that. So we can use that to subvert the more harmful versions, is all I'm trying to say,
Yeah, but I think they're intentionally creating essentially this system, right? Because we are at the feet of the empire that we didn't even know where the door is. We just know we're at the feet of it, and we know its weight is on our backs, like we the people, right? So they're creating the system as to where I guess like we see the mass displacement and it's under all these different names like oh we're bringing in all these migrant workers and we're getting jobs for these people to build infrastructure over here over there. Well, in Africa you're building infrastructure in one very small place, but that place is letting people say, hey, enjoy living in this city, in this area, instead of being in that village having to work in the mines and march 3 hours every day to secure your water for the day. You get what I'm saying? So it's sort of like you give them the, choose the house or choose the field option, right? And then everybody gets forced into like this mass migration. You have to adopt, I guess, these new identities to keep everybody in this honestly this modern slave system that we're essentially just swept into. But I
It is.
think the big issue is we're at the turning point of this system that they've essentially, I feel like they've been just putting it together for, I'm gonna say, at least a century now, where they've just been putting the little pieces into play, right? So like realistically, everything's been coming together for far longer than that. But I feel like for this past century or so, it's just been heavily aggressive, and it's kind of like everything's gonna kind of follow this order. We're gonna do this. China has their slice of the pie in their area, and they're uncontested. But now everybody's just scrambling for whatever resources they can, and now Arabs have to, hey, you're not from the Levant no more. You have to go to Iraq. Oh, Iraq's a shit show. Go a little bit further east or go to Europe. Go work in the fast food places. I remember growing up, like we all live in America. I remember my whole life up until 6, 7 years ago, right? Every time you go to a fast food place, it was teenagers, right? It was always teenagers, you know what I mean? And then sometimes like freshman college students, right? Later at night. And then now it's all like middle-aged and older, like Arabs or Latinos. You know what I mean? From like these mass migrations. But
Right.
that
Or
that's all there is
elderly
to
people
Hmm?
because or elderly people because we're dismantling so much of our economy that people can't survive anymore. They can retire, but they can't retire.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I've run into like people in their
realistically,
70s working in fast food places.
that's the thing. And it's not even it's I don't know. I'm just trying to see which direction it's gonna go because I feel like they've been getting blatant in their exercising of their control, right? Where now, hey, you can't boycott this ridiculous crime and the people benefiting from these crimes anymore. You can't
No.
boycott. You can't speak on these subjects. You can't do this. That this mass censorship where, look, you've somehow got yourself a good job. You don't got to work at fast food. All right. You could enjoy 2 weeks of vacation a year. You don't have to worry about what your friends are worrying about, right? But if you talk about this shit, you're gonna lose it. You know what I mean? If you talk about this shit, you're not gonna be able to afford that the like sort of nice car that you could drive. You know what I mean? Or you're not gonna be able to afford certain liberties or whatever that you're gonna go back to trying to figure it out week by week. You know what I mean? Where people are like, now that's essentially being weaponized against us. You know what I mean? I just feel like it's taking these ridiculously aggressive turns, and it's almost like even regular people, like I've always been on this kind of like trying to understand like this system that's essentially working against us. But now even the most of like regular people are kind of seeing it like, wow, like they really are like targeting the people where you either fall fully in line or you're going to be the nail that sticks out. You know, you can't talk about certain injustices. You can't ask about why the moment that there's a ruler in an Arab or an African or a South American country doing something positive, sort of nationalizing his resources and saying, hey, the money that gets pulled from this land and this beautiful earth of ours and this beautiful country of ours, from the blood, sweat, and tears of our people, is going to go back to our people. Next thing you know, that guy, like, you know what I mean? vanishes, revolution. Like it's all this crazy stuff, and it's just getting more blatant over the years. Just just trying to get some insight as to the directions that is gonna go, because there's historical references. Like we could draw parallels with just history repeating itself, and as it's happened 100-300 years ago, and they're it's the same formula from the Romans. They just revised it and modernized it and kind of like put a nice pretty veil over it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Here's where I can be both cautiously positive, but also try to encourage people to be, at least realistic and aware about this, and work harder at it, because it is tempting to think, yes, more and more of us see the problem. We see, like, the emperor has no clothes. It's becoming much more obvious. But realistically, there have always been people seeing it. But there's a counterbalancing force involved here. So, yeah, we can say, look at these systems of oppression, we're being screwed here, and people organize unions or become socialists or whatever. There's always, liberation movements from people who are saying, look, this is bad, and we can do better. But there's a massive, massive effort in the modern nation states to shape the way people think, and capital plays a big part in that, because a ton of it does. The propaganda doesn't have to come from government, and the most effective propaganda never does, because people can recognize it more as possibly problematic if the state says it. But if you're just seeing it in television shows and in music and in the news media or whatever else, it gets a lot harder. So
Subtle things that you intentionally digest.
What was that?
Sorry to cut you off. It's the subtle things that you intentionally digest. Like, hey, let me just spend the next 6 months, or I'm 20 something, let me enjoy it. Let me spend it clubbing and chasing a woman and this and that. Then you end up 30 and not $2 in your pocket, and you're like, wait, hold up. Where'd the woman go? Where'd the money? What just happened? And then you're then you're stuck in the system. You might have had fun in the early years, but then you're stuck in it.
Or you might have been a rebel and rejecting it, and living in an anarchist squat with a bunch of other punks or something. But still, at the end of the day, you're forced into a job because the system makes it difficult to get out of structurally.
Yeah.
But it also makes it hard to get out ideologically, even if you do recognize it, because tons of other people around you do not. There are a lot of people who have been convinced that this system is the best system ever made, that these are the best countries that have ever existed in the world, that capitalism is the best system in the world. And the propaganda around that is quite insidious. Like, it seems like it works. They'll show you things like, look at how many people have risen out of poverty in the last century. Capitalism has done this. And and the truth is exactly the opposite. Capitalism would have immiserated that entire population. It's all of the everything that had to be done around it. So, like the development of welfare states or the creation of socialist economies. So, because those graphs, those include fucking China, right? What material they're using, it works based upon what people know, and it's quite clever, and you can spread it around. And next thing you know, tons of people are choosing their own chains. They're consciously adopting it. They're accepting the hegemony of the modern nation state and capital. So teach us to love our masters, exactly. And as long as that, as a counterbalance, it is really hard to keep people awake, even if they wake up for a moment, even if they see the patterns, because what we'll often have is a frustration will build up. You'll get a sense of, well, what can I do about it? Like, it seems like the people around me all think this is okay, and I can't think of anything that will change it. And look, all these times people have tried to change it and it failed. You mentioned some, people in Africa being unalived, for trying to change things. It's such a long story there, and you can really fall into well, there's nothing I can do. I guess I'll get a job and I'll be miserable, and I'll come home and I'll deal with my being miserable by smoking a little weed and watching some cartoons or playing a video game to kind of deal with the pressure of this rat race. I mean, hell, capitalist economists in the 19th century were predicting we'd already be down to 20, 25-hour work weeks by now, and we'd have a mostly leisure economy. Because automation, if you spread the gains from that productivity to people, we don't have to work. We'd have a much easier life. Instead, they make us work more hours. Because if you're working more hours, you don't have time to think or challenge this. You don't have time to improve the system. So we stay stressed, we stay insecure, we stay worried. Will I lose my job if I speak out? So you learn not to do that. So even people who recognize it, even people who rebel and wake up from all these chains of oppression, they're forced to conform. And most of them slowly lose that sense. They forget that they rebelled against it, and it just becomes their new normal. They internalize the oppression. There's so many ways in which the material that we're fed it's almost cultish in the way that it contradicts reality. Look at the consensus behind like neoliberal capital, which most of what's over here. The arguments around it are fundamentally dishonest. Like, not only did we know it wouldn't work at the time because economists said this is bullshit, this can't work, now we have 50 years of evidence saying it does exactly the opposite of what they said it would do. And if you look back at countries in sub-Saharan Africa, since again you mentioned some of the rulers at the time trying to change things, the economic growth rates in the 1960s were far higher than they were from the 1990s on. When they adopted neoliberal policies, their growth rates slowed. But all we get are newspaper articles talking about the African miracle, and look at how fast Nigeria's economy is growing, and you've got all this like gig economy, hardworking people, like hustling in the streets, making money, and it's like they're trying to make it look like what's happening today is an improvement and that things are getting better for people, but they were literally getting better faster when they did not follow these things. And we completely remove this. And it's very difficult to help people see that because of the depth of indoctrination. So there's something very positive, just to sum this up, there's something very positive I see in people coming together and talking about it and sharing information and learning from each other such that we can kind of wake up from these systems of oppression. The trick now is, what do you do with that so that it doesn't collapse, so you don't fall back into the control of the system overall? Because you have both the structural factors keeping you stressed out and working hard, and you have the ideological factors always waiting to re-brainwash you. No, you were wrong. You were just a youthful idealist. It's fine to be an idealist when you're a kid, but this is reality, man, and you got to get a job, and you got to pay your bills, and this is just normal life. And you're like, okay. And you become beaten. We're whipped dogs. We just go back to work.
Then you add the threat of force on top of it. So even if you
right,
get past the first two obstacles or the three or whatever, then there's always that extreme threat of force.
Exactly.
Yeah, every single. I was talking to somebody recently about I mentioned it a couple times actually about Nigeria specifically, right? Where they came out and they said, you know what, we want to have a fair price for our uranium, the uranium that they're selling. We want a fair market price for our uranium. We want to pay our people. We want our people to be proud that they're mining or shoveling or however, I don't know how you pull it out, right? But we want our people to feel proud that they're working on it, that they feel like it's a specialized job and it has a future, right? When this article came out not even 5 months ago.
Holy, you guys can hear me right now?
Yeah.
Okay, the little thing popped up saying live age restricted. I still haven't found a place where you can do that from by default to start with. What came up in this discussion that triggered that? Somebody wrote Niger in the comments. Are they thinking that's a racial slur because they're stupid? Like what possibly came up in this discussion that would make it age restricted? I don't get it. We're talking about capital. We're not talking about sex. What the hell?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, last time that happened, we were, I don't know.
Booze.
There's certain.
The last time it was because people asked about what I was drinking. So I get that. Like the names for types of alcohol, but you're literally talking about African countries and capital.
It's probably someone flagging it. That's probably what's going on.
Mish,
I do want to move on here in just a second. I want you to finish up.
Or the last thing, right? So it was 3 articles that came out over the span of like a month or two, about 6 months ago. First, they said that we want fair wages for our uranium, right? And they sell all the uranium to, I think, the French, right? They have carte blanche on the resources with a majority of the African countries. Not even 2 weeks later, French, I guess their Senate or whatever, like the higher ups, they made an announcement. They're like, hey, we've heard talks that there's a potential coup happening in Nigeria as we speak. Like it's getting ugly down there, right? Not even a month later, the Nigeria president came up, or like one of the higher ups said, we're gonna return to our original agreement with the French for uranium. You know, so there's always, like, it always goes back into that circle where it's like, all right, the hammer is always there. Don't be the nail that sticks out. And it's kind of, but I got a lot of insight in this. This is my actual first time watching this, and this was honestly really great. I'm gonna continue watching, but I hop down. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks. I
Thank you,
appreciate that.
Mish.
And,
I'll
Thank
go
and
you.
ahead and disconnect you.
I hope we can keep like branching out like that over time and talking about more of these different issues, because so much of this is all interconnected. And it is really difficult to get out of these systems because, yeah, not only do you have, yeah, the ideological indoctrination, all the structural economic issues, but yeah, as somebody said, if all the carrots don't work, there's the stick. And France never actually left its African colonies. The way they dismantled most colonial empires was to entrench a kind of neo-imperialism rooted in capital and using non-state actors to keep that stuff flowing. And if it doesn't work, there's always the threat of intervention. There's always the threat of coups. It's very difficult to escape a system like this. And that, I think, is what depresses a lot of people and causes them to give up on real change. But real change is possible, and it has happened. So we just got to find a way to keep the energy going and keep educating each other and do something with it. Not to lose hope, That's the single biggest thing. People are always losing hope, and then once you've done that, you've colonized yourself. You've colonized your own mind. We have to decolonize not only countries, we have to decolonize people.
It is happening though. Eyes are opening. But you could. This was amazing. Erica, you could drop me anytime for the
Okay.
algorithm, and
All right. Thank you. Well,
thank you.
you're welcome back anytime. Thank you.
Definitely, thank you.
All right. What a great, you are such a gem. Like, Liam, you are a gem in the world. Thank you. Yes. Yes. You're a gem in the world. Chat like live.
I'm
Gifting
just a nerd with a cat.
You're great. Okay, and I think freedom, and then I kind of lost um yeah, I think freedom is next.
Yeah. I think another thing that we need to do, how are you doing, Lime? It's always good to come back and chat with you. Uh, I beat that indoctrination by trying to stay out of the educational system to become a critical thinker. I never liked school from when I was a child. And, I was always a misfit in school and always the type of person that was going against the bullies to, help the ones that were being bullied, um, which led me to be suspended like 32 times in junior high school, or 52 times, I believe. But I think what people need to get over is the bastardized word called race. We're all one human race. Until people start waking up and understanding that, uh, they're not going to get any further from where they're at. We're all human beings. Nobody is above anybody else. We're all born the same way, and we all die the same way. We go back into the ground, and that's pretty much it. Uh, I just I don't get it sometimes because people are just overwhelm me with stupidity, and that's basically.
We can be nicer to people. I don't think it's stupidity. A lot of this, it's structural. Everything is working against us being able to wake up our heads and think about this. It's not
Once we wake up and we understand that.
naturally smart. They're just consciously crushed.
Well, yeah, and that's what the hierarchy uses against us is that, and they use religious ideology against us. They use racial ideology against us, uh, just to keep us all suppressed and in fear of one another. And I think all of us uniting and coming above that will solve a lot of the world's problems.
People working together really, I mean, people working together can change the world, and it's happened repeatedly throughout our history. There's a sense of learned helplessness that is consciously cultivated in nation states to keep us from organizing. And again, when people do organize, so everything from like the People's Party in the 19th century to the Black Panther Party in the 60s and 70s, if you can't talk people out of it, you crush it. But people, when they refuse to give up, when they keep fighting back against the odds, you'll take casualties, it'll hurt, life will suck. But if you keep at it, it works, and you eventually topple different power dynamics. More countries have been destroyed than exist in the world today. It happens over and over again, and things can change fundamentally. But you're right. A lot of it, we do have to start deconstructing these. Oh, actually, let's see if I can do something like this. I think you can still hear me if I do this. Okay, so let's see. This whole section over here is about inventing race. It's entirely artificial. This shit's made up. They invented it. It has no actual physical basis. It has no scientific basis whatsoever. And we knew that in the 19th fucking century. The one of the ones on the far right there, the Gods of the Upper Air, is a look at an anthropologist working in the late 19th and early 20th century that said, you know what, this is all bullshit. There's no such thing. Race isn't real. And they knew it then. But once we unlocked DNA in the middle of the 20th century, it's impossible to sustain, because it shows we all carry all the same shit, that it's one population. It's why we can all interbreed. It's one people, and all the rest of it are minor adaptations to environmental conditions or certain physical features because of genetic bottlenecks. A population fell at a certain point and only certain features, passed on. It doesn't change anything fundamentally. We're still people. So if we can drop the concept of race, which is created for and has always only been used for power over us. When we accept a racial identity, we are enslaving ourselves. We are giving someone else power over us. I think you got a really good place to start. If you can get people to unfuck themselves from the race concept, so many other things can start coming together.
I agree. One other thing, I mentioned it earlier while you were gone. Have you ever heard the speech given by Benjamin Friedman at the Willard Hotel in 1961?
Well, heard, I can say definitely not, but I'm not sure if I've read it.
It's not a read. There's an audio on YouTube.
If anything survives and there's a transcript, I can tend to run into it, but I don't listen to a lot of things. Right. I don't know. It doesn't sound familiar.
I don't think it was transcripted. He was basically speaking about the Zionist movement that was building up and how it was formed, and the wars that the Zionist movement actually got us into, World War I, World War II, and things of that nature. And he was talking about what's that?
Zionism played no part in either of those wars.
Well, according to him, they did. Well, they drew us.
Yeah, then that's
they drew the United States into World War I to help the British.
Had literally no part of when things like that are dangerous, and they hurt the Palestine issue. Though I've run into those stories. I've heard those stories.
Right.
And I don't want us to continue down lines like that, because I think these things are very dangerous. I've looked into those kind of allegations repeatedly for years. They exist and they spread because they directly overlap with 19th century anti-Semitic discourses. Like, it plays a part in continuing to divide us. It plays a part in racism. It's not Zionism they're really talking about, because the Zionist movement literally played no part in that. They had no ability to. They didn't have any power or influence. They struggled even to get the British government to recognize them, and they did that because the Brits wanted a subject people they could plant in another area that would be loyal to them. That's why they suggested Uganda at one point. They just wanted to put some Europeans somewhere to help them control a colony. The Zionists had no ability to control jack shit in 1917. But yeah, there's a reason things like those stories go around, though, and I think it's dangerous for us when we talk about them because it gives Zionists a way to tune us out, to point to the history in anti-Semitism, and to shut us down. We need to be very careful about things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. But they don't, Zionists don't also realize what they're doing is anti-Semitic also.
Yeah, well, they a lot of them do realize it's racist for sure, but many of them don't really get it. When it's anti-Semitic, that's another one that's sort of tricky because when people talk about Arabs or Semites too, okay, I get where that comes from, but there is a problem with it because if you point it to it that way, then Jews weren't Semites at all because the Jews of Europe were not Semitic. They literally weren't. Anti-Semitism as a word is a fraud. It was invented in Europe to create a racial category for Jews so that people could keep hating Jews even if they abandoned Christianity. Because in the 18th and 19th century, a lot of people in Europe, a lot of scholars, educated people in Europe, they no longer felt the same attachment to Christianity, but they grew up hating Jews. And they wanted to come up with a scientific rationale. So they invented the race of Jew, and they called that the Semite. So anti-Semitism is specifically a European hatred of Jews. Semites in the Arab world, okay, so yeah, Arabs speak a Semitic language, Ethiopians speak a Semitic language, so they're actually Semitic. But that's just a language family. It's not a racial designation.
Right.
And
that could also
when we
be...
focus on it that way, it doesn't work to say Palestinians are Semites too, because when people are talking about Semite in this context, they're referring specifically to the European discourse of anti-Semitism, which is a racism that's directed only against one people. No one ever used the term anti-Semitism to refer to hating people from Eritrea. It's just, it's not how it works. So I get where it comes from. I understand why that's useful, like to think, oh yes, there's a commonality, and we should do that. We should, especially in the context of Israel, because they do now speak a Semitic language. They didn't before. The Jews of Europe spoke French and Yiddish and whatever. They didn't speak a Semitic language, but now they do. So you can say, hey, we're all brothers. We speak a very similar language. Hebrew and Arabic are very close cousins as languages. It's easy to learn the language if you've got one. We have a lot in common. That is a good impulse. Trying to say we're Semites too, and what you're doing is anti-Semitic, it's factually inaccurate, and it again gives the Zionists a way to shut us down. Because they will know the history of anti-Semitism, and they'll know that what we're saying when we say Palestinians are Semites is a completely different subject. It doesn't make sense in this context. So I don't think it's helpful.
Okay. I would guess that the Templars were anti-Semitic also. So
well, Christianity historically is. It still struggles with it, but it's and even a lot of the places where it claims not to be, it still deeply is, because anti-Judaism, a theological reason to hate on Jews, is deeply baked into the Christian religion. It's a part of its core theological structure that the church supersedes Jewish people and becomes.
On that, it's based in the Western religion.
Well, it's based in Christianity.
The Western Christianity, yes, but
people can apply it differently. People don't have to hate each other. That's different. But the theology is at its core is anti-Judaic, and when it becomes anti-Semitic is when you add the racist component in the modern period. So technically, anti-Semitism didn't exist when the Templars were around. Anti-Judaism did, and they were deeply, deeply anti-Judaic. I mean, the Crusaders massacred tons of Jews.
Oh yeah, that's what my next point. It was Jews, Arabs, and Jews, Muslims, and Christians that fought against the Crusaders together. So if we did it then, why can't we do it now? I mean, it's the same thing.
People can find ways to work together. We can focus on our commonalities. We can get past all of this shit. But when you take a core issue, what the Europeans did was they took an element of theology and they turned it into a racism. And racisms are even harder to dismantle.
Yep.
So it makes the situation a lot more intractable.
Yeah, I think we're getting somewhere where people are waking up, but then again, there's always those people that have been conditioned so deeply that if you hit them over the head with a book of knowledge, they still won't get it.
Freedom.
Yes.
Someone in the chat is flirting with you,
I
which is
know
cool.
you.
I'm
You
the
have a
matchmaker.
fan.
Matchmaker, yay! So yeah, somebody wants to know if you're single. So
You definitely have a fan and someone who wants to know.
that's awesome. Go love each
Oh,
other. Let's all love each other.
Yes,
this is
absolutely.
always a great combo. Yeah. I want to go ahead and finish this, and then I think who's next is,
I am
how do
I
I
am
say?
single, but I'm an older gentleman, so
Well, there you go, Sarah. Take your shots in the DMs. He's single.
Yeah, take your
I
shot. Go for it.
and how do I say user at the very top? I've listened to you before. Celia, how do I say your username? And I think you're next. Cilium?
Silphium? Is it?
Silphium?
What does it look like? Oh,
Well,
looks
let's
like
give
the
them
way.
a moment to come to the mic. If you're there. Otherwise, I think who's next? Was it Mia and then Cactus? I lost track of that. I'm sorry. I apologize. I think it was Mia and then Cactus.
If the turns are confused, that can go.
Oh.
Okay. Doc, I wanted. Yeah.
Well, no, we're not confused. It's just I think that Cilium is probably at their mic, so and then after, unless I mean it's Liam's live, so unless
So
there's one more thing that needs to
what are we up to then? Next is did you say it was Maya or Cactus?
Maya, yeah, Maya would be next, and then Cactus. Oh, Cactus was first. Thanks, guys. Cactus and then Mia. That was when kid transfer was happening.
Okay. Yeah, this is kind of a question based on something you said a few weeks ago about the Frankfurt School. And I was kind of interested in what your thoughts were about the Frankfurt School. I know a lot of leftists consider it kind of bourgeois, and I don't know, it's kind of interesting. And I was wondering about some of the nuances there with relation to that criticism and, how you view it and how it's influenced you in general.
Yeah, that's fun. That's another one that if we do plan one of those theme days where we spend a lot more time talking specifically about socialist movements, we can push even further into that. But yeah, I'll ramble on that for a minute. The neat thing about what a lot of the Frankfurt boys were doing was they were recognizing places where Marx's predictions and the methods laid out by a whole lot of the socialist movement were wrong, where they were failing, and where the working class was actually not proving itself to be a vehicle for revolutionary change, because as the states, and this is very specific to the way that modern nation states found ways around these movements, people were starting to identify themselves more and more with the ruling class, with the bourgeois, because think about the way that we redefine the term middle class, right? If class is your relationship to the means of production, then you understand that it doesn't matter if you're a college professor or a ditch digger, you're still working class, and there's somebody else in charge of you. But if you start thinking of middle class like an income level, then you start thinking, oh, well, I make enough money to have a house, therefore I'm more like those rich people than I am like the poor people in the trailer over there. And that breaks a sense of solidarity. And it worked. The state started really focusing in on how to make consumer goods cheaper for people, provide basic benefits. Oh, we'll give people health care, and we'll give people education, and we'll build more infrastructure, and there'll be more opportunities for entertainment. All the corporations step up, and now you've got radio shows and TV shows and everything else, and people start being distracted by this shit, so they lose a sense of urgency in dismantling the system as a whole, of changing the system. The Frankfurt folks are really good at recognizing where we are today, and they did it in the 1930s. because you could already see all the elements of it. You could already see how it was going in that direction. And 100 years later, we're still living with exactly the same basic problem. And when leftists organize specifically around the earlier ideals, it's missing something, because this is why most of the working class now identifies more with the right, because they've been sold a lie and they believed it. What the Frankfurt folks were trying to do is to understand why that is the case. How did that work? What made it possible to actually subvert working class movements and get people in the working class to identify with the people who are fucking them just by, giving them football and TV shows? How is that enough? But somehow it was. So they're really good at analyzing early consumer culture, advertising culture, the psychological techniques about that. I still think a lot of the work is very useful because of that. It's not perfect. There's still a lot of mistakes there, but it starts the process of understanding why the socialist projects broke down in the middle of the 20th century and they lost their appeal for people. So it got difficult there. When people try to caricature it as like, we're going to use education to brainwash people into being commies or something. I mean, a lot of the shit people talk about with the Frankfurt School is so fucking dishonest. I mean, your Jordan Petersons out there have never read a goddamn bit of it. And I will bet my left nut on that. They've not studied this shit at all. But it's easy for people to fall into that kind of rhetoric and go along with this stuff, because everything about society is structured around consumer capitalism. It's tempting to people. But I do think the Frankfurt School is really good at analyzing bourgeois culture itself. I think the places where there is a legitimate critique of them being a little too bougie themselves is where you get into like look at the way Adorno criticized music. There was some really elitist bullshit in that. Oh, what is all this weird jazz shit? And there are some cringe elements and things like that. But that's simply the fact that they themselves, they're fucking academics, and they're hanging out with other academics, and they have enough money to have a nice little house, and so they think of themselves as a bit more cultured. Their work is still interesting, and I think people can build on it in very productive ways. A lot of later scholarly interventions that go off very different directions, and oftentimes explicitly not Marxist at all. This is another place where I love picking on Jordan Peterson, like postmodern neo-Marxism. Marxism and postmodernism don't like each other. They don't even work together. They're philosophical opposites, but whatever. But a lot of those movements were inspired by some of the thought the Frankfurt School did, because what they did was they decoupled some of the very important analyses of capital. Like socialism, the socialist architecture, the framework, the philosophical work there, the economic work showed how capital works. Ultimately, that's where we get the word. If people don't know that, Marx literally invented it. I mean, it's like the analysis of how the system works is brilliant. What it doesn't seem to offer is how the fuck to escape it. And when the Frankfurt School got involved in studying this, they brought in a ton of influences from outside of it. They borrowed from like Kant and the cosmopolitan tradition. They borrowed from Nietzsche. They borrowed from tons of people that were not remotely socialists. And they integrated those ideas, and they tried to use them all to understand more. Why did it fail? Why did socialism not actually win over the working class and change the whole world? So that, I think, is still very valuable. The only place where I can see the bouginess is in the personal attitudes. I don't think it's a bourgeois form of socialism. I think if people do think that in a technical sense and not in a personal sense, I think it's largely because they break some of the reification of the working class that you can see in Marx. They kind of argue maybe that labor as a whole isn't somehow going to all see its commonalities and all work together and oh yes, we'll all immediately have class consciousness, because this is very this will naturally unfold in Marx's historicism. And they're recognizing that by 1930 it was already pretty damned obvious that wasn't happening. Even in places where socialist revolutions happened, it was very difficult to get people to change their identities. Look at the way the Soviet Union came apart and how very quickly all of the cultural and religious and national elements all came back. You know, they were never gone. People couldn't really relate to the Soviet project because they couldn't change themselves to think in terms of class and in a transnational way. So even where revolutions happened, they still failed in that core element. And I think the Frankfurt School is really, really useful in helping to get us to think about that problem and look for a solution. I'm sorry I'm rambling because it's an interesting topic, but I think that's the briefest I can get on the topic like that.
That's such a great answer. Yeah, thank you so much. I think it's really interesting you mentioned postmodernism in that context too. It reminds me of this book. I'm blanking on the author, but it's Postmodernism or the Cultural Logic of Late Capitalism. It talks about
that's what the fuck is his name? Shit, I don't remember where it is, but what's the damn name? Jameson.
Yeah, Frederick Jameson. Yeah. It reminds me of that
old,
too.
I like that names.
Yeah, and how like postmodernism, is kind of like a symptom, and it's interesting that guys like Peterson kind of conflate the two. Thank you so much. A really great answer.
It's trying to deconstruct all these big narratives that say that things are always going to go in a certain direction, that there's a historicism, that there's a plan in the universe. They deconstruct the teleology. Where Marx kind of fails is that he quite unconsciously adopts, and partly through Hegel, but also through Christianity and Judaism, this idea of linear time. That history is flowing in a particular direction. That's why Marx was actually an apologist for British imperialism in South Asia, because he's like, oh well, they're a feudal population. They have to become bourgeois first, so Britain should dominate them and crush them. He was totally okay with that. There's a ton of ways in which Marx inherited a lot from the culture that already existed without really being able to criticize the core problems. The Frankfurt School within a socialist context starts some of that, and I think a lot of the post-structuralist and postmodern thinkers take it a step further by saying, you know what, this idea that history is flowing in a set direction, that's bullshit. Like, how do we break out of those ways of thinking? So yeah, they're not Marxist at all, because Marxism still has a kind of like modernist, teleological element to it. There's a sense of like a direction in history through stages, and the postmoderns reject that element, but they do draw a lot of inspiration from the Frankfurt School. So there's places where they overlap.
Didn't Marxism evolve to fascism?
No, because Marxism is ultimately based in class and fascism is based in nation. Where they can overlap is in their appeals to the working class. People can go from one to the other if they change what initially drives them. So how did Mussolini go from being like a syndicalist, so he's essentially like a left kind of anarchist-leaning sort of figure, to being a fascist? Well, because nation turned out to be more important to him. He was radicalized by the war and feeling that Italy was being kicked around or whatever, and he's recentered everything on nationalism. By abandoning class consciousness and the division of society into social classes, and instead between like the nation and the other, you have fundamentally departed from Marxism or any kind of socialism. But they do overlap in their socialism and fascism overlap in their appeal to the working class. They both have a populist element to them, but their fundamental bases are opposites.
Hi, there's so much to learn.
Yeah.
Saba. Yeah, thank you. Welcome to the panel. I do have you in line here. And yeah, so much to learn. So much to learn. Thank you, Liam. Can I do a check on you, Doc Liam? Do you need anything? Do you need a break? You're good to go? I know you're an hour earlier than me, so just want to do a check. We have a few people up on the panel, but just seeing.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. We have Maya, and then Better, Abdullah, and then Saba.
As long as I can snack.
Yeah, of course. Please. So, Cactus, are you wrapped up with that conversation? Can we move on to Mia?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
We really should pick a day where we can dive more into like socialism and postmodernism and all that kind of stuff, because it's a lot of fun. And I honestly, it's something that we've tried to get as a course together, and it struggles to take off. People don't really like to study intellectual history anymore. So classes that talk about philosophical movements tend not to get enrollment. So I've struggled to do that, but I've long wanted to be able to get people interested in that and talking about it. But oh well. So I would enjoy a conversation like that.
Love it. All right, Maya. Now's your turn to shine.
Hi.
Welcome to the panel.
Thank you for having me. I just wanted some clarification on some watermelon history. I feel like in my personal studies and stuff, there's been a lot of emphasis on the Balfour Declaration, but I think there's two pieces that are really missing when a lot of people are discussing this part of history, which is the McMahon-Hussein correspondence and the Picot-Sykes Agreement. So my question is, per the Hussein-McMahon correspondence, like how much influence do you think the Arabs helping the British overthrow the Ottomans have to do with Israel obtaining their country?
What was that? How much do I think the Arabs? What was that?
Do you think that the Ottoman Empire could have been overthrown without the help of the Arabs?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they did open up a fifth front, and they did participate in a number of key engagements leading up all the way up finally to the fall of Damascus. So the Arab revolt played a part in it, but the Ottomans were going to lose regardless because their whole side was collapsing. And while they performed a lot better in the war than a lot of people give credit, it's a huge pet peeve of mine that people often talk about the First World War and they leave out all the colonial troops and they leave out the fighting in Africa and they leave out the Ottoman fronts. I mean, the Ottomans were fighting on 5 fronts if you count the Arab revolt. It's a very complicated position, and they didn't have enough of the infrastructure in place to really move the stuff around logistically. So it's remarkable they did as well as they did. But the odds were all massively, massively stacked against them, coming out of that war and victorious. So no, I don't think it played any part at all in toppling them. It just made it a little easier. Fewer troops, I guess.
Okay, yeah, that was my only question. Thank you.
Yeah, the relationship between those 3 documents, though, that you mentioned, when I assign that, I literally take all 3 of them and put them together as a source for people to read, so they can see the contradictions between them. But they for looking at the history of Zionism, this is when we take the focus to Balfour and we start there. We're making a similar mistake to when people start with Herzl, because the Zionist movement was at least 55 years old by the time the Balfour Letter was achieved. It's not the beginning of this in any way.
Right, the B'nai B'rith, which was started by the Freemasons, it's that Jewish kind of corporation, and then the Anti-Defamation League is actually a spinoff from the B'nai B'rith. They were made back in like the 1850s or 60s or something like that.
ADL's from 1913, so it does predate it, but not by much.
Right. But the B'nai B'rith was that's what they came from. They came from the B'nai B'rith.
Sure, they did. Yeah, but
my
the Zionist movement. I mean, there had already been Zionist settlers on the ground in Palestine for decades before the Balfour Letter. They'd already been there since the first small trickle was in the 1870s, and the first major wave started in 1882. Long before Herzl even was a Zionist. Herzl hadn't even heard of Zionism before there were Zionist settlers on the ground in Palestine. So it's a much bigger history than people tend to include. We do need to talk about those documents and their relationship. They do play an important part in the overall story, but they shouldn't be at the beginning of it.
Right. All right. Well, thank you for clearing that up for me. I couldn't find a whole lot of information on it. There was just so much information on the Balfour Declaration. And I'm like, I know that there's more to it, especially with the Pico-Sykes Agreement, and they're partitioning that land, behind everybody's backs while, Lawrence of Arabia is over here making this deal with the Caliph of Mecca. Yeah.
Yeah, the short on that, if the deal worked out with the Sharif of Mecca, people sometimes mistakenly connect that to the beginnings of Arab nationalism. It's not. Arab nationalism existed at the time in its infant form in some major cities of the Levant, but the Ottomans were crushing that, like unaliving a whole bunch of those guys. But it was an urban movement. What happens with the Hussein's movement, it's like a dynastic struggle. It's a bunch of tribal levies. It has nothing to do with a broader Arab nationalism. They're fighting literally for him to create a dynastic power in the area. But it's interesting that the only part they carved out of the Ottoman Arab possessions was Mount Lebanon, which France had an interest in taking. So all the rest of it was said, hey, yeah, you can totally create an Arab kingdom here and we'll help you out. Meanwhile, they'd made a deal with between Russia and Britain and France to carve the whole Ottoman Empire up into different possessions for themselves. And they had no intention of honoring that deal. But neither did they intend in the Balfour Letter to give Palestine to the Zionists. What they intended to do was create a national home. It doesn't say state, and only as long as it doesn't fuck with the Palestinians. Everyone leaves that part of the sentence out. It's like, we'll blah, 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 you can have a national home here. We'll work to help that out so long as it does not affect the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish minorities. It's literally in the same fucking letter. What they intended to do with the Jewish population was use them to create a more loyal Europeanized population on the ground to help them run the colony. So they didn't have to import as many people from India or whatever, from their different imperial administration. They just wanted to fold them into it. But it was always intended to be a mix of direct and indirect colonies, and the entire Hussein McMahon correspondence was a lie. So it's yay for imperialism.
I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and drop you down, Mia. And then Better, welcome to the panel. Better call, are you there?
Oh, saying Abdullah. Okay. So my thing, Liam, yeah, you know what that is? Yeah, there was a TikTok court a couple of days ago, and I was supposed to represent someone. So I was setting my case, Better Call Saul. But anyway, yeah, my question actually, I believe that I already reached out about that. I wanted to ask about the Kurdish history and what exactly is the situation there, because I don't know anything about that.
Mr. Word, the what history?
The Kurdish history, the history of the Kurds. And was there a conflict between them and the Assyrians? Because I tried to educate myself, but I couldn't get a good understanding of what was happening exactly. So I wanted to ask you, if you don't mind, to dumb it down for me.
Yeah, there's a lot there, so I'm not sure exactly where to start. Cut me off if I'm heading off in the wrong direction here, but first off, Kurds have been there for ages. They're part of they're part of like the whole Indo-European migrations in the first place. So their ancestors have been in those hills for a long fucking time. But because they lived in a more mountainous area, they were marginal to most of the states that had risen and fallen in the region for a long time. Everyone kind of ignored them. They didn't really matter. They were like mountain goat herders. Like no one cared. So there's tons of peoples that survived in isolated areas for a long, long time. Kurds for a long time were one of those. When you get to creating modern nation states as opposed to states, the question of identity really rears its head because that area was carved up and handed into 4 different countries. So Kurds all get divided up. Now, they already had some geographic divisions because they're a mountainous people. So different forms of the Kurdish language exist that aren't mutually intelligible, but they have a common origin. So they're still Kurds, but they've diverged because they're spread around a bit. But they get cut up into 4 different countries that all create a national identity that excludes them. So that becomes problematic. They early on weren't really relevant to some of the earliest fights there because, again, quite marginal. They were ignored for most of it. But as nation states began pushing on them more or using them more, like hell, the Ottomans actually exploited them to attack some of the Christian populations. They got them to do some of the dirty work during their G-side. But it was basically like, again, drafting like tribal levies in a sense. They weren't part of a national project. Once Turkey developed a nationalist identity, then there's a problem for them. And they start, lashing out and fighting back there. And you have the same problem everywhere else. So once you have a nation state pressing on you that doesn't include you in its definition, you not only have a reason to fight back against that nation state, but you also have a reason to develop your own distinct national project, and that means that anybody living in your area that doesn't quite fit can also be a problem. The Kurds, to their credit, have often managed to fold lots of people in of differing views. There's a lot of religious diversity in those mountains, including even some isolated pockets where Zoroastrianism survived, and then the Yazidis are a little bit better known now, and then Shabak populations. There's like tons of diversity already present in the area, as well as the different Kurdish languages. They didn't initially have a big problem with other populations like Assyrians or whatever. I think that's the one you mentioned. It wasn't based in nationalism. It's more a matter of, and this is difficult because, especially since I've seen some people doing it in some pretty racist ways. At the time, if you're looking in the late 19th and early 20th century, they really are essentially small scale village life, very rural. They're not the most sophisticated, and they're still thinking in terms of raiding other peoples, in the same way that people had been doing for ages in the area. I don't have what you have. I've got some horses I can ride down and I can rob you. So there's those kind of antagonisms. Those still existed. So into the early 20th century, you still had that kind of headbutting. But it wasn't based in nationalism at the time. There's no nationalist issue between Kurds and Assyrians in their history. And Kurdish nationalism does take a very different turn on it. But there was conflict between them at a few different points. And they did, again, participate in the Ottoman G-sides, unfortunately. But it's more because it advantaged them to take some territory. Hey, if you guys ride down and rob these guys, we'll give you the land afterwards. Okay, cool, that's fine. So it's like they got manipulated in that sense.
Okay, because here's what I heard from someone. I got a bit confused again, but just to confirm, you said that they originally came from Eastern Europe?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay. So the Aryan people, the Indo-European population, is like in the broad grasslands stretching from Ukraine to Central Asia, and over time, people migrated off those grasslands in successive waves. Okay. Some way back in the Bronze Age, like the Hittites. Others much later. But the ancestors of a lot of the European languages, as well as all the Iranian languages, which includes Kurdish, and most of the Northern Indian languages, they all originate in Proto-Indo-European in those grasslands. So the Kurds ended up in those mountains out of the waves of Indo-European migration from the grasslands down. So not from Eastern Europe per se, although if you're looking at the broad Eastern European plain in the far eastern edge of it, yeah, kind of. Like Eastern Ukraine and then over. So it's that massive grassland area.
Okay, but with that means that there was not really a geographical, conflict over land between them and any other group. They just came and settled. There wasn't any...
Not originally, no.
Okay, so they did actually live at the same time with the Assyrians, but it was not something similar, or a fight over land, or no one was displaced. That's what I'm trying to get.
All the way back to the actual Assyrian Empire?
Regardless, no, I'm talking about people in general, not about an empire or anything.
We use the term Assyrian in different ways, and there's a modern ethno-religious group that calls themselves Assyrians,
Mm.
and then there's the ancient Assyrian states.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
No, I'm talking because someone was saying the thing that I heard from two different people. One was saying, yeah, they displaced people. The other said, no, or they have been living there for thousands of years. And I'm confused. Again, I don't know anything. That's why I'm asking, what exactly is it? Is it that there was never really a conflict, a conflict similar, let's say, to Palestine and Israel, where a group of people displaced a certain group? Because you said that they're mountainous people. And mountains are not really popular for nations normally to live. So it was not really an area that was attractive for anyone. If you want to, exactly. So that's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay, so it's an argument like that. If that's where they're going, it's kind of pointless in a way because you're dealing with things that are literally thousands of years ago. There were people there, sure. You know, there's always been smaller populations, but human beings have constantly mixed and merged. The population that makes up the Iraqis today, like in terms of their biological inheritance, come from dozens of distinct ethnic groups with different languages that have moved into the area at different times and settled in among the people. And they all eventually all mixed and merged together. That the same thing is true in those mountains. There were people there, but they didn't displace any significant civilization. They didn't take over an area from people. They didn't fight for the land. They ended up in a relatively marginal area during the migrations.
So
And they did mix in with the people who were there already.
So with that, does it make because based on that, the actual problem actually came after the nationalism issue and the borders that we have, which is a modern issue for the most part. Is that the problem? Because back when the Ottomans were there, okay, they exploited them and they used them to achieve their own agendas. But the actual issue between the Kurds and other nations was only an issue for a nationality issue. And they want their own state for the most part. And that's what I know about Kurds, is that they are a group of people who just want to have their own nation and their own country. But the whole idea of nationalism is a new concept. It's not really that old. And it only happened after those borders were drawn and people were separated, tribes were separated. Is that correct? But they never actually, historically, they didn't have issues before that. It was only recent issues with the governments that didn't actually include them.
What people are sometimes doing is they're connecting histories of raiding and then just general like tribal conflict, peoples fighting each other over resources, and they're connecting it to modern national identities. Kurds in the 14th century attacking somebody else were never doing it because I speak Kurdish and you don't. They didn't do it for nationalist reasons. But it was my tribe who wants resources. You have it. We'll fight over it. That's just human shit. But people in contemporary world tend to squish those things together. The Kurds did not have a national identity or a nationalism in the early 20th century when the Ottomans used them in that way. They did have an ethnic identity and a linguistic identity. They were Kurds, but it didn't have a political project tied to it. No one was saying Kurds should all be Kurds together. Brother Kurd, let's create a country. No one was doing that shit. That appeared much later, after the borders were settled, after people were divided up, and then after those countries started trying to impose their will on them. So when Iran tried to fold the Kurds into their modern Persian identity, or when the Turkey called them Mountain Turks and insisted that they stop speaking Kurdish in public, they encountered discrimination based on their language, and out of that, they formed a national identity.
Okay. So the identity issue was not historic. It's recent issue with the recent regimes that have been formed in the area.
Yeah, it's a century old. Exactly. It goes back to the early 20th century.
Okay, awesome. I really appreciate you actually clarifying that. Thank you, Professor. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Better. And I think next is Abdullah at the top. Welcome to the panel. Thank you for your patience. And chat if you can like the live.
Yeah, let's start with that. Everyone like the live, guys. I've been watching it sit here for I mean, I know. So everyone, when we're talking, they want to listen. I love it. I love it. I love it. But it's not YouTube. So we got to interact with the live. We have to interact with the live. You want to gift him, things like that. Whatever you can do to make sure that you're showing that you like this live to the algorithm. Please make sure that's going on. So now that that's out of the way, I love your work, brother, and thank you very much. I must ask you, must give you a thanks for clarifying the meaning of the word and the origin of the statement anti-Semitism, because it is a huge issue. And when it comes from someone like me talking about what you just said, people blow me off like I'm a lunatic. You're like, what are you talking about? You don't know when you break down a word like that was only used in Europe. Anyways, you already explained it. It's fine. I don't have to explain it. I just want to say thank you very, 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 very much.
I appreciate that. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we tend to pass around that sound good, like they make sense, but they actually can backfire and hurt us because we don't really know what we're saying. So I totally get why people want to say, oh, we're Semites too, but they're not going to. It doesn't make any sense.
Everyone looks at the word, like you look at the word Abdullah and say, oh, it means slave of God. Yes, that's what it means. We break it down. That's what it means. We look at lots of words in the world that way, but that's when you can't actually work that way. It doesn't fit the narrative. So I also want to touch base with an hour ago, maybe, it was stated that we need to unite upon our likenesses, our commonalities. This is very, very important. One of the, I want people to really, really take this into understanding. I have a lot of disagreements with lots of different people all over the spectrum of things. We don't have to agree on everything. We need to unite to make a better world. And that's the important thing. There's Sunni, Shia, this, that, these, those, all these things, whatever. We can debate about it in a nice way, whatever we want. But right now, there's an important thing that we need to take care of. We need to unite for, Palestine and other big issues. And I'm throwing things to the side that I sometimes, argue about, and it takes a lot of swallowing of the pride for everybody to be able to do this. No matter who it is, whether it's capitalism versus socialism, I don't care, whatever. We need to try to figure this out and work together. And if we don't work together and come to the table, we're never going to actually solve the problems. So, my actual curiosity, I have a lot of time at work. I'm a lumber mill machine operator, so I sit all alone at a deal and watch lumber go by all day long. And so I have a lot of time to think. And then things go in and disappear, but this is one of the things that stuck. I was contemplating, so I've always known that the historical symbol of Judaism, like on a book or anything like that, would have been the menorah. Historically, oftentimes, it was never the Israeli flag. It was the menorah. They didn't use that star. You don't find that star really in the Bible, actually. There's no real big significance around that star that's big, like huge. There's stories about maybe it's the shield that got welded together by David when he was in a heated battle or something like that. But in a historical, it doesn't have a place. But it crossed my mind today while I was working just out of nowhere. Zionism started with Christianity, right? Christian Zionism was first, then it kind of worked into Jewish Zionism. I'm sure there's been Zionism, but the real movement started in Christian, and then it worked into the Jewish culture, and they didn't even know where they were going to go, but they wanted a homeland or whatever, all these types of things. Now, when they founded Israel, the Holy Land, putting a star in the east when Christians are in the west, for not all Christians, but there's a mass majority who supported them in this, in the west. There's no Christ yet for the Jewish theology. There has to be a Christ to go back to the Holy Land. That star in the east symbolizes the coming of the Christ, so support us because the Christ is going to come. This is your sign, because the beginning of Jesus' birth, they say the star in the east rose, the Magi said it, they saw it, and they knew to go to this spot. But then you have the star in Israel. Do you think that might have had some sort of a play in making that flag to pander to the theology of Christian Zion, the Christian movement?
No, the symbol is actually quite old. It has roots that go back to Mesopotamia. There's a lot of iconography in the region that has been steadily evolving and transforming and has really, really ancient roots. it was used much more broadly in like late classical or medieval periods. So it was used for a while as a Muslim symbol and as a Jewish symbol. So it does exist in medieval Jewish texts as well as in medieval Muslim texts. And it's building on a much older ideal, and people started giving it meanings over time. So it developed a deeper internal logic. So from a Jewish perspective, it's been a Jewish symbol for a long, long time, and they're selectively forgetting that other people also used it for tons of time as well. And as it became more and more associated with them, it stopped being used as commonly outside of it. But the symbol actually predates Judaism, Islam, and Christianity.
Yeah, I was just trying to think about the political aim of having it on their flag. I understand it's ancient and all that. I mean, everyone from Alpha probably
It's been used for a long time among Jews. So it actually had been around in common Jewish use for a long time. So it was the Magen David was a well recognized Jewish symbol long before the creation of the state of Israel.
Okay.
It wasn't picked up because of a Christian association or something. I mean it's interesting as an idea. I'd never heard that before. So it's an interesting thought, but no, it had been a well recognized Jewish symbol in their own use on put on like the cases around Torah scrolls. If anyone's ever seen those, there's like tons and tons of uses that go back centuries before it appears in that context. So it made sense to people. They're trying to actually make references to older ideals. Now that star, it doesn't. We can't directly tie that to David. David is a mostly mythological figure. Essentially, like most of the stories there's maybe a kernel of truth orally that becomes a much more full fleshed out story in the Bible. We don't have any details like that. There's nothing in the Bible that talks about that star. It's simply not there. But it had been in use for a long time, so it had a sense of being ancient for people. And the blue on the flag, the stripes actually are a biblical reference. They're a reference to the blue thread in the tzitzit on the square garments that you're supposed to wear. Because there's on the edges of your garments, there's a blue thread.
Put on a certain way. You do a prayer and you put it over. You do the prayer and you put it over, and they have the tassels on the ends, and
exactly, the little tassels. Exactly, the tzitzit. Yeah, that color blue is prescribed in the Bible. So there's a couple of places where they're trying to connect to a deeper, older Jewish tradition. But the star itself, while it had been a Jewish symbol for a long time, we don't know exactly when it started because it actually predates Judaism. It had been used in the region for a long time in various forms. There's a ton of six-pointed stars that go back a long, long time. There's a lot of old symbols that we just lose the original meaning for. Like, the Zoroastrian Faravahar symbol? Yeah. No one really knows what it meant when it was actually being carved, 2,000 years ago. People have given it later meaning. So it's taken on a symbolism that represents Zoroastrianism, but that symbol actually predates Zoroastrianism. It was Mesopotamian before they got it. You can find it in a ton of pre-Iranian cultures where they picked it up. So the star is actually like that. It's earlier on a Mesopotamian symbol that was adopted and given a distinct cultural meaning by Jews. So I think the parallel between that and Faravahar make a lot of sense. If you take them both, they both are much, much older than the cultures that use them now.
Okay. Fair enough. Do you think that there's any, so since it came up in my mind today, do you think there could be any political aligning, getting, the Christians wanting Christ to come back? Obviously Christians want Christ to come back. Messiah, the Jews want the Messiah to come back, the Mashiach, not come back, but to come, I mean, and that star, do you think do you think that star could do you think there's any possible grain of salt of possibility of that being a political reference to try to say, hey, the Western Christians will see the star in the east hoping for their Messiah?
I mean, no.
Okay.
Because we have the discussions around their choice of it, and it wouldn't have made sense for them to do it that way.
What book can I look into for the discussions on that?
I don't know where I'd find it in a book because it's more from accounts of people discussing this stuff at the time. They're a bunch of letters and I mean, I'm sure some of the stuff has been collected in books. I'd have to look and see where it is. But offhand, I don't know I couldn't point you to a collection that has.
That's a homework issue, obviously.
But yeah, I can try to remember. If I forget, you can always send me a message or ask. But I can look and see if I can find where you can find the discussions around that. But I know I've seen them. And realistically, the whole star part too. We've always misused that shit. I mean, the so-called three kings are literally Zoroastrian priests. The context of that story in Christianity has been completely forgotten, and Jews never gave a shit about it. Like, that story has no meaning to them. It doesn't play a part in their cultural history. And the relationship between Zoroastrianism and Christianity is too obscure for them to really have cared about. The Christian movement and Christian Zionists, because Christian Zionism goes back into like the Protestant Reformation in its earliest forms, but they certainly didn't call it that. But the idea of like restorationism goes back a while. They didn't think of it in terms of stars either. And honestly, the earliest Christian Zionists, and actually for several, the idea of going for the apocalypse is a 19th century idea. But the earlier restorationists were doing it only because they reinterpreted the Bible in a way different from the Catholic and Orthodox traditions. Not that the Jews are forbidden from coming back because they've been rejected by God and they're not the chosen people, but they read the book for themselves and said, shit, this book says they're the chosen people and they belong on this land. Fuck, why aren't they there? We should help them get back to it. The Protestants simply read the book in a different way. Yeah. So they wanted to restore them to the land that they were on, and that from there, maybe they could get right with God and feel better with God, and maybe they'd all convert to Christianity. But the idea was just put them back where they came from, and then God will sort it out from there. The apocalyptic element is explicitly develops in the 19th century, so it's a much worse version of it for sure.
All right, fantastic. Thank you for that. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming up.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and drop you for the algorithm. I don't have very many guest requests, so if you want to stay up too, you can hang out and I'll drop you in. But I think Saba is up.
I might pop up and like raise my hand if I want to peep in for something.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
It's really nice too. I love seeing people. Thank you. But yeah, you can do that when there's a camera. we know.
I'm gonna turn off the camera for a minute though. Go to the next person.
Yep, appreciate you. All right, Saba.
Hey, could I just briefly
anything
sneak ahead real quick? I just need 1 minute, and I gotta run. I'm sorry. I hate to be rude. Is that okay? If it isn't, I'll just back out.
Oh, Rose.
Yeah, I think if
Can I
it's okay
sneak
with
ahead of
Saba, she's
somebody?
not turning on her camera right now, so I think I'm turning on her microphone, so I think it's fine.
Okay, great. Thanks. Yeah, I just earlier we were discussing the idea. What was it?
You got a call or something, right? Is that what that means?
I'm sorry.
You disappeared for a minute.
Oh, I don't know what's happening. This time of night, my connection gets wacky. But yeah, we were discussing something, and I just thought there was this great sociological term called anime. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. I might be mispronouncing it. ANOMIE, anome.
Anome. Yeah.
Yeah, you're familiar with it.
Yeah, a bit. I've run into it. I recognize the word.
Yeah, I just think it's a great concept, and I didn't know if you could speak to it and maybe enlighten some of these folks.
I couldn't. It's
okay.
It's too far out of my wheelhouse. I mean, I'm familiar with it. I remember the word. I've encountered it in sociology texts, but no.
Yeah, it just goes on to demonstrate, like a breakdown of traditional values, how people in a certain time and space view themselves. So I just thought it was pertinent to the conversation we were discussing earlier about why people get jaded and give up the fight, more or less. And I think, just that term alone, anime, we might be able to discover something to it.
That's not. It's probably the context in which I encountered it before, but I don't remember it enough offhand to talk really about it as a term or where it comes from. So
No worries. And the other thing I wanted to ask you was, I was speaking with what's her name, Erica, while you were getting coffee, and at some point, somebody mentioned a live or lecture in the near future regarding Southeast Asia. Does that ring a bell?
Some people want to talk about South Asia.
South Asia. Okay,
It's
so
been a long time since I've really put much thought into a lot of that stuff, but I did study post-colonial nationalisms and Hindu nationalism, and obviously a lot about the split and British imperialism there. So there's things that I know, and if more people come into it and talk about it, and they can bring the things that they know, and we could have like a fun chat.
yeah,
Because it's not an area of expertise for me, but it's definitely a place where I've dabbled a lot, and it'll be fun to dive into. But yeah, it was about South Asia specifically. I think they wanted to talk about like Kashmir and how the fights there might be similar to like the Palestine conflict, if I remember right. But I don't know. It was a while back.
okay. Yeah, I just wanted any advice, maybe books, whatever, to read, just so I'm not completely lost, or when comes time to discuss those things, have a foundation.
Well, it would depend on what you want. I mean, I've got a few general like histories and a couple of like funky ones on empire and military history in South Asia in the hall over there. But and there's a section on Hindu nationalism and anti-colonial nationalism in South Asia here. But again, I wouldn't know the best like general histories of that area, because again, it's a place where I've dunked my toe in several ways for it. So, for one thing, I spent a lot of time studying British history and the British Empire.
Right.
That sucked me into it for that. And then I'm interested in nationalism and nationalist movements, so I studied both post-colonial and anti-colonial and post-colonial and Hindu nationalist movements for that. But in terms of like good general histories, I don't know, because I only have my toe in a few parts of the overall puzzle.
Yeah. Yeah, I can. My education kind of mirrors that as well. The focus was, if it was world history, it was still isolated to the West. So that's definitely an area where I could, learn more. But I guess when the day comes closer to that, if like a week in advance, we know where we're going to take that conversation. Any recommendations would be appreciated. So we can cross that bridge when it comes. So I just wanted to discuss anime and the
30 seconds.
Hold on for just a second. Okay.
Where's the
Kyle, I love that. Like front row, you want to get all the prereq books
Yeah.
read before the talk. I love
Well,
it.
this way, if they're talking about a dynasty or, even a certain time period, are we talking about the Opium Wars, just so I'm not lost when we're talking concepts or whatever, just so I have a backbone because I don't think I've ever, maybe outside of a methods class, have I had anything, Asia, Southeast Asia, India, I guess history, but religious classes might be the exception. The education system doesn't focus on anything but the West. So, well, I'm sure many people share that experience as well. I don't know. I could be wrong.
probably no. Oh, there is.
Yeah, I'll take a moment to just say please tap, and please like the live. We hit the 200, so that's great. But don't like the live if you're on the panel at Shadow Bananas. So, but
This one. I love I love finding the ones that I actually got a lot out of when I read them, because you can still see when you find my notes in them.
That's fun.
You can tell when I care about something that I'm documenting all kinds of fun things in them. But okay, so I can show you just from only again 2 of the areas where I have interacted with it. Again, these are not general histories of it. I have 3 areas here. There's a bunch of it in the British Empire section, and then there's some military histories in terms of interaction with the British Empire. I didn't bother bringing those over, but I brought over a handful on Hindu and post-colonial nationalisms, and then on the interaction between South Asians and empire. There's some things about resistance that I think are really fascinating. So just a couple of quick. Okay, so no there, and then no here. Okay, so I don't know how relevant this is. This is just a reader on it. So this is just excerpts from things.
I don't mind textbooks. A lot of people hate textbooks. I love textbooks. They give you a great. It's like Wikipedia. Yeah, the reading can be boring, but
Yeah,
you
well,
get
there's
that
things
down.
like excerpts from primary sources, like excerpts from people writing on it. So this is a neat take on the BJP and how they are transforming and fucking up India. It's a nice thick book here. I think that Partha Chatterjee was a really interesting figure for me for a while, and so there were some influences I took from these. There's just two of his books. So, Nationalist Thought in the Colonial World,
okay,
and then The Nation and Its Fragments. These are both specifically anti-colonial and post-colonial nationalist movements.
Okay.
So yeah, Partha Chatterjee.
Yeah, I got it.
And there's interesting parallels you can get from looking at those kind of nationalist movements and then Palestinian nationalisms, because they both are anti-colonial nationalisms. And a more nuanced view of those can show us what good things we can take out of it, as well as what some of the dangers are. Because again, the anti-colonial nationalisms that developed here did in the long run lead to shit like this. So there are dark twists to it, and we have to learn how to avoid turning them into really fucked up things. So, and then just a couple of fun ones here. Okay, so this is just another reader, so I don't know if anybody's interested in subaltern studies at all, but that was with these. But these two, wow, I got a lot out of these as well. So let's see. Dominance Without Hegemony, History and Power in Colonial India. Ranajit Guha is also a really interesting figure, and I got a lot out of this one. The Elementary Aspects of Peasant Insurgency in Colonial India. And what this did was it helped people find, what it does is it gets past the kind of imperialist narratives on it and the European approach to resistance and started thinking, how did people here conceive of what they were doing? Because their discursive frame is entirely different. For a lot of peasants who were fighting back against British control, as far as they were concerned, the gods were walking with them, literally. Their sense of self, their sense of identity, and their connection to the land was fundamentally different. So it's trying to reconstruct their worldview. Like, how did that affect the way that they organized? How did their understanding culturally affect the way that they resisted imperialism? Because there's a tendency frequently for people to, I don't know, homogenize the world in a way, read it all through the way that Europeans organize themselves politically and ignore that there's massive differences in social and political organization around the world. So yeah, I get a lot out of this when I read that one. So, and then just a fun one, I Chakrabarty was another really interesting author. This is a great work of theory, Provincializing Europe. That tries to deal with it's both exploring elements of a kind of post-colonial nationalist framework, but also deconstructing elements of the way that Europeans think of themselves by applying that same thought to them. So it's trying to reverse the way people often mix up these categories and apply them differently. It's like, what happens if we take this lens and we look at how Europe has constructed itself? So I found it a really fascinating intervention, but much more philosophical as a text.
Yeah, no, I love that.
But anyway, that's all I've got that I can really suggest. The rest is in my British Empire section, so it's way the hell up high up here, and then some military stuff, and yeah, not terribly interesting.
Oh, I know. I appreciate it. I love the foundational stuff. As long as I'm not out in the cold when it comes, any experts on a panel discussing it, at least I can have, a modicum of knowledge of what's going on around me. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kyle. You got some really great book recommendations.
Yeah. No, I'm going to be bothering the librarians this week, that's for sure.
I love it.
All right, everybody. You guys have a great night. Thanks for taking your time out again, mods and Liam. Really appreciate it.
Yep, I'll go ahead and drop you for the algorithm. Just
Great.
give me a
Thanks.
second. And then I think Saba, if you're to your mic, and then random.
Yes. Hi, everyone.
Welcome. Yeah.
Thank you for having me. Love listening to Liam. And great question, Abdullah or Furry.
Okay. Oh, I gotta put Chakravarti back.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna ask if you had a
Hi,
question
Liam.
too.
How are you? I hope you're not tired because I have a boring question or
Um, I'm probably starting to get there, but I'm not tired per se yet.
yeah, it's like
I'm
1 p.m.
ready.
around. I
I'm
love it.
putting a hold on letting other people up at the moment just so that we can have a chat with Saba and random and then just kind of check in with you and see how you're doing too, Liam. Unless
Yeah,
you
we'll
want me
see.
to
Yeah.
just keep on bringing them up. Okay.
Yeah, I can probably go a little bit beyond 2 more, but probably not too much beyond that.
Okay. So
We'd
for
start
those waiting in the guest requests, I see you, and
so we'll probably
we'll just
we'll
keep
probably
going.
still get there.
Okay.
Socrates.
Okay, so who are the Khazars? The Khazars and who are the Ashkenazis in relations to the Khazars, and why didn't the Jewish Russian Oblast, take off as the Jewish home state instead of Palestine?
Wow, okay, so 3 different ones. All right, let's see.
Yeah.
Birobidzhan is the easiest one to point to. No one gave a shit about Birobidzhan because it has literally nothing to do with Jewish history. How are you going to convince people to move out to a territory that's like it borders fucking Mongolia? It's in the middle of the it's all the way over in the Soviet Far East. They did it for racist reasons. So it's like asking why weren't Jews happy about Russian racism? Because the idea was, how do I get these fucking Jews out of Russia? Let's put them all the way over here in Mongolia where no one can give a shit about them ever again. That was the
But
goal.
there were no people. There were no people there, right?
No, there were people there. There were indigenous populations already in the area, and other ethnic groups from Russia have also moved into the area. Even at its height, Jews were always a small minority of the population in Birobidzhan, and today there's almost no Jews there at all. And literally, as soon as they had the ability to leave, they got the fuck out because they had no reason to be there at all.
I'm dead.
It was
they
never appealing in any way.
got it. So they weaponized Judaism to get billions or millions of Jews to leave their comfortable homes and go to Palestine.
Well, no, the Palestinian issue is sort of separate from that entirely. What Stalin had been doing with a lot of those things was just moving populations around because of how you could sort of manipulate nationalist identities in the area to deepen control. It was they were literally moved there in the first place because of anti-Semitism. And people left because they had no attachment to the land. It had no history for them. It was tied to a kind of Stalinist resettlement project, that expelled them from Europe. No one was happy about it as an idea. It was never a Jewish homeland. It was a racist farce forced on them. So plenty of them moved to Israel in the 90s when they got the chance to get the hell out. But they were trapped there at the time because the Soviet Union didn't want people to emigrate, but it also didn't want Jews in Russia. So there's
got it.
Yeah, there's no really connection to it between it and the other issue there. The only connection it has to the Israel-Palestine issue is that most of the Jewish population of Birobidzhan moved to Israel or wherever else would take them, U.S., Canada, whatever. They just got the fuck out as soon as they could. Many of them in Israel simply because Israel was easier to move to. They would help them resettle and whatnot. Everywhere else, you still got to go through the whole visa process and application, to emigrate and whatnot. But people ended up all over the place. But the Jewish population fled as soon as they could because they weren't attached to where they were at all. It was a prison in a sense.
Makes sense.
The other okay, I'm blank. Oh, the Khazars. Okay, so the Khazars and the Ashkenazim have literally nothing to do with one another. It is a long-term conspiracy theory, largely circulating because of anti-Semitism. They literally have nothing to do with each other. Ashkenazim developed in the Rhine Valley, in the western part of what is today Germany. And they'd been there since the late classical period, so settling there in the later Roman imperial period and in the early medieval. The Yiddish language evolved out of medieval High German from that region. So Ashkenazim are essentially an indigenous culture in Western Europe that slowly migrated eastward because of anti-Judaism. There was, during the Crusades, for example, the first victims of the Crusades were a bunch of the Jews in the Rhine Valley. The Crusaders went on a rampage in pogroms and massacred huge numbers of people in that area. So Jews started saying, shit, I guess we're not safe here. Let's start going where there's fewer people. And they started migrating eastward, ended up in like Poland, Belarus, Lithuania. So the Ashkenazim in those regions that spoke Yiddish are descendants of Jews from the western part of Germany in the Rhine Valley. That's where their culture originated. The Khazars are a Turkic population from the steppe lands that were centered on the area just to the east of the Sea of Azov, if anyone knows where that is. So sort of like between the Sea of Azov and the Caspian, sort of like in that region is where they had settled for a while, but they originally were migratory people from much farther northeast. And they moved into that area as horse lords, and they played a part in power politics very briefly, fighting in the early Middle Ages, along with a whole bunch of other peoples that no one ever talks about, like the Kumans and Kipchaks and tons of other interesting, Turkic populations were all migrating around. In the long run, most of those cultures didn't survive because they were pastoral nomads. So when they conquered and or integrated with settled peoples, they assimilated to the culture of the settled peoples. So eventually, the Khazars became like Alans and, the peoples of like the North Caucasus and whatever. They just blended in to the populations who were already there and lost their cultural distinctiveness. There is a story from a medieval Jewish account of the ruling class choosing to convert to Judaism. We don't know if that's true because there's no archaeological evidence of it, but there is this story, and it is possible because peoples have converted to Judaism at times. So it's possible the ruling class did choose to become Jews. If they did, it's also possible some of their descendants mixed in with the other Jewish communities of Central Asia, because Jews have been in Central Asia since the ancient Persian Empire. They scattered across there, in the Achaemenid period and settling in and building distinct communities. And if you wanted to stay Jewish, but the Khazar population is disappearing, that might be one way to survive. But that all we can do there is speculate at that point because we have no evidence of a conversion. We only have an account saying it happened among the ruling class. They left no trace of that. So they either didn't do it or they gave it up at some point and became something else like, Muslim or whatever else, or they blended into the other Jewish communities of Central Asia. But it's highly unlikely that the population as a whole would have become Jewish because, again, this is a Turkic population, traditionally worshiping, a shamanic faith like Tengrism, and in the process of settling and integrating with other settled peoples in the area. So the culture is all kind of in flux anyway. And in the long run, Judaism doesn't actually help them in the region. It's one of the reasons that a lot of those areas ended up converting to Islam later is because Islam actually was politically advantageous to people trying to hold power in the region. Judaism really was not. So it ultimately was outcompeted. And the same with the Buddhism was outcompeted in the area in the long run. Originally, like the Sogdian Iranians and a whole bunch of like Turkic populations, they were originally Buddhist or Bun. They adopted like different religions like that. They all gave them up over time. Judaism would have been outcompeted. But it certainly has literally nothing to do with the Ashkenazim because we know where they came from. They have no cultural, physical, historical, linguistic relationship at all with Khazars.
So the Ashkenazis are originally from Germany.
Yep. Ashkenazi culture developed in the Rhine River Valley in Western Germany, and they spoke a German language. I've never formally studied Yiddish. I could understand it pretty damn well when I was around Yiddish-speaking communities because I learned German and I learned Hebrew. And it's basically an old form of German with a few Hebrew loanwords.
So why do the Ashkenazis claim indigenous, ties to Palestine?
because their ancestors came from it. Because the Jews scattered around. I mean, in the Persian period, in the Greek period, in the Roman period, as you got major empires and kingdoms fighting over control, Jews started scattering around and settling in different communities. Everywhere they went, they found a way to maintain some distinctiveness, some way to hold themselves apart. So for the Ashkenazim, they adopted a form of medieval High German, but they wrote it in their script. So it looks different to make it easier to remember that script so you can keep studying Torah and everything else. It keeps you connected to your Judaism. They held on to certain cultural elements, certain stories, myths, ways to organize your life, ways to organize your community. Oh, we're still going to have a rabbinical court to solve our political disagreements. You got a problem, go to the Beit Din. They kept a lot of their traditions, even as they partly assimilated as they settled all around the world. So Jews went everywhere from China to Morocco to India. Everywhere they went, they stayed Jews, and their ancestors literally go back to the Levant. So Ashkenazim, when you test them genetically, they have some Levantine DNA. But they also have a bunch of European DNA because they fucked Europeans. People converted to Judaism and married into families. You know, hey, we really like each other. Dad, can I marry her? Cool, she's going to convert and blah, blah, blah. You know, these stories are human. They happen over and over. So populations mix and merge. But the Ashkenazim actually carry a significant amount of Levantine DNA, just like all Jewish communities do. Whether you're talking about Mizrahim, the Sephardim, they all have some of it because they started there and they migrated into different areas and settled in different places.
Got it. But I thought that, Jewish people started from Iraq, right? So wouldn't they have Iraqi DNA?
There's no origin in Iraq at all. If you're referring to like the Genesis account of Abraham coming from Ur, Abraham is a mythic figure. Stories about Abraham were written down 800 years after he was said to be alive. You know, the reason for there is to connect to Mesopotamian culture because they drew a ton of Mesopotamian cultural influence because it was the dominant civilization in the region. So it helps to explain that to people. Abraham is in part an etiological myth, we call it, an origin myth. You know, it ties a people together. You know, I get that's problematic for anybody who wants to be a biblical literalist. Sorry, I approach things through history and anthropology. But Abraham, there's literally no evidence that he existed, and we know about when the stories appeared in text form. And even there, that would still be one person coming from there. So you can't trace DNA that way. It dilutes and disappears over time. It mixes in with a giant other kerfuffle. Jews, Lebanese, and Palestinians all carry Levantine DNA going back to the Neolithic period. They're literally Stone Age populations that settled and learned to farm in the area and developed a distinct civilization. And then they branched off and headed in different ways. But they're all three of those populations have been there for thousands of years.
Okay, so how could Judaism be an ethnicity then? If it came from one person and that person left to, the Levantine and then told the people over there, oh, believe in this ideology or religion. So how did it become an ethnicity?
Well, there again, there isn't one person who came in and told people to believe in it. Because
it was Abraham, right?
But it literally didn't happen. We know Judaism evolved out of Canaanite polytheism. The religion is indigenous. El, the oldest name in Judaism for God, is literally the name of the Canaanite sky god, and we have him in documents from 4,500 years ago. We have pictures of El and his wife Asherah, who are both mentioned in the Bible. Baal is mentioned in the Bible. We also have him, going back again, 4,000 years. They're Canaanite figures. Judaism evolved out of its own cultural context in the Levant. It has some cultural influences from Mesopotamia, from Egypt, from the other major civilizations around there, but it's an indigenous form of the religion that developed among Canaanites.
So is it fair to say that the Palestinians are Canaanites?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
So why are they being prosecuted?
That's you're talking about modern nationalist issues. The way people define themselves now and how they fight about shit now has nothing to do with the ancient past. People like to selectively borrow from the past in order to form modern identities and use them to attack each other. but it's all ultimately dishonest. You can't apply the ancient past to the modern world. There's no culture is like a perfect linear descendant of any ancient culture. Like that's true nowhere in the world. But there are elements of the past that survive in our cultural memories, in our texts, in the things we tell our kids, and those can be taken up and used as elements of a modern national identity. And that's the issue you have, currently there. The stories that people tell each other are entirely separate from what actually happened. And how can they be an ethnic group? Any group is an ethnic group if you define yourself that way. If you pick a few distinct ideas and you hold a tradition that's different from your neighbor. Everyone in my village, eats this kind of food and dresses this kind of way, but the people a mile away don't do that. We're a distinct ethnic group. That's just how that works. So the fact that Jews had a cultural distinctiveness wherever they lived makes them ethnic by definition. Ethnicity is not biological. It's not something in your blood. It's about a matter of personal identity. It's the traditions you follow, the stories you tell. That's what connects you to any ethnicity.
I see, but and this is I know I'm taking up too much of your time, and
Yeah, it's
everyone
okay.
else is on here.
This stuff's
And
always
then
good
we'll
to go through because
Yeah.
there's a ton of Zionists have a ton of misinformation on this, and honestly, so does the pro-Pali crowd. We have a lot of misinformation because people misuse the past in the present. So it's always useful to connect these things.
Yeah, because in DNA tests, they are testing and they're putting people as Jewish, like your identity as a Jewish person.
Well, because we have a few distinct markers that you can see in it. Most of them you can't. There's a lot of ways in which you cannot actually separate, some Jewish DNA from Lebanese and Palestinian because they have some common Lebanese markers. Sorry, Levantine markers. But there's a couple of distinct things that they connect to the Kohen line, the Levite line, the priesthood. And we can recognize a distinct feature passing along through male lines that shows up in every Jewish population around the world. It's how we can say the Beta Israel in Ethiopia and Polish Ashkenazim are both Jews because they both carry that same genetic marker, even though they look nothing alike. Because some Kohanim moved to that area, got married, and had kids. So that gene can be identified. There's a specific sequence of genes that we can see repeating over and over again in different Jewish populations. That's all you can really do. Jews genetically are incredibly diverse because Jews have intermarried everywhere they lived in the world. But that's again just true of humans. No group is monolithic in biological terms. We all fuck each other, right? But there are a few markers you can trace back in certain ways. And that Kohen gene, so-called, is one of the ways that they can... The reason we connected to Judaism is because you only find it in Jewish groups. If you can only find this among Jewish populations wherever they're scattered in the world and it doesn't show up commonly elsewhere, that we use it to kind of identify things after the fact, Abdullah?
Got it. Thank you.
You have a thought?
Yes, I do. I
Thank
just
you so much.
Yeah, no worries.
So I'm not really that versed in ethnicities versus genetics versus this versus all these different deals. But what you said there, I would really like a little clarification because when a Muslim, kind of like Judaism, I guess. So a Muslim, when Jews become Jews, like an Orthodox Jew, if someone was from a Viking prior, and they, Viking lineage, I want to be a Jew. So they start practicing, they start doing everything, they learn everything they have to do in the Torah, they do their bar mitzvah, and now then they grow out the deal and they dress like a Jew. And this is what they do. Then would they be ethnically Jewish? And yes. Okay. So Sunni Muslims, we follow the way of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and bliss be upon him. So on Friday, you're going to see even the Vikings and everybody going in, and they're going to be wearing their, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are going to be wearing their thobes, and they're going to have their deal on their head, and a lot of us just wear the skull cap thing, the kufi, and all these things, we start learning Arabic and all this. We learn to recite the Quran in Arabic, our children, all these things. Would that make us ethnically Muslim, or what would that do? I don't understand.
Well, Islam describes itself as a universalistic faith, and the Ummah as open to everybody. So Islam has never conceived of itself as an ethnicity, as a distinct peoplehood. It's something that's open to everybody. And you can see that with, like, what's his name? The first muezzin, Bilal, I mean, from the very beginning, it doesn't matter like who you are, you can join the Ummah. So it pitches itself as universalistic. Judaism understands itself as a tribal religion for a distinct peoplehood. It's always been a peoplehood. So Jews aren't knocking on your door saying, "Excuse me, sir, have you heard the truth of, our prophet Moshe?" It doesn't happen. You can choose to become a Jew, but they're not asking you to do it because they don't think that it's a religion intended for everybody.
Okay.
So they just can see people in the contemporary world have tried to turn Islam into a national identity. But ultimately, that's what led to things like the Ottoman G-sides, or to groups like Daesh, ISIL or whatever. Those are corruptions. They're not. It's not how Islam has historically seen itself.
Yeah, for sure. And I was just curious. So, can you clarify what, like, the differences between, like, the oftentimes misused words like ethnicity and ethnics and things like that? What is the difference? What is an ethnic? Is a culture, right? Anybody who has that culture, like you said, if I'm in this village and we eat this, dress like this, do this, we listen to this music, this is our culture, and we are culturally such and such. So that has nothing to do with your bloodline. Now,
technically, ethnicity, culture, race, and nation, none of them technically have to do with bloodlines. It's literally not what they mean, because humans have always mixed and merged. There's nothing about blood that's ever been able to be used that way, and race is not a biological concept in any possible way. You cannot identify ethnic groups by blood. The way that the words technically work, I guess the simplest way you can boil this down. So a culture is a group, is a collection of traditions and ideas that we have. So different beliefs, different ways of life. So it's about your material culture and your lifestyle, right? When you take those cultural elements and you give them a distinct identity, like a set of stories around them, then they can become an ethnicity if it's passed along consistently. But cultures mix and merge all the time. Things change. So, like, when the Philistine settlement showed up there, they brought with them a lot of, like, Aegean material culture. Within one generation, they'd adopted tons of the local ideals, so that culture disappeared, right? So they blended into a different ethnic identity. But so you can go from, like, the basic material culture and practices. If it creates an identity, it's an ethnicity, right? So there's the two things there. So I can adopt tons of the cultural elements from somebody else. Like, I can start adopting we can pick up tons of cultural elements from other people, but that wouldn't make us ethnically them unless it changes our sense of self. You see the distinction there so far? Like who I think I am. Yeah. So, but they're closely related because ethnicity is based in culture, but ethnicity takes into the realm of personal identity. Where it can become a nation is when there's a political identity specifically. So it's not the sense that in our village, we all live like this, we have a distinct ethnic identity, but saying what we are this distinct people in political terms, and we should organize ourselves politically and elect a chief and everything like that. That becomes a nation. And nations can have political projects that lead directly to countries. That's something we deal with in the modern period with, like, nationalism and whatnot. And that historically isn't an issue. So nation is difficult to apply before the pre-modern period, but any group of people that has a sense of political destiny, a sense of self that organizes themselves, that has a sense of, like, chieftains and descent for chiefs and rules and laws. As soon as you have laws, okay, you can call them a nation. So arguably, Jews are also a nation long before the rise of nationalism, but it's trickier. And that's largely because of the legal definition. Where they aren't a nation is because they consistently said, we will blend in with and support the other political powers in our area. We're not going to fight for any kind of self-determination. So it's much more ethnic than it is national. but the legal component at least makes it arguable. So it's a gray area. Where any group of people has a distinct legal tradition, you can start talking to them in more national terms, so like a political structure for them. Race is generally used to divide people up, to separate them as a concept. So the German race versus the French race, it's race has a political component to it because it's specifically about othering. It's the only time it's used. People never picked up a term like that applying it to themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I can 100% agree with you on that. I left my own racist back pass when I was younger for Islam. And I was like, I love Islam. And it says, every Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, said, there's no white man is not, no white man is better than a black man. No black man is better than a white man. No Arab is better than a non-Arab. No non-Arab is better than an Arab. We are all the children of Adam, and Adam was made from dirt. No, and the only thing that can make us good or bad is the way God sees us, our God consciousness, and our actions on earth, which is what we will judge each other by. So that, I think that like really clicks with me. I really love that. And it also says in the Quran, chapter 4, verse 64, no, chapter 3, verse 64, come to common terms, come to commonalities among the people. I can fight all day with Christians. I could do it all day. We only have 4 things different in our whole faith. 4 differences. Do we have to fight all day? Do we really have Christians? Do we have to fight all day? We can talk. We can talk about our differences. We can talk. And it even says in the Quran for me, talk about your differences. If you do come to talking about it, do it in a beautiful way. We can do it, and we can do it in a beautiful way. We don't have to throw insults out there. And that's why I believe coming to the table, talking about things, the Ottoman millet system, whether it was good or whether it was perfect or not, it definitely probably wasn't, but it is something that we could work on today for people.
Yeah, there are ways. I've seen ways that I've tried to actually apply that as a model to some modern issues. It's interesting. Yeah, that'd be a fun topic for some time.
It would. Okay, let someone else do it. I just popped in. It's someone else's turn. Sorry.
I love that. Yeah, I just want to add, thank you, Liam.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I think we have Random and then Kristen, and then it seems like that might be a good time to wrap it up if that feels good for you. There's a couple people waiting, so apologize, come back. We see you, but I think we're
yeah, it's probably getting late. There's one good I don't know if he's still in the group. There was one closing that with where Abdullah was going there. I would extend it a little bit beyond even the places where they're closely aligned, like say Islam and Christianity. Because again, I approach a lot of these things from a more philosophical and anthropological perspective, and yet I still respect people of different faith traditions. I think that it doesn't matter at the end of the day whether I think Adam is mythical and you think he's literal. We can still take some beauty out of the idea, and we can still talk about universal brotherhood, and we can still find places where we have commonalities and agree on different things and can work together. People don't need to be at each other's throats over things. So I just want to extend it a little bit beyond just the faith communities and say, hey, we can all get along.
absolutely. I'm reminded of, it's funny, last time we were chatting in a panel, I mentioned the Dalai Lama, and I seem to be mentioning him again, where he really focuses on, planting gardens with your neighbors and really talk about the very human, and get to the values, and then the politics will follow after that. But I think sometimes when he says, "Oh, sorry," he says,
remind me of something fun.
Yeah, in those times when it's just really rough and there's a wall that we can't get past. That's just what is coming up right now. So.
Yeah, being, I guess, reminded that we all have Buddha nature. There's a neat anecdote about the 14th Dalai Lama where they brought him in to discuss, with a bunch of therapists, the question of this, nihilism and isolation and self-hatred that people have in a lot of the Western world. where people are like attacking themselves and they're down on themselves all the time. And they're trying to explain this to him, and he's just like staring at them like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who the hell hates themselves? That makes no sense. Self-hatred? I must be misunderstanding you. And they had to work at it and try and help him understand it, because from his perspective, this makes no sense. Why would anybody hate themselves? And a lot of that stuff comes out of the way that our cultures intentionally balkanize us. They separate us from each other. They teach us that we have to be at odds with each other. That we have to be these radical individuals just fighting to be like, making money and surviving the system here. But it takes us away from so much of what really makes us human. And I think if we get back to that sense of humanity, it can help us to transcend tons of our differences and really find a beauty and a strength in our differences.
100%. So, 100%. All right, Brandon and then Kristen. Two last questions as we wrap it up on Friday office hours. And chat, please like the live. Let's get to at least 250 or 300 before we end. That would be amazing. Go ahead, Random.
Okay. Thanks a lot for your time, and hopefully you're still doing okay after such a long kind of conversation. So I had just a very open-ended question. So, and I guess one of the things that I just felt like kind of contemplating is that there's always a fight between the bunch of little guys and a smaller number of big guys. So you look at it, socialism versus the ruling class. Like, it's always that power dynamic. Small number of people with a lot of power and a large portion of people with very, very little individual power that have to sort of fight it out. It's the sort of the story of history. So
yeah, long before socialism and capitalism existed, we still had people with power and people without.
Yeah. And one thing that happens is that when you have, like, say, I'm just giving an example, 10 people with power and 1,000 people with little power that have to fight it out, the 10 people with power can easily align themselves and sort of form a movement, versus the 1,000 people, it's much harder to have an alignment. So again, story of the history. And it sort of comes down to sort of within the 1,000 people, if they want to have a chance, it comes down to sort of figuring out what they have in common versus sort of putting aside the differences. Now, here's the problem. Where do you want to draw the line? Sometimes out of the 1,000 people, 100 of them might have despicable ideas, but at least they're aligned in a certain sort of certain fight at the moment.
Right.
And it's a sort of ethical dilemma. Where do you draw the line, right? Where do you want to sort of say, well, okay, I mean, we're gonna move past it at this point, but we will deal with them later. Sometimes it works. A lot of times, those 100 people actually are the one who will take the power, and then they will apply all their horrible ideas. So, as it pertains to today, today's problem, like, there is a lot of like, okay, there is a movement of sort of Palestinian versus Israel. And then part of the movement is people who are sort of real anti-Semites, like they exist. But at the same time, they are effective. In a sense, for a portion of population, they are effective. In a sense, let's say they're at least their guns are sort of aiming at Israel at the moment. So, but you don't know what happens tomorrow. And that's where, and I mean, this is the most cynical side of it. A lot of the time is actually stuff that you disagree with. So it's not as cynical as horrible. There's stuff that, like, okay, I don't like the form of government that you're proposing in general, but you know what, I might be able to live with it. So yeah, I mean, again, it's an open-ended question, but just wanted to.
Yeah, there's I can't resist. I need to pull up like an image and try to show it to y'all if I can find it. And somebody's asking, how is it effective? I think I'm not sure what you meant by they're more effective or something, but I think there is a sense that people sometimes think that they can collaborate with groups that at least have a common goal. Let's get rid of blah 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 Zionism. I think it goes beyond even that kind of an extreme example. It's one of the reasons that I've warned people against trying to ally with the Netzeri Kartai, because they don't like Israel, but they don't like it for a very different reason, and they have a lot of really problematic ideas. I don't think while I'm all in favor of human unity, I think that people who themselves oppose that, I tend to fall back on things like the old paradox of tolerance type stuff. If you're working with intolerant people because you are tolerant, you are undermining tolerance, because if they come into ascendance, you're just fucked. Then you'll end up in the camps. So it's worse than a deal with the devil. It doesn't make sense to me. Most people don't fall into those kind of extremes. I don't care how great they are on economic issues. If somebody is a committed racist, they can go fuck themselves. I'm not going to work with them on an issue there. There are tactical differences. There are a few political differences. It is possible to say, for example, anarchists and tankies can find a way to work together, but it really depends on how they structure it and what they're working at, because, history has told us that they could easily unalive the anarchists afterwards. So you got to be careful about that sort of thing. But it doesn't necessarily mean you can't collaborate on issues. So if I'm protesting American prisoners, right, like the prison system, and I want to argue for, criminal justice reform, then I will happily stand there with tankies in that kind of argument, because we do have a shared interest in that. There's no way that they can possibly hurt me in those kind of issues there. And it is an area of agreement, and our disagreements at the end of the day are political. They're not in the sense of like racial hatreds. So that's where I draw the line. It's when people are focusing on those kind of like irrational hatreds and attacking each other, and there's just no way you can possibly find a way to, because you can't collaborate with somebody whose entire philosophy is based in hatred in racial ways. There's no future there.
Yeah, and just to clarify in terms of helpful, so let me clarify. I guess my wording was bad, but like as an example, Cadence Owen, she has her own audience. I absolutely hate her and everything she stands for, but she has like, the question is like, is it sort of at this point just let her sleep? Collaboration is, I guess, obviously a step further, but
I wouldn't elevate her at all. Like don't share her shit. Don't help her get an audience. She's doing it because her philosophy is based in hate. Her attacks here are ultimately racist and anti-Semitic as well as Islamophobic. She's not an ally.
She's not, yeah. Absolutely horrible person. But yeah.
Because you might be saying, hey, something that sounds pro-Palestinian and anti-Israeli. I understand the temptation, but it's like, yeah, why would you want to align with like a Hitler apologist? Because at the end of the day, those people don't like you either. They never have. It's not like she doesn't constantly spout anti-Muslim shit too.
Yeah. No, I mean, she is a horrible person. I mean, if I think about from tactical point of view, it's something that actually Israel does very well. I mean, I don't know how well they're really good in managing that. They actually team up in anti-Semites to promote their agenda, which they've been successful at it. But that's how I was like, how do they do it? And is it something that it's one of those things that we don't want to use on the left, but at the same time, it's like, it's
a good question to raise. My position on it is I think based entirely on things like that. If your only disagreements with somebody are on like some tactical issues, but you in ethical areas agree in almost everything, that's fine. But to me, it's ethics have to be the core of it, and my morality and Candace Owens' morality are fundamentally opposed. There's no possible. I don't care how good she is on any individual issue that I like. She can still go fuck herself, because we are moral enemies. And what she wants will ultimately undermine everything that I think is beautiful in the world. That's it's my view. And you can see debates like that. I mean, hell, back in the in the 20s and 30s, there were people on the left that said, "Hey, we can work with these fascist people. They're talking about some good. They're preaching some good anti-capitalist shit." But they weren't actually anti-capitalists. They were still hardcore for hierarchy, for, a ruling class. They were never really anything close to what the socialists wanted in moral terms. So it's sort of like, yeah, they had a common enemy, but they were literally opponents. And you could see that, like, as soon as Hitler took power, the socialists were the first ones who went to camps. I'm gonna flip something around and try to show you a meme I did a while back that really hits exactly this point. Where's the button? Flip. Okay, let's see if I can. Is there a way to zoom in on this? Let's take it out of this carriage. Okay, so can y'all read that? Because if you can, that's my view in a nutshell.
Yeah, we can read it.
Cool. Yeah, so
actually, if you scoot it over just a little bit.
What do you mean scoot? Like?
Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Oh, there? Yeah. So the free Pally flag and all that. So yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to ally with Yahtzees on this shit.
Yeah. And I mean, and it's a question that's sort of, again, so even when it comes to morals and ethics, I brought up an extreme example, but no two people are alike. That at the end of the day, their sort of morals and ethics starts to line up, and then it's a sort of open-ended question, like where to draw the line.
Right, and for me, it's an ethics. If your ethics are close enough, then you can work with somebody. When your ethics are fundamentally opposed, don't even consider it. There's a broad spectrum there. So there are people with whom I have ethical disagreements, but we're close enough. We have our hearts in the right place. We still care enough about people as a whole, But when somebody's entire worldview is based on hatred and exclusion, there's no possible agreement there. So it's the farther apart they are from me in ethical terms, the less likely I am to consider it.
Got it. Yeah. And again, I brought up an extreme example to sort of get the point sort of right off. So, but like, for example, like, again, within the movement, I would argue there are people who are classist. I'm sure there are significant number of people who are classist, but that's the part sort of, I guess, I would work with.
Yeah, I would too. And so I have, for example, collaborated with right libertarians on a number of issues because they're right on plenty of things in ethical terms. They just fundamentally misunderstand the economy and have a more hierarchical view of human organization than I do. But they do agree with me in a number of issues, like, hey, maybe police states and surveillance are bad. So because we have some ethics in common, I can work with them. If it's on an issue that ultimately could affect the structure of society, then no, I can't. So it depends on the specific issue. And yeah, somebody's like, the right libs are closer to left libs than tankies. It depends on the specific issue. So in more economic terms, I can work on economic reform issues with tankies more easily than I could with right libertarians. So it just depends on the issue as a whole. If you can find areas of real ethical compromise where nothing on it actually impinges upon your own ethical foundation. So for example, again, if you were saying get involved in like a revolution, let's topple the state and do it with tankies or right libertarians, I would turn both of them down. Because what they both want in terms of social organization is completely antithetical to what I want. It violates my morals. But on other issues that don't involve the place where it violates my morals, okay. The question of like your extreme there's everything about their view violates my morals because it's a view rooted in hate. So there's no way to compromise with them there. So it depends on what the issue is in that way and which moral qualm it brings up. So that's the
Got it. Thank you so much. On a lighter note, let me ask you later. So there is, I mean, you talked about historic precedents within the Jewish community. So I read the wiki on this, on the Hyksos sort of culture, which sort of moved to Egypt and then moved back to Levant. And there is debate whether that sort of correlates with the whole Torah story or not. What is your opinion on it?
In factual terms, it doesn't correlate with it as a direct parallel or issue there. But what you have in the Exodus story is an attempt, again, these are etiological myths, or an attempt to explain things that actually did happen in a way. There is an Egyptian influence on Levantine culture because for a long time it was literally part of the New Kingdom Egypt's empire. You know, one of the ways that the Exodus story in factual terms can't be accurate is because if they fled from Egypt and went to the Holy Land, they would still be in Egypt because there were literally Egyptian forts on the ground at the time. It was literally part of their empire. So it's like, I don't know, the FBI is chasing me and I go to Arizona. Doesn't help me at all. You know, it's still part of the same country. But in hindsight, when you're trying to look at this, you can see because the Egyptians were there for a while and there was that interaction, there are places where they do have an impact. There are places where there are potential influences, and there's a desire to talk about that. At the time that you had Semitic-speaking populations in the Nile Delta, Judaism didn't exist, you know, as a distinct identity, as a distinct cultural framework. You know, if you go back to, you know, your 12th and 11th centuries BCE, when they're usually trying to set those kind of stories, Judaism doesn't actually exist. Its antecedents do, like the earlier mythical frameworks do, but it's much more of a Canaanite polytheism trending toward henotheism. It doesn't have anything that would be recognizably Jewish at that point. By the time the stories are being documented in the 7th century, it does. It's developed considerably since then. And when they go back in time to tell these stories earlier on, there are attempts to make sense of their world, to say, this is how we got to where we are. This is why these things make sense for us. So there is at least an interesting relationship in that way because, yes, there is a Semitic population that goes back and forth and brings some influences there. And there clearly are people who bring certain ideals there. I think it's probably, it's sharply debated among ancient historians, but I tend to lean in the direction that the actual names for Moshe and Aharon, Moses and Aaron, are originally Egyptian. Like they have a word in the Egyptian language that perfectly fits, like as the origins of the name, but they're Hebraized. I think that, and it's true for several people connected to that story as well. And I think that and it's not like that anywhere else in Torah too. You can't make that parallelism in names for figures in other points in the story, but you can there. So I think it's part of a deliberate decision to try and show how there is a connection between Egyptians and the evolving Jewish culture in the Levant. You know, to basically explain the history of those influences. But when you do it after the fact, you're always mythologizing the past. You're trying to like come up with an explanation for it that works. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're trying to fit something that you fit a story to some historic event that you don't even remember.
So like to your reality, like how can I explain my current reality? How can I like come up with something in the past that can explain how we could have gotten this way? You know, like an origin myth for it. You know, it's I think elements of that story are intended as a kind of origin myth for the more henotheistic version of the evolving faith, and the way that it also takes on a much more active sense for God. Because all the earlier stories about God in there, God does not interact with people in the same way. God is not an interventionist God. God is not a God of history. He's not one that actually like fucks with people, you know, or attacks people, controls people. You know, this isn't the God that you have later that'll like, you know, I will like manipulate the Chaldeans and make them do what I want because I control everything. It's not that kind of God yet. But when you merge El with the Yahweh understanding, because Yahweh is a God of war, right? So there's a sense of like action in that. And in the interaction with Moses, it's often rendered into English in a really weird way. Well, they say things like, he says like, your forefathers knew me as El, but you should call me, Yahweh, the tetragrammaton name. And he's like defining himself, and he's like saying like, it gets rendered as things like I am that am, which sounds kind of cool. It's like, ooh, all groovy, I am that am, like, but it doesn't tell you anything. But there's a sense of being that they're putting there in English that I think doesn't truly represent the Hebrew. I think the Hebrew has more of a verbal sense to it, an action sense, like I am as I do. Judge me by what I do. Because what he's saying is, I am a God who's going to do shit in the world, and I will do shit bad to you if you fuck with me, but I'll do good shit to other people to support you if you worship me. And that's not the kind of deal you had before with El. El is the Canaanite sky god, and sky gods are more remote. Sky gods don't intervene in daily affairs. It's not how they work in polytheistic traditions. And the way El, whenever the word El, and El Elyon, El Shaddai, wherever El is used in Torah, it fits that understanding of God. But there's a change in the way people want to think about God. So the story, as it exists for Moses, is, I think, an attempt by later generations to explain this change. We still have all these stories. We have all these texts that we're passing along talking about El, but that doesn't sound like the God that I know. Why is it different? How did God come to be like this? Oh, and here's this story that explains why the understanding of God seems different from the time of Abraham to the time of Moses. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so more of like so the deities became more sort of actionable or involved in the
And over time you have to explain that. Like, why did that happen? Realistically, all religions evolve the same way all cultures do. They change over time. The way we understand them shifts. It's no culture has stayed the same. No religion pops completely fully formed out of the void. They all build on something that came before them. But over time, those earlier influences, you can forget where they originally came from, what's like them. It's sort of like when we translate the word Elohim now into English as God. But Elohim is literally a masculine plural that says El and his council. So it's like El, the sky god, and then also Baal and these other chief gods is what it's referring to. And that's where you get the plural in things like the creation stories. When you have things like, let us make man in our image, it makes sense that there would be an hour because it's using Elohim. But we completely forget that context because that's gone. We're not polytheists anymore. Today, if you read Torah, you're only going to read it as a monotheist because, we read it as monotheist. That's our culture today. But when the stories were first being told, when the myths were first being developed, how they thought of them was different. And there's oftentimes attempts, when religions develop over many centuries, there's a need to make the pieces fit together, to make it all seamless, instead of looking like it's a totally different religion. And I think there's a lot of places where you can see that development across the course of Tanakh.
So they're basically getting rid of quote unquote inconsistencies and trying to make it like a uniform sort of set of God from the beginning.
Right, which is why you can see the editing together of the E and the J source from the beginning. So there's stories that go back and forth in Genesis. And some stories, like the Noah story, is literally told twice and with differences. Like in one of them, it's two animals. And everyone always draws that one for the kiddie cartoons. It's like two of each. But the other one says like, two of each for the unclean animals, but 7 pairs for the clean animals. And we never show like 14 goats going up the ladder into the ark in our cartoon. But it's literally in there. It's like the story is told twice in 2 back-to-back chapters in 6 and 7. There's a lot of places where you're bringing together elements from 2 different Canaanite traditions. And they had 2 different names for God. And they're blending them and showing we have more in common here. This is a common understanding. And whenever you do that, you always introduce certain inconsistencies too. And there's a need to try and explain those. A bunch of them they try to deal with them in the Bible itself, and others are dealt with later through Midrashim and through Talmud. There are attempts to explain why it meant that way. Like, why does it say this when we understand that it means this? Like, oh, no, and then here's your explanation. because our understanding always evolves. It's hard to see for, I think, for most people, but even in the course of like human lifetimes, understandings of God evolve. If you go back to like my great grandparents' generation, God was racist as fuck. And God had no problem with like, the subordination of black people to white power in the US. But, or like God was sexist as fuck. And churches would read out that passage in Timothy that said women need to be subjected to male authority. But if you go to churches now, most people aren't quoting that part. They're not reading that out in the sermons because our understanding of the relationship between men and women has evolved. So our understanding of God evolves a bit, and we just emphasize certain things differently. Our interpretations shift even when the words don't. But in earlier times, the words themselves could shift. You could still edit the text together because they hadn't locked it in yet. At the time the Moses story is being documented, the text wasn't locked in yet. So you couldn't do that. You didn't have to do it only through interpretation. You could literally write the stories in a way that helped.
Just fit the narrative the best you sort of worked for the time.
Fit the narrative to the way that you understand reality and God. Yeah. I mean, just look at the way that Philo reread Genesis, right? So Philo is a Jew writing in Alexandria. So he is a trained Neoplatonic philosopher, but he is also a faithful Jew. When he reads Torah and hears about like the 6 days of creation, well, that can't be a day, because the Greeks simply knew more about the cosmos. They had a better understanding of astronomy and the world, right? So it's like, well, maybe it's 1,000 years or something. You start thinking a little bit more allegorically. You find a way, even if the text is there, to understand it in a more sophisticated way. We've always changed. It's just normal. And I think it doesn't take anything away from the beauty or the power of the religions. I think, honestly, when people try to read a text as if it had never changed in any way and it was perfectly literal, I think that they limit the religions in ways that ultimately harm them. I think for people who are, for example, like, I don't know, Christian biblical literalists or something that are denying evolution, those are people who are literally arguing for Christianity to die out. Because evolution is demonstrable fact. It's literally incontrovertible. It's like you're basically a flat earther without knowing it. If you hold to something where it has to be literally exactly this way and nothing can ever change, it limits God. It basically says that God is so simple that he has to write in like Iron Age language, and that human knowledge can't expand beyond that. But we can understand that, different ideas came to us in different ways. Maybe if you want to be religious about it, they were revealed to us in the language that we could understand at the time, but we still, we know more now than we knew then. So we have to be able to understand it differently. And realistically, humans have always done that. That's why I use an example of Philo in Greek science. We're obviously miles away from what he was able to do, but he still knew more than the authors of Torah did. So the understanding of the world changed, so the understanding of the text has to change.
Got it. I guess that kind of explains, like, if you look at, I'm Muslim, but the stories of Bible about like prophet, like basically Jewish prophets, is sort of, they're way more polished when they come to Islamic stories. So the retelling of those stories are significantly more polished. They're updated for the morality of the time.
Right.
So same sort of line of reasoning, I guess.
And the morals shift too. Some of the ways that stories from Judaism are used in Islam are subtly different than the way they were used. So the Garden of Eden story is a great example of that I'll use in classes. So in the Torah story, they are attempting to describe why women have to be permanently under male authority. So they have her sin first and then tempt the man with it. And then when God comes down because the alarm went off on the tree and Adam says, "She made me do it. It's her fault." God bought it and cursed women so that they will be permanently under male authority and they will suffer painful childbirth. That's not in the Quran. In the Quran, it's a collective sense, "Oh Lord, we have wronged ourselves," and they both got kicked out of the garden. And that's that. So the way that it's dealing with women in that sense is considerably nicer to women than the much older story is. But the essence of the story, the details, it's largely the same. It's similar to the way that the Noah's Ark story too in Torah is considerably different from the Atrahasis epic or the flood narrative in Gilgamesh, because there's two Mesopotamian ones that are considerably older, and in neither of those cases do the gods say they won't do it again. but it does say that in Genesis. But that's an adaptation to the physical environment. There's no great rivers to deal with in the Levant, but there's a really unpredictable river in the Euphrates that will fuck you up still. So if you had the gods say they'll never do it again, that wouldn't work, because those natural disasters can keep coming, So there's always an adaptation. Cultures change, environments change. You have to somehow make the story fit those changes. So yeah, a lot of stories in Quran, you're right, are they do seem a bit more polished, and some of the morals are a bit different in them too. But the stories themselves, they're still being passed on. They just take on different meanings.
I
Thank you so
love this
much.
combo. Yeah, thank you, Random. Like such good questions. I love this conversation. Maybe we can have
Thanks.
a religion live one that's
Sure.
um,
Yeah,
so
myth and religion's always fun.
yeah. All
It's a
right.
huge interest.
So, Kristen, I think you get to close out the last question here. Thank you for being
Hi,
so
Liam.
patient.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, of course, no problem. So, I've kind of got just like a pretty open question. So I'm just gonna kind of throw some stuff out there and see if you have any thoughts. My background is in design and architecture, and I am just kind of like, I don't know, I've always just been so like drawn to this idea of like sitting around a fire outside with like fellow humans and like just sharing knowledge and stories. Like,
Me too.
I don't know, just like I need it, like I need air or something. Anyways, so like I love what we're doing here, and like I know other people really love it too, and like secretly I like low key want to try to make sure I make my plans on Saturday so I can just like sit here and like learn stuff. And because like sitting
Same,
in bed
same.
and just like listening is like super fun. So anyways, like I was just curious if through all of your studies you've kind of ever come across any like really good sources or books about like I'm really interested in doing conceptual designs for like a post-capitalist world where like money isn't really thought about. Like we're creating a space, a building, and it's purely for like humanity and like knowledge sharing and connection and like connecting to the earth and like elements like, fire, earth, air, water, like these are like core parts of this concept in this design and building in space. And so I'm curious to like learn more about like what would our ancestors have done? Like where would they have gathered? How were they sharing knowledge before newspapers? Like were they like hanging out in a cave, swapping stories? Like what kind of spaces did they utilize to like communicate with each other?
Okay, yeah, that finally took me to a very different place. The first off, I'll say I like that idea a lot too. And if any of y'all want to come to the mountain and go to one of our campgrounds and get a fire going and sit around and tell stories, I'm down. I mean, I live in the forest for a reason, so
Nice.
I'm always cool with that. But until then, we've got something like this. But yeah, I think there's something really beautiful about gathering around a campfire and sharing stories. So yeah, plan something like that in the future. Maybe in the summer.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
Yeah.
have to jump in and just say I wrote my graduate thesis on storytelling as a healing modality. So I
Mm.
clearly like stories, and that's where I made a career of really hospice chaplain and that my previous. But yeah, stories, yes. So
They're
I
one of
think
the
it's a
things
sweet
that make
place
us
to
human.
end.
As our brains got larger and larger, moving from I mean, the Australopithecines have a brain the size of a grapefruit, but by the time you get to Homo habilis and Homo erectus, you have fully functioning hunter-gatherer societies. So there's forms of communication, ways to pass on cultural and technical knowledge. So we're moving around as bands and we're sharing ideas and we're inventing cultures. It's a huge difference, from that beginnings. And as you get bigger and bigger from there, we have more and more of a need to give a purpose to our lives, a meaning to it, a shape. That's ultimately the purpose of all these religious stories too, and why the creation myths are there. A lot of ancient cultures had multiple and contradictory creation narratives because they weren't intended to be literal. They were meant to be stories that could teach important moral lessons, etiological lessons, give us a sense of purpose and community. They're not history. I think a lot of moderns really lose sight of what makes us human by misreading these texts in too literal a fashion. But setting aside that little editorial point, I'm not sure I have much directly on that. My connection to the to like art and architecture, and to like urban planning and whatnot. I have a section over here on cities because there's a lot of really interesting and often from a socialist perspective, people like David Harvey looking at city spaces and how we organize our lives in that way. So that was interesting to me. And I have some stuff on like intentional communities, how people have built communities. So I can show you those if you're interested, like different utopian visions and how people have gone through different things like that. But where you seemed to end was in thinking about our distant ancestors. So that would take me over to like the Neolithic sections and like how people lived in earlier communities as they were first starting to establish things. What is the difference between like Paleolithic hunter-gatherer lifestyle versus like Çatalhöyük or something, as you're beginning to like develop, these sort of communities as people. There's tons of different models there. And a lot of that's really interesting too. I actually draw a lot of interesting inspiration from my modern, social philosophy out of thinking about how did our ancestors on the savannas live? Our relations to each other as people were fundamentally different. Our understandings of like sex and gender were fundamentally different. Our understandings of, our relation to each other through work and children and family life, everything was different. And while we can't go back to that per se, because the lifestyle is too different and we live in a very technological world, and hey, I want to colonize the stars at some point. So looking backward doesn't help. That still is the environment in which our brain took its shape. Because this brain was exactly the way it is now when we were still living on those savannas of East Africa. So there's a lot of things about our social organization that cause our emotional and psychological problems because we're not actually playing to our real nature. We're not really playing to how we came about, like how we originally organized ourselves. You've heard like those cute phrases like "it takes a village to raise a child."
Mm-hmm.
That's literally true. That's how our children were raised collectively before. They were taught by the injured, the sick, the elderly, while the men and women were out there working. They were the tribes kids. We moved around in groups of like 50 to 300 people and we worked together in that sense. It's really difficult for one or two people to raise a kid. That's, it seems logical. Like we get it. We all know how hard. I've watched a lot of parents. My mother ran a child care center my whole life. I've seen how hard it is to take care of kids. And yet we keep assuming, oh, there's something wrong with you if you can't do it on your own. You're just a bad parent. Like, no, you used to have 15 people raising those fucking kids. So I like the idea of coming up with ways to reorganize our social life and our urban spaces that better fit our nature. So I think I align well with your question. I'm not sure what to point to here that goes there because I have a lot of stuff on Paleolithic cultures and Neolithic cultures, but I don't know if that helps you because it's not going to talk about architecture or in the same way. You'd have
Well,
to
would you
explain a lot.
well, would you say that like if religion is kind of one of our first ways of like storytelling and meaning creation and community, then maybe like churches are, things that fall under that umbrella are kind of maybe one expression of this thing that I'm sort of getting at. Um, and I'm thinking like it's sort of like a church, but take the deity or the God out of it and just make it about nature and connection and human connection between all of us. And doesn't need any particular deity. We're just here to like connect and support each other, and that's kind of the goal.
As a Spinozist, I'm down with that. But I think even if you want to keep a deity in it, or come up with ways to understand like a shared kind of like a more abstract deity, or like, focus on like what do these faiths have in common? Let's boil it down to that. I think you could still do it, but I like the idea of outdoor temples. A lot of temples in the ancient world were they weren't fully enclosed. They were exposed to the elements. They were only partially enclosed, and that was very deliberate. And you had that in countless cultures. The Egyptians did that. The Greeks did that. The Chinese did that. Temples were always exposed to the elements because they were part of nature. And it was about too that because the gods themselves were reflections of natural forces. So it made them more real in a sense. And it brought people together where they were still partly in contact with nature.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that. When we build these giant metal monstrosities that completely cut you apart from things, and it's surrounded by asphalt, car parks, and everything else. I'm like, how the fuck is this going to make you feel the presence of God?
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, and I think that's exactly what I'm getting at. And so, I mean, there's a lot of things that I can explore and research and stuff, but like that idea that like I didn't know temples. That's a great nugget. Like temples being left open to
mentioning
the.
the goddess of reason reminded me of Bell's book here. Like there was an attempt to kind of like elevate enlightenment reason and like dispense with the elements of Christianity. It backfired badly. People don't take radical shifts like that very well.
Yeah, yeah, that is true. We need some radical shifts though.
Yeah, but
We've got some coming.
Build organically a bit, and you can't go too fast with it. The changes. We do need to radically depart from where we are.
Mm-hmm.
Humans are headed for extinction if we don't change. So I'm with you. I just know that imposing radical change from the state has always backfired. It has to come up from the people. So there's something nice about you thinking in terms of designing spaces, because if you can come up with spaces that can bring people together in a way and help them to connect to one another, then it creates a more conducive environment, more conducive to sharing, to growing together and learning from each other, and that can change us faster. So
yeah, and I think it's just like being in the architecture industry and like seeing how stuff gets built and investments and stuff. Like there's just not a lot of money for like the things that I'm envisioning, and so like I just want to kind of create these conceptual renders and then put it out there. And if people want it to be built, I'm sure that humans will find a way. But just having spaces that aren't so air, sealed tight with all the windows closed and like having fireplaces and stuff. Like there's just, I don't know, there's just things that people currently don't spend a lot of money on. And then we need to kind of code is very important, but we also need to kind of maneuver around things and create spaces that awaken our humanity and awaken like our passion. And I don't know, anyways, right, I could go on and on and on, but
share something like can I share something personal that's connected to this that I think might be fun?
Sure. Of course.
Always.
There's it's like one of those dreams that you're never going to be able to pull off, right? So it relates to the sense of creating a certain space for people, to nature and outdoor temples, to libraries, even all kinds of stuff, and even to, like I mentioned, I have a couple of books on intentional communities. I wanted to get a big chunk of land with other people, kind of collaboratively, so I'll pitch in co-op style to buy the thing, and then on it build a few shared facilities, like a shared library, whatever here, and then a bunch of small houses around there as an intentional community, but build it along the model of like a Hellenistic school of philosophy. So, or like something related to Buddhism as well. You can see that where like there's like a teacher and students kind of like sit there together and you're talking and you're sharing ideas, and then they inspire each other, and then people go off and do different things, and they inspire each other, and then next day somebody else is the teacher and you sit there and then they're leading a discussion and you're sharing an idea and you run off and you're all inspired by different things, but you're always learning from each other and you're kind of growing. I've always been really attracted to that kind of like an intellectual slash spiritual intentional community.
Yeah, no, exactly. Totally. And like on Friday nights, we'll come and hang out with Dr. O'Mara and like listen to everything he has to say and then like chit chat about it throughout the week and come back with questions. But like, yes, exactly like that sort of thing. And like, and specifically like just on that, like totally parallel to that, like I've thought about specifically just a whole space just for storytelling. Like not necessarily factual stuff, just stories that evoke emotion. And like I don't know of a ton of spaces that are built like for something that's just so, I don't know, like human and like maybe not profit um driven. But yes, exactly, that sounds amazing. I would
There's some
want to
fun
go
comments
there.
about this.
Huh?
There's some
Yeah,
fun
I've
comments. If
I've been
people are
looking at
interested,
lands
like,
for this
hey,
too.
there's tons of land available in the mountains here. Like it's possible. But yeah, I'm not good at organizing people, and I hate financial paperwork. So the idea of like doing something like that is frankly terrifying. But there's something attractive to me about, I don't know, resurrecting some kind of Hellenistic ideal of a place where people can go and study and share ideas and knowledge and whatnot. And, have libraries, and, like we all gather around the fire at night and we like, share our philosophy and shit like this. It'd be, yeah. I mean,
Yes,
there's
a
something really
thousand
nice about
percent. I'm not big into financial paperwork or anything related. And so like I'm planning on just like designing stuff, and then somebody else who loves all of that can do all of the financial paperworky stuff.
right.
But yes, I do know about Tamara. I love Tamara. Tamara is super interesting. I definitely I don't know if you've heard of Tamara, Liam, but it's
I don't
a
remember.
intentional community in Portugal, and they've been researching how to build a peaceful community post World War II. And they do a lot of really cool stuff, and they have like they're beginning to kind of like branch out and start to teach more people. They also have a documentary called Village of Lovers, um, and it looks like they're doing a lot of really interesting work. I actually they were asking people for recommendations for folks that they should bring in as speakers, and I gave them your name because I thought that, um, they
That's
should
funny.
they should know about what you're up to. But anyways,
Everyone should know Duck Liam.
Thank you. I that that's
So,
that's flattering.
um,
But yeah, if you want to
great.
talk about, like, I don't know, Stone Age life and communities like that, I mean those could be fun conversations. But
mhm,
I'm really not sure off the top of my head what would make sense as a good suggestion, because most of what I have doesn't really, I can't imagine how it lends itself easily to that. You'd be like going through whole books to pull like a few ideas out, like a tiny
mhm,
little pieces of inspiration here and there. It's a huge process. I think it
mhm,
might be more fun if we maybe we can just talk through some of these ideas, and I can pull things out and read little sections. We can maybe do it that
mhm,
way rather than having to, here's a bunch of books, because I don't think anything directly fits that, but I think it's a really fascinating idea.
mhm. Okay, well that's good to know. Maybe I can ponder over that and come back with more thoughts and questions and things. Um,
I love it.
but
And I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to say I love it. And Doc Liam, you're like describing my vision of I told my daughter before she was born, and she's almost 9 now, that I would be living in a sustainable community by the time she was walking. So I clearly missed that deadline. Oh,
He's bored.
what?
He's hanging up here.
Which I forget this one's name.
This is Socrates.
Oh,
Socrates.
Precious.
Socrates is my little boy.
Aw.
He's
Well,
he seems to like where I put the the little footstool for now.
well, thank you so much for joining and closing us out, Kristen. If there's any last things, otherwise I'm going to go ahead and drop you down.
I think I'm good for now.
All right, thank you. And thank you so much, Doc Liam. This is like you are a gem in the world. And just one closing thought as we close out, where I'm a gardener, and I think a lot of times I see you as a gardener, where you're like planting seeds out here, and it's like plant the seeds, don't water the weeds. And I pulled up a quote from Thoreau because it was just too perfect to not say. Um, but it goes, though I do not believe a plant will spring up where no seed has been, I have great faith in a seed. Convince me you have a seed there, and I am prepared to expect wonders.
Oh,
So I
yeah, great.
I love the seeds that you're planting, and
Thanks. And I appreciate the reference too. I really like the transcendentalists. There on gardening, maybe you can help me a little bit in the spring. Every year I'm adding a bit more in the yard. I'm planting a bit, so trying to come up with some nice places to put things or whatever.
sure,
No,
yeah. I mean,
by the time
I
I'm
do the
too
best.
too old to work, I want a nice super green space I can hang out in.
Totally, I hear you. Yeah, I do my best. And actually, as you're talking about a village to um, raise a child to, like as a single parent, well, 85% single parent, solo parent, I'm that juggle, and that was someone that I yelled at, not yelled at, but I was like, thank you for reminding me I do the job of a small village every day, a small city every day. That's not
Yeah,
helpful. Not
a whole
helpful.
freaking village, exactly. Yeah, yeah. No, I
But yeah,
a lot of
I
single parents
appreciate
that
you.
I have like mad respect, and I'm constantly trying to remind them like don't be hard on yourself. This is astonishingly difficult. I have no idea how you do this.
Yeah, I listened to you yesterday while I was in the middle of a rec center with kids running, splashing everywhere, and like y'all in this room and you were like my sanity. So, um, yeah, always appreciate. And yeah, thank you for letting me mod. I'll go ahead and
Oh,
close out.
I think it was woke and chill. And somebody asked like, is the talk we started off with like sex and gender? It is on YouTube. Like all 17 of the previous office hours are on YouTube. I don't know why it doesn't show, obviously, but there should be a maybe the order is wrong on them, but there should be a category for them as well. But either way, it's there. So this one it'll probably take many hours to download tomorrow, but it'll go up eventually too. So, but I do
Love it.
archive what's on there later for people to find.
Love it. Yeah, I've definitely recorded some of these and listened to them. So, um,
I
well,
know I'm
have a
sitting here.
wonderful.
I remember even writing that because most of the time I'm like just copying the same like text from another time in office hours, blah blah blah, same crap.
Totally.
But on the ones that have been themed so far, I've actually noted that in the description for it, so I do remember distinctly that one. But yeah, all 17 are there. So keep
Great.
looking, you'll
And then
find it.
classes are starting again, so just probably next Friday, is or and then randomly when you pop
I'm
on.
already in session.
Oh,
You
okay.
know, I'm
Great.
in interterm. But I don't teach it all on Fridays right now. I don't that doesn't start until the last week of the month or the beginning of February. But even then, I think my classes end at either 11 or 12 on Fridays. So I'm always going to be up by 3 p.m. on my time on Fridays. So this is a good time to keep up just regardless. It works in interterm. It works all through the spring. It works in the summer.
Sounds great. Well, I know where I'm going to be every Friday, and I'm sure there's people in the chat that are putting it in their calendar, and we'll see you. We'll see you then. Thank you so much, Doc Liam.
See y'all then. Have a great weekend. All right, let's see if I missed anything neat here. Oh, the Uganda option. That'd be a fun one. Sorry, we're at the end here. I can answer that one easily, but not right now, I don't think. Let's see, anything else? Oh, someone's saying that. If Skog, if you're still here, there are 52 bookcases worth of stuff in this house. They're everywhere. They're in every room. It's insane. It makes it very difficult because the house is quite small. House is basically books and cats. Oh yeah, thank you. If Natural Flavor Cooks is still here, that's nice. I like seeing some of the comments. I don't get to see many of these as we're going along. It's hard to keep up with all of them. Anyway, so I just want to look at a few. But yes, much love to everybody. This is fun, and yes, every Friday I think works as a plan for me. So 3 p.m. Pacific time. I may get back a little earlier sometimes, a little bit later. Just depends on traffic or anything else goes on. But around 3 p.m. Pacific time every Friday, I'll be on live. So yeah, that'll be a consistent thing. So anyway, have a lovely weekend, y'all.